He was reborn as the prince of a kingdom, but the queen poisoned his mother, and his own half-brother nearly killed him, leaving him in a coma for 5 years. Except those 5 years were actually 1,000 years in the hero's domain, where he mastered magic, swordsmanship, and even blacksmithing. And now that he's back, he has the power and knowledge to shake the entire world. But before that, smash that like, sub, and hype up the video. It helps me out a ton. Anyway, that's it. Now let's get into the story. A legendary hero. In other words, an absolute ruler. Everyone knows he ruled during a certain era, a time when his name alone could inspire terror. There was a king who built an empire, and a boss who led a massive organization. Since ancient times, there have been those whose stories are told for centuries. Ones who defeated demon kings, cured diseases, and saved countless lives. But there were also those who didn't fit in, who only sought absolute power. And this kid says they're all pathetic. He wants more, and to hell with them all. They made a 10-year-old boy train like that, with some dude in a lion mask beating him senseless, especially when things didn't go his way. And if he somehow survived those trials, a cute girl would just toss him into a pit of lava. They even had the nerve to say it was all for his own good. Surrounded by these beings the kid knows, these scars carved into his soul, along with this place, the Hall of Heroes. He's saying goodbye to all of it, and soon. But someone calls his name. Davy. A girl tells him he's still way too weak. How could he even think of leaving? The same girl from before says she should have kept him in that lava pit longer. He just scoffs, calling them old grandmas who've lived for thousands of years, which really pisses them off. She starts chucking boulders at him, yelling, "What did you say?" and asking if he's got a death wish. Another one calls him a brat and says she's gonna smack him. But as they argue, that first girl realizes this is it, their last moment together. When he looks over, she seems incredibly sad and goes quiet. Then, they all wish him good luck, telling Davy not to forget them, not until the day he dies. He was pretty surprised by their words, but he just turned his back and walked away as they all said their goodbyes. He didn't even look back. Instead, a satisfied smirk crossed his face as he muttered, "Too bad, but we're never seeing each other again." And after leaving that place, he finally wakes up in a bed, feeling completely wrecked. Wiggling his hand, he realizes this body is totally useless and immobile. This really sucks. He can't even open his eyes properly. Giving up, he thinks about how he's returned, as a weak, despised prince. Davy, of the Alron Kingdom, located on the eastern side of the Tionis continent. He's the first son of a worthless king, a totally insignificant father. That's him, Davy. And he actually felt happy when he was reborn in this body, because hey, he was a prince. Even if he was bedridden compared to his previous life, this was way better. He was living in luxury after all. Except, no, he wasn't. He realizes how foolish he was back then, thinking the happiness he had would last forever. But living in such a peaceful world, he never saw the reality of his situation as a prince holding a poisoned chalice. He was a target for countless enemies, all the time. And because he was weak, he was basically exiled by his own family. At some point, he was just left to die. He thinks, I definitely have to end this, because now he's going to reclaim his body. The rest can be dealt with later. With a small smirk, he promises they should all just wait, because he's going to crush every single one of them with this body, especially that kid who left him half dead. He's going to tear him apart piece by piece, with the same body that was trained by legends for 1,000 years. And with that, Davy remembers his past, when he was crying and someone approached him, asking if this was where the newbie was, and why he looked so serious. The person said he heard about his situation, and that it looked like they really did a number on him this time. It was quite a show, he'd said, but Davy just shot back that if he was here to mock him, he should just get it over with and leave, because he hadn't said anything wrong. They all forgot the times they laughed together. The moment they found out he was just a useless brat, they changed. They started looking at him like he was nothing but a worthless bug, and it made his skin crawl. But he was too scared to say anything back then. Still, he has no idea how sick he is of all this crap. He didn't ask to come here, so what the hell do they expect from him? But the man with the lion's mane says they'd probably be surprised by the truth, since they only live to inflate their own egos. Of course, deep down, the kid already knew that. He just asks, so what is a hero anyway? The man then asks if that isn't what they all spend their days and nights thinking about. He grabs the boy and tells him to cheer up. The boy asks what he means. The man says he's decided to give him a hand. And for starters, he has no reason to laugh at him, since none of this is his fault. He's going to help him, because now, they're family. Davy asks, family? What do you mean? I don't even know who you are. But the man just says his name is Hercules. In other words, he's a Survivorcirc expert. Davy was confused. Survivorcirc? What was he talking about? But the lion-maned hero declared that from this day forward, he would train his body, which left him even more lost. As he says, since that's the case, they should try to get along. And once again, he wakes up from that dream. He thinks, it's true, I really am back. Now, in the castle, someone is approaching him. He thinks about how it's been a while since he woke up. The person who's been taking care of him this whole time, the only one who's entered this room, was his maid. And of course, that's how it would be, since he's been in a coma for so long. He wonders if she's really just a maid, but figures she is. He should just be thankful he has at least one person looking after him. He cracks his eyes open to see if she's gone yet. Once he's sure she's left, he sits up. He thinks about how he has no strength to move freely, but at least he can get up on his own. That's good enough for now. Besides, there's something else he needs to check. He thinks that he'll finally know the truth, because he's always wondered what today's date was. And when he sees it, it's the year 278 of Baldays. 6 years have passed since he was hit by that arrow. 6 years since the day he was stabbed in the back by that bastard. He thinks that he can't go back to being pathetic, and to prevent that, he needs to recover. Fast. So he decides to start now and uses the restore ability. But to his surprise, nothing happens. He wonders how this is possible. Is it really not going to work? And just like that, he remembers the past again. Someone telling him that, as he can see, his divine power is just average. She wasn't saying it was bad or anything, but he could still get way better in terms of power. Davy begs her not to lie to him just so he'll clean the temple, but she insists that's not it at all. He thinks about how divine power is the power of the god who governs purity and health. It's a sacred power given only to those beloved by the gods. And the one who taught him about it was Daphne, known as a person who was accepted by God. But how she used those powers was her own responsibility. In the end, after training relentlessly for hundreds of years, she acquired sacred power, while he just thinks this is going to be seriously annoying. The problem is, this body has become rigid after 6 years in bed. He's worried about losing all the experience he gained when he returned. But lucky for him, almost everything came back along with his soul. Anyway, it'll probably take some time before he can use his true strength. He tries using Restore, again and again. He can't believe this basic healing spell won't even work on his own body. He keeps trying. 1, 2, 3 times. The old him would have just given up, but he refuses to be that person anymore. He screams at his body to get up, before he destroys it himself. And just like that, Asus appears right in front of him. He's stunned, thinking it actually worked. He can't miss this chance. He unleashes Restore, and after using the skill, he manages to stand up, realizing he did it. He finally succeeded. With this, he can wield sacred power again. As for the rest of his abilities, he can get them back after a little rest. Now, he walks over to the window, looks out at the city, and thinks to himself, yeah, it's been a while. He stretches his arms out and starts yelling that with all his might, they should praise the sun. But to his absolute shock, that maid from before is right behind him. She drops a plate, and our boy just stares at her, realizing he messed up. The maid bursts into tears, asking how the prince is on his feet. He thinks, yep, he's dying of embarrassment right now. He rushes to help her, and back in bed, a doctor comes in saying this is truly strange. This is the royal physician, Ramses. He declares that the prince's condition is surprisingly good. He asks if there are any injuries he missed, but our guy says that besides being a little tired, he feels fine. The doctor says he understands. Meanwhile, our hero thinks that in his past life, he never would have imagined being rude to this old man. And even though he doesn't like it, he understands his current position. He is Davy, from the most insignificant branch of royalty in all the kingdoms, the son of Lenny Alishad, and the nation's first prince. But from his side, a woman remarks that he's certainly persistent. Our boy glares, thinking that this beauty is the very person who poisoned his mother and took her place. The current queen, Aria Bariet, and even her sons are here. The second prince, Callias, and the third prince, Baris. They just stare down our hero. Her son sneers that he didn't expect him to be so stubborn, but she just asks if he saw who shot the arrow. Devi says he's not sure since the arrow came out of nowhere. Then he asks what kind of punishment they'd get for attempting to assassinate a prince. The question sends a shock through the younger boy, making him tremble. But the current queen just says no. Unfortunately, the case has already been closed, and that was the end of it. Then the doctor says the initial treatment is over. He just needs to call a priest for regular treatments, and he'll be better in a few days. Devi thanks him. The doctor says he'll take his leave and tells the maid to give him some food that's easy to digest, and she agrees. But the queen mutters from behind that it would have been better if he just died in his sleep. Our boy asks if she's disappointed that something unpleasant came back to life. That little prince sneers that it's shameful for the first prince to get attacked and fall into a coma. The queen just tells them it's time to go, calling him a disgrace to the kingdom, and a total joke. As they leave, our hero thinks that he used sacred magic right in front of them, but no one seemed to notice. It must be because their power levels are just that far apart. He lies back down and thinks about Aria Bariet, the daughter of a fallen family from the Ron kingdom. When he saw her face next to Callias, he wanted to kill them on the spot. But the feeling was surprisingly weak. Maybe it's because he spent so long in the temple, but it all feels meaningless. Still, he vows he will get his revenge. For now, he decides to take it easy and rest, wondering what his first meal will be. Now, a few days later, he's cut his hair and is training his body with whatever he can find. He thinks it's already been 15 days since he recovered his sacred powers. But time still feels like it's crawling by. Thanks to his training, his mana control has improved, and his recovery is going smoothly. He could recover instantly with continuous use of healing magic. But with the knowledge of a necromancer who studied the human body, combined with the medical knowledge he was taught, a proper recovery was a difficult task. He snaps his fingers and activates the clean spell, taking a quick and easy shower, thinking how convenient magic is. But to his surprise, there's a knock at the door. It's Arya. While he curses that this maid is a total pain, she announces that his food is here. A bowl of baby food ready for him. He thinks, yep, the meal he was looking forward to was just this mush. Just because he's a patient, they're treating him like an old man. He declares that today's meal is full of sorrow. She says she's sorry, but there's nothing she can do. He tells her this won't be enough, and orders her to prepare 5 more dishes. She asks, what do you mean, 5 dishes? But he apologizes, saying no, he wants 10 dishes. He just says it's fine and it'll all fit once he shoves it in his stomach. He thinks that even if it feels like his stomach might burst, thanks to restoration magic, the amount he can digest has tripled. He feels his soul returning to his body. But of course, like everyone, he needs the bathroom. That's the problem with his digestion being too fast. After he gets back, he puts on his glasses and says he really didn't expect this, having just discovered an unexpected truth. The maid says she's so sorry. He tells her it's okay, she didn't do anything wrong, and she doesn't have to worry about how much food he eats. Although, it's pretty obvious where the problem came from. He asks her how many maids and butlers are currently in the castle. She's too ashamed to say. He asks if she's the only one working here, and she gets nervous, saying she's very sorry. He thinks, this can't be the king's castle, though it was used by many in the past. And yet, there's only one maid being kept in this entire castle. It's way too much work for just her. Back in the day, he never would have worried about not being able to eat. So he asks what the estimated per circu of the castle's assets are. She says it's only 6,000 gold. He asks how much they get per month, because if they could work around that budget, it shouldn't be a problem. But she says that officially, they should receive 500 a month. But the gold they actually get is less than 100. At that, he realizes, yep, they're being scammed. He asks her what her salary is. She asks, what do you mean? He tells her to just spit it out. Is she getting paid correctly? She admits that the amount she receives is about 1/3 of what she's owed. This shocks the main character, who thinks she might be nice, but she's a complete idiot. And maids are the property of the nobility. Arya is the daughter of an artist. Because of their poor circumstances, she became a maid, but she's taken care of him and the castle alone for the last 6 years without running away, even if it meant spending her own salary to do it. Devi cracks a small smile and tells her to go get the income she hasn't received, but she says she can't do that. He tells her he doesn't want to repeat himself and just orders her to take it. She says she's sorry, but she doesn't want to. Then he asks if it's true they have nothing to eat tomorrow, and she says yes. Hearing this, he thinks he feels a little bit better. Then he tells her to stop calling him that, because it's too formal. She says she can't do that. He says if she keeps calling him Prince, it's just going to make him feel distant from her. This completely surprises the girl, while he thinks to himself, Otome, knowing he has at least one person on his side, is important. Model. Our hero heads toward the office, with this guy insisting that using accounted funds is impossible. All Davy can think is that Mustache is seriously getting on his nerves. So this is the finance department. He already had his suspicions, but the looks of pure contempt on their faces confirmed everything. Even Mustache Guy is giving him that look. But to their utter shock, our boy sits down on the sofa and tells him, don't screw with me, which completely stuns the little man. Davy gets straight to the point. The amount of gold we're owed is 500, so why are we only getting 100? But he claims it's the amount of gold left after deducting the necessary costs to maintain the castle. He even claims nobles from other castles are following his economic plan. But Davy says he's really starting to tick him off, and asks if that's why the castle he's maintaining has cracked floors and weeds growing everywhere. The garden is overgrown with weeds and the hills are on the verge of collapse. No matter how he looks at it, this place is a haunted wreck. He demands, how do you explain that? The old man begins to tremble under our hero's glare, thinking, does this even make sense? What kind of prince handles his own finances? He was just waiting to hear what kind of excuse the man would come up with. And then he says it. The use of the maintenance fund is not supervised by the finance department. And even if you keep this up, this is where we manage the budget, not a place to request money. The prince says he understands and wasn't aware. Whether it's here or on Earth, they all just pass the blame. He's done here, so now it's time to leave with Arya. But the old man asks if he's going to the maintenance department, and Davy asks why he would go there, since he's sure it'll be the same story. He bets they'll just blame someone else to buy time. He tells the old man to just buy something nice with the money in his pocket. As he walks through the castle, he thinks that of course the servants fled, with nobles like these running the show. And despite that, they make sure their own salaries are paid in full. The entire burden is carried by Arya alone. Arya asks if he's okay, but to her surprise, Davy asks her to bring him a sword. She stammers, A what? He tells her not to worry, that he has no intention of cutting anyone down, and asks if he scared her. But she goes ahead, saying she'll look for one, while he thinks to himself, that's right, he has no plans to cut down a person. What he's thinking about cutting are those things that can't even be called human. And so, now that he's in an unstable position, what would happen if he started killing servants and nobles for no reason? The answer is simple. They would call him a madman. He would be exiled immediately, and they would never accept something like that. And he has absolutely no intention of becoming prey for those rotten nobles. He used that sword to kill an animal. When she asks where on earth he got something like that, Davy says he's not sure. He just found it in front of the castle. He asks if she wouldn't mind getting a plate and a meat tenderizer for him now. He thinks to himself, asterisk, they'll buy that for now. Asterisk, it's a lie, of course. He hunted it himself, but that wouldn't make any sense, so he's just omitting the facts. But she suddenly begs him to just kill her instead. He asks her what's wrong, and crying, she says she can't let the blood of an animal touch a prince's hands, or let him say he butchered it himself. If he's not careful, he'll end up getting hurt. But Davy says it's fine since nobody is watching, thinking that even if he wanted to see the king, his request would be denied because of politics. And as for the other departments, there's nothing he can do about them. It seems the queen is doing everything she can to stop him. But as a student of Hercules, the master of Survipercirc, he's become an expert. He tells her, this is a wild boar, and now it's time for dinner. He thinks to himself that this level of danger is nothing to him. And so, at night in the queen's castle, they wonder what he could be thinking, and the maid asks what she means. But the queen says she's right. The more she thinks about it, the stranger it seems. He's not how she remembered him. But the maid says he's just a patient, and according to the doctors, the first prince can barely walk right now. At this rate, it will take at least a year for him to fully recover. The queen asks if she's somehow wrong, calling her Shirl, and even if she may be an A-class informant for the Black Moon, she is nothing but a classmate in her presence. She thinks to herself that the Assassin's Guild residing in the capital of Ron is the Black Moon, and it's not that she doesn't trust her, but she just can't shake this feeling. And the first prince, whom even the king has abandoned, just as Shirl said, won't change anything even if he wakes up after 6 years, because she'll still have his life in her hands. That's how it should be, but she feels a certain unease. But that Shirl says her comrades act regardless of class, and if she continues to insult them, she could end up in a bad spot. But the queen says she was just expressing her concerns, and that's all. And it wasn't out of malice. She can stop Davy's plans at any moment, but if not, she'll end up paying the price and should keep that in mind. And she just tells her to leave now, while saying that no matter how she looks at it, it's better to get rid of dogs that don't obey. Meanwhile, our hero is eating the wild boar he caught for dinner, and Davy thinks to himself that it's like pulling a thread through hundreds of needles. Mana flows through the tunnel and creates a stream, very slowly and carefully. A girl's voice asks if he understood. The most difficult parts to reach are the veins and the brain, and if he doesn't want to go blind, he should never forget the paths she taught him. But the other girl started to laugh, saying that this is so much fun and he should have just died. Meanwhile, our hero thinks of a drunken priestess who could part the ocean with just a word, a necromancer who acts more like a priestess than the priestess herself, and a great mage whose staff is all you can see. And also, the hypocritical goddess sister, also known as Sister Rhea, told him that when he was participating in this experiment, she would do her best to complete the task that was assigned. And it's not like they were gathered there just to watch, so he could help too. And she just asked him to trust them, while he remembers this is the flashback from the temple. And he was slowly getting to the point where he starts to do it, the experiment he never wants to go through again. The next morning, the maid asks the prince if he's going to explore the gardens. He says he's fine and she can go, but if anyone looks for him, she should let him know. She just asks him not to overdo it. Meanwhile, Davy thinks that although she usually freaks out seeing him do anything, she's started to get used to it, and his efforts to get closer to her as a friend are finally paying off. She refuses to eat with him, but at least it's better than before, and to spend his days in peace, he must go deeper into the forest. Sitting there, he's about to begin. Now the operation field has appeared in the barrier before him, and he thinks that as the air enters his lungs and nourishes him, he takes the mana of nature and exhales the dry air. This is mana breathing, the breathing technique of the god of magicians, that little brat Odin. And since there is a limit to the amount of mana his body can store, he needs to train and manage it daily. However, through this method, the mana that would normally take months to collect can be gathered in just a few days. It truly is a miraculous breathing technique. If the country found out about this, there would be a huge revolution. But he has zero intention of revealing his power to the world. Besides, it's not a feat just anyone can accomplish anyway. But to his utter shock, someone was watching from the shadows. He wonders who it could be. Although it's been a while since anyone spied on him, this is definitely the Queen's handiwork. And if he were to investigate, it would only bring him trouble. So for now, he'll let it slide. In fact, it's more useful if they think the prince is weak and fragile. And thanks to his mana distortion field, he can train in peace. On top of that, the amount of mana he's been storing has grown quite a bit. He thinks to himself that now is the time to create times it asterisk, that damned mana circle. He remembers that priests can't use magic, and mages can't wield sacred powers, and necromancy is an outcast art that can't use either of them. And yet, he can command all three. It's all thanks to those crazy girls from the temple and two eccentric researchers. Just thinking about it makes him sick to his stomach. It was truly horrific. Normal mages carve a circle into their heart to channel mana, but unfortunately, that simple method could never handle the violent clash between necromancy and sacred power. If he even tried, his heart would probably be annihilated. A circle designed just for him, called the arterial circle. By combining the arteries all over his body, he creates an impenetrable circuit and unleashes his mana through it. And using his entire body as a circle, including his heart, not only stops the clash between necromancy and sacred power, it also yields some incredible results. However, since this is the closest he can get to total body modification, even a single mistake could lead to his death. He really didn't want to do this again, since he only succeeded last time thanks to the other 4 girls. And it really sucks. He wonders if he'll succeed this time, but a strange feeling washes over him. Remembering them all, he thinks that failing can't be any worse than spending 1,000 years in that temple. With a confident smirk, he declares he'll start with the blood, and he'll start right now. And just like that, the afternoon comes to a close. Arya notes that it's already past dinner time and the young master is late. He's often late, but he never misses a meal, and he told her not to disturb him, unless something major happened. But if something times happen to him, she wouldn't be able to help. But to her surprise, our boy appears right behind her, saying he thought he told her not to call him Prince, and when she turns, she's stunned to see Lord Davy. He asks if she was waiting for him, and she says yes, while he sighs that she's pretty resilient and it seems he has more work to do. As he hugs her, he just apologizes to Arya, saying he's at his limit, and then he collapses. And after that, back in his room, he opens his eyes and thinks that he was worried for nothing. Because in the end, she took care of him all night long. He remembers the one thing he was hesitant to do. The arterial circle was completed perfectly, and all 3 powers now flow through his veins. On top of that strange circle, there's another special effect. The maid begins to wake up, and seeing our boy awake, she wonders what's happening. While he thinks that it's limitless, just by moving a finger, he can use any simple spell, including restoration. So, he gives her a simple good morning, and after that, 5 months passed. She, overjoyed, tells him that there are herbs here. He says he understands and that he's fine with what they eat now, while she insists that she's truly grateful. And Davy thinks that it's been exactly 3 months since his arterial circle was completed. Their lives have stabilized, and someone has been leaving meat and vegetables at his castle. He started to think it was the Queen's plan, but there's no way she would succeed every single time without a reason. He feels that someone is definitely helping him, but he can't tell who it is. And he thought about it all night, but he still couldn't figure it out. And he remembers sensing a presence and spreading his mana through the castle to find out who it is. An easy task, though he kept his distance from Arya so he wouldn't disturb her day. But just then, he senses someone approaching. Arya says they won't have any problems with food this time, and he just tells her to go now, while she asks where he's going. And Davy says that they're about to have guests, and she wonders who it could be. Our boy knows it's an informant from the Queen, and now, in his room, that man examines him. And our boy asks, "So, do you think I'll get better soon?" And that guy says that since the prince has been bedridden for so long, it's far too dangerous to use his sacred powers on him. So he has to be grateful for what he has now. And Davy asks if that's really the case, while thinking that this is complete nonsense for a guy who didn't even use a healing spell, a supposed worshiper of God and the representative priest of this nation. To throw away your responsibilities and just follow orders is truly a disappointment. He should just stop sugarcoating things with his words. It's not like he can't times heal him, he just doesn't want to. and Davy says he thought a silver weapon that was given to you by God would be able to heal wounds this trivial in an instant. While he thinks that, contrary to what he believes, he's already completely healed. But the priest says he only says that because he doesn't understand. And Davy asks what it is he doesn't understand. And that guy says the use and knowledge of sacred power are given only to priests, and even for a prince, he shouldn't be so selfish. And so it's true that he's so much like Prince Callias. This leaves the maid furious, saying that he's in front of a prince and can't speak like that, while that priest asks how this maid dares to speak to him like that and slaps her. But Davy calls him you. That priest says that if he let a maid say whatever she wanted, it would also be a problem for him. Although she doesn't look like much, he grabs her by the chin and says that this girl has a beautiful smile, which makes Davy furious. And that guy says that since he came all this way, she should at least escort him to the door. And he says the examination is over and he'll come again in 15 days. And he asks the maid to please escort the priest out. And she says yes, completely embarrassed, while the priest just gives a shameless grin. After they leave, that priest corners Arya and tells her to remember this, that she has to come alone at night, and to remember that the prince's life is in the palm of his hand. He asks if she's a royal maid and why she would even care about this, since he's just a sick prince. And still in his room, our boy thinks he has a strange feeling that his body is getting cold. How should he explain it? This must be rage. He built up too much dignity in the temple to be shaken so easily. And Daphne's law says that he'd be less than an animal if he couldn't control his anger. But his thoughts are different. He grabs his sword and heads toward them. Those swordsmen ask who he is, but when they see him, they ask what the prince is doing there. While Davy thinks that appropriate anger is the source of life and can also be the guide to his objective. And with a small smile, he thinks that if laziness is the key to progress, then anger would be a fundamental force. And after taking down the two of them, that priest continues talking, saying that the prince's life is in his hands. And she asks if he's saying this is an assassination of royalty. But he asks what that has to do with him, since he's just a half-breed. And the queen would say he did the right thing, and asks her if she thinks anyone in this kingdom is on Prince Davy's side. He says that besides, who would dare to punish him? The hands and feet of the queen, the sheep of the good shepherd. But to his surprise, our boy, right behind his back, starts to laugh, saying that this is good. And the priest, terrified, looks back, and our boy says that he needed an excuse too, already cutting the man's face. And the priest asks how. But Davy asks Arya what the penalty for blasphemy against royalty is, while the priest says it can't be, and how he can even move. But Davy says that's precisely why he never rose from his low-class position. He never needed their holy magic to begin with. He asks Ames to recall what happened. She remembers his question and says the execution was immediate. Davy brought his sword down on that priest's head, but didn't slice clean through. The sight left a scar on her, but Davy claims Ren won't just sit back and watch. As for the Holy Land, Davy just smirks and thanks her for the warning. But he promises that if he dies, everyone on her side is going down with him. Back in the office, Ren smacks Davy across the face, screaming that he killed a disciple of the Holy Land like it was nothing. But our boy says the priest threatened his life, and he simply punished him according to the law. He asks if there's anything wrong with that, but she just tries to hit him again. He stops her, asking if she finds it funny. Before his coma, the kingdom's laws weren't nearly this brutal, and all of this has happened while His Majesty, the king, remains silent. But in his case, someone who punished a man for blasphemy against royalty is the one being penalized. He declares that it just doesn't make any sense. When did the status of royalty become so pathetic that even a low-class priest could try to intimidate him? But Ren demands to know how he dares diminish the royal authority. She yells that there's no proof, and no matter his reason for killing him, it's not something he can judge with that empty head of his. A complaint from the Holy Land is coming, and it'll be immediate. She sneers that he obviously inherited his mother's stupidity, but Davy agrees, saying of course he'll follow his mother. I'm a good-for-nothing, and my mom's a good-for-nothing. We're a perfect pair. But then our boy unleashes his powerful aura. He warns Her Majesty the Queen that it's unwise to speak ill of someone's parents to their face. The pressure alone leaves her trembling in fear. Instantly, her maids jump in front to shield the Queen. Davy smirks at one of them, remarking on their loyalty. And though it would be more interesting if he pushed a little harder, he'll let it go for now. Saying too much is just another nail in a person's coffin. And if the Queen tries to kill a royal, it's no different. The woman is shocked once again, thinking there's no way he knew Callias was the culprit. Davy gives her a knowing smile, thinking to himself, of course I knew. He's not stupid enough to hold on to a trump card for too long. It just isn't his style. He says he's tired and wants to get back on topic. He knew the moment she slapped him that she wasn't a very considerate person. He asks that, as a lady, she please act with more elegance inside his palace. As she can see, the castle's condition is pretty bad, especially since she took all the staff. He wants her, as the one in charge of housekeeping, to make sure this is fixed as soon as possible. If things stay like this, a rather grotesque rumor could start to spread. He thinks that's not a bad idea, but tells her she'd better make her decision carefully, because he won't just stand by and watch her antics. After that, Ren starts wrecking everything in her room, fuming about how that little bastard dared to look down on her. She starts screaming at everyone around her, but she says to let him keep acting up. If he has a death wish, there's nothing stopping her from granting it. The way he acts, unable to tell heaven from earth, will be the cause of his downfall. We see Arya walking through the castle, overhearing others gossip that the rumors about the first prince must be true. There's no other explanation for his actions. Something must be wrong with his head after waking from the coma. Arya realizes that after dealing with the priest and warning the queen, the situation in the palace unfolded just as expected. Rumors began to spread that Prince Davy had gone insane, and since half the palace was loyal to Queen Ren, his reputation plummeted. But Arya goes to the prince, happily announcing that more gifts arrived today. Our boy asks, again, and she confirms it. He tells her he doesn't need any medicinal herbs. She insists that there must be people who know of his good nature. He turns to her, asking if his personality really seems that good to her. With a bright smile, she says yes. He thinks to himself that her immediate answer says it all, even after he killed a man right in front of her eyes. She truly is an incredible person. Just then, an old man approaches, asking for their pardon. He offers his greetings to the hope of the kingdom. This is Bepos, the Grand Chamberlain of the royal family's affiliates. The old man says they've brought the sinners, just as Her Majesty the Queen ordered. These people stole money from the palace expenses and then fled. Our boy says he understands, and that he recognizes them all. He asks Bepos what the usual penalty is. The old man says it depends on his orders. But typically, the punishment is beheading them and their close family members. Hearing this, they immediately begin screaming for mercy. And Davy asks, is that right? Now that he thinks about it, there's an interesting rumor going around. He believes they're calling him bloodthirsty. So, shouldn't he act the part? But they just plead for pity and beg him to spare their lives. And Davy tells Bepos to act now. They start screaming as Bepos orders them to be thrown in the cells. Not a single drop of water. Let them die for stealing the kingdom's precious money. Meanwhile, Davy thinks he might as well play along since things have gotten interesting. Bepos declares they will be beheaded in 10 days. The old man informs him that the vacant positions will be filled and allocated by noon. Davy says that's fine, and that he'll keep Arya as his personal maid. He also orders her salary to be increased to that of a high-class maid. The old man agrees. But Davy says there's one more thing, asking if an audience with his father is still not permitted. The old man says he is very sorry, so Davy asks if the order came from his father or from the queen, but the old man simply states he is only a messenger. Davy says he understands. The old man advises His Majesty to be patient, and Davy says he gets the hint. He'll think about it. The old man says his goodbyes, but before he leaves, our boy mentions he ate the food that was sent, which greatly surprises the old man. He says the food is enough, but they don't need to keep sending medicinal herbs. Now that things have changed, maybe they should send them to other people instead. The old man gives a slight smile, claiming he doesn't know what he's talking about, and that it seems his gentle nature has been blessed. In any case, a special guest is here to visit. He will be taking his leave now. After he's gone, Davy thinks that he's a foolish old man, playing dumb even with clear evidence. The Grand Chamberlain Bepos, the head of all the king's staff. He saw him quite often when he was younger, and didn't realize there was anyone else on his side in this palace besides Arya. And he thinks, that's right. Didn't Bepos mention someone was waiting for him? Just then, Arya knocks and enters, announcing to His Majesty that the fourth prince and fourth princess have arrived. To our boy's surprise, the two of them bust down the door and leap on top of him, yelling, "Brother!" The girl, whose name is Inli, is the kingdom's second princess. She's right on top of him, worriedly asking if he's okay. Our boy thinks that he can't exactly say he was using mana control with Arya right there. But a young man pulls his sister back, telling her to be more careful. This is Bears, the fourth prince of the Ron kingdom, and Inli's twin brother. He finally mentioned wanting to see his brother, Davy. The current ruler of the Ron kingdom is King Creonese, Al-Ron. He has 3 wives, Queen Alinas Barrett, along with 2 other consorts. The first consort, Anisha, and the second, Alice. While Alice, the second consort, fully supports the queen. The first consort, Anisha, chose no side, remaining neutral. She became an outcast among the wives, and Barris and Ellen are her children, making them all siblings with different mothers. Barris apologizes for causing such a mess, but Ellen just glares at them. She rips herself free from his grasp and tries to kick him, but he easily dodges. He asks what she's doing, but she snaps back that he's acting way too proper. She asks if he forgot he was the one who started whining to see their brother in the first place. And just like that, the two started fighting over who loves their brother Davy more. As Arya asks if he's okay, He thinks to himself that they're all the same. He heard Barris was running a group of thieves, and it seems those rumors were true. They really don't carry themselves like royalty. Not like Queen Alenus's children, at least. Still, they are the siblings who have always stayed close to him, the ones who listen to every word he has to say. Barris then explains that it's been 6 years since they were sent to a remote area, right after he fell into his coma. Our hero says he'd heard bits and pieces about their situation. Barris and Ellen were only 8 years old back then. What could two powerless children have possibly done? And he thinks about how their mother, Anisha, sent her first daughter, Dana, to a foreign kingdom because of Queen Alenus's schemes. She should have at least protected the children she left behind. He tells them he understands and that it's okay, thinking to himself that most people wouldn't be able to accept it so easily. He asks if they've met with their father yet. Both of them nod. They saw him just before coming here. So our hero asks how he's doing. Barris says he seemed a little worn out, but a worried Ellen quickly cuts in, asking if he still hasn't seen their father. But our hero just says not yet, but he'll be able to see him eventually. This leaves his sister completely stunned. Barris adds that they saw it on their way over. The condition of the palace is just horrendous. Our hero explains that some bastard stole his money. He says things will go back to normal once they're caught, but his brother insists that's not good enough. They did all this knowing he was lying in his room in a coma. His sister declares she's going to speak with their father right now, but Davy just tells them not to waste their energy on it. Barris tries to insist, but stops when he sees the look on our hero's face. Davy tells him it's fine and that he'll take care of his own affairs. He wonders to himself, is it just his imagination, or are there a lot of people on his side now? Then he changes the subject, saying he never knew Ellen had such a talent for magic. He saw she was with an arts troupe and was seriously impressed. But Barris scoffs, saying the idiot would have gotten herself hurt if it wasn't for him. Ellen just fires back that he's the one always running to her, scared out of his mind. Davy asks what she means by that. The kid explains that for someone with his personality to qualify for the continental fencing competition, he must be incredible in his own way. Shocked, our hero asks, "Wait, the fencing competition?" His question freezes them both in place. They immediately start blaming each other for spilling the beans, arguing over whose fault it was that their plan was ruined. Barris decides to just hand it over. It's for a fencing competition that's held every 5 years. This year's event will be in the Pelist Kingdom, a competition meant to promote harmony between the continents. Our hero wonders if it's some kind of Olympics. He figures there will be mercenaries and nobles, a whole bunch of different classes all participating together. The young man tells his brother that he should seize this opportunity while he still can. After all, he's basically never stepped foot outside the kingdom. So he put in a request with their father. But Ellen argues that she was the one who did it. They tell him the Pelist Kingdom is a city of water, so it must be beautiful. As our hero stares at the letter, he starts to laugh, which makes the two of them furious. Seeing their glares, he just says, "It's all right. There's nothing he can do about it now." He can't just reject an offer from his own siblings. Overjoyed, they throw their teacups into the air. The main character thinks they're even happier than he expected. And just like Barris said, he's barely ever been outside the palace. It wouldn't be so bad to enjoy one of this world's major events, at least once. He might even have some fun. He's actually looking forward to it. Meanwhile, in another palace, a man takes a drink. So, the fencing competition. Barris turns 14 this year, making him practically an adult. They must be discussing it amongst themselves right now. A lady tells him not to worry. She assures him the young master has become much more mature, and that his composure and insight are truly splendid. Even she was surprised to see how much he'd grown, but the drinking man asks if it's really enough. Even you are saying this. How sad. The next day, our hero stares at a picture, a portrait of his mother. He whispers that it's perfect. Who would have thought he could stop this place from looking like a haunted house? He thinks it's all thanks to the quick and amazing work of his chamberlain, Bepos. And just like that, his palace began to look like a real palace again. Even Arya is moved to tears by the sight of it all. She cries out that this day has finally come. He looks at her, wondering if maybe he pushed her too hard to get here. But through her tears, she says she's just so happy, that it's so good to see things finally turning around. His brother asks if he's ready. Our hero says he is, but asks if it's time already. He tells Arya to pack everything and take care of things for him. And now, they head for the Pelist Kingdom. We're told that the Continental Fencing Tournament has been held for ages. It was an event that captured everyone's attention and held enormous influence. Besides Barris's participation, Davy was allowed to go under the excuse of recovering from his illness. Even if Davy fails, should Barris achieve anything of note, the second Prince Callias's pathetic position will definitely be shaken. For some reason, the Queen easily agreed to let Barris compete. It's as if she's certain he won't accomplish anything, or perhaps she's plotting something else entirely. Just then, someone approaches. The crowd begins to bow and greet the King of the Realm. Cryones Alron, the current king of the Ron kingdom. As our hero stares at the old man, he thinks, this person is supposed to be his father. It's the first time he's seen him since waking from his coma. The man who avoided him for the past 6 months. The king orders him to raise his head. He asks Barris if he's confident. The boy declares that he is, and that he will make sure to represent the kingdom well through his achievements. The king simply tells him to return safely. From a distance, he glances at our hero, and Davy just stares back with a serious expression. But the king simply turned away. It's good to see you are healthy. The main character's face remained a mask of stone. He wouldn't waste a single emotion on this man. Still, he had to wonder if this was really the current king. A man at the front announces that the 4th Prince Barris's participation in the tournament is of great importance. For that reason, they will lift the curfew and begin the Festi Percirc. Our hero thinks that there's not a single trace of his former heroic and trustworthy personality left. He's changed so much. It's like looking at an old lion, completely exhausted by everything. Later in the carriage, Barris asks if he's bored. He assures him that even though it might seem quiet, they've hired elite guards. Not even wild animals will be able to get close to them. His sister asks if something's bothering him, but Davy just brushes it off, telling them not to worry. His sister laughs, saying with wine this good, they don't have time for worries. Her brother warns her to drink responsibly, but she's lost in the moment, claiming she's never tasted something so fragrant. She asks where he found such a rare vintage, making our boy wonder, was there a reason his mother left this specific wine for him? The twins hesitate, asking if they should really be drinking something so percircable, but Davy just smirks. Why would I leave it out if not to be enjoyed? And if not on a day like this, when would we ever drink it? His brother stares, saying he's changed so much. He used to treasure everything his mother left behind. Our boy thinks to himself that the little brats have sharp memories as they all drink deeper into the night. Later, as dusk settles, Barris announces they'll depart at dawn. It'll take another full day to reach the Pellis Kingdom. He notes this is Davy's first time setting foot outside their lands. He asks if anything's on his mind, but our hero just says he's fine, impressed by the carriage's size. He asks how his sister is doing, and his brother sighs that she's off in another world, probably from drinking too much. Do you remember? He asks. You always said you wanted to camp out under the stars someday, just like we're doing right now. Though they tried to make the journey as short as possible, thinking it would be hard on him, our boy knows this trip could have been much faster on horseback. This sluggish pace, it's a test. They want to see just how far his patience stretches. While some things have clearly changed, maybe others haven't changed at all. He thanks his brother and bids him goodnight. As he walks off, his brother asks if he's going to rest, but our main character just looks up at the sky. The moon's brighter than usual tonight. He picks up a fallen branch. It would be a perfect night for a spar. One of the guards is rambling on. The red one is Cyrus, and the blue one is Cryas. They call Cyrus the one who brightens the beginning, and Cryas the one who illuminates the end. His companion scoffs that he knows a lot. The guard puffs his chest, saying it's common knowledge, and that a child couldn't possibly outsmart him. Another guard jokes he should save that talk for the ladies, when a voice cuts through the darkness, asking who he's muttering to. The guard jumps, thinking he's seen a ghost. But watching from the shadows, our hero knows the truth. It was his own intermediate-level phantom magic. He calmly assesses the situation. The twins hired 5 guards. 4 of them are elite, experienced swordsmen. It's enough, as long as nothing major happens. But he can feel it in the air. Of course, something was bound to happen, like an ambush from a band of assassins. And then he senses them. About 20 of them. They're planning to strike while everyone is asleep. They've even completely masked their bloodlust. He had to admit, they were good. This had that woman's fingerprints all over it. An opportunity to eliminate him, Barris, and Winley in one fell swoop. There was no way she'd let a chance like this slide. He wasn't exactly thrilled about exposing his true strength and raising suspicion. But as he thought about it, it didn't really matter. Gripping the branch in his hand, he scoffs. People who live by the sword, die by the sword. In a flash, the branch becomes a blade, tearing through 3 of the assassins. His thoughts are cold. If you don't have teeth, you use your gums. The words of his master, Pegasus Dokyun, echoed in his mind. Anything you hold can become a weapon. Never forget that. There are no rules in a real fight. Weapons are merely an extension of the body. Depending on your mindset, even a piece of cloth could become a peerless sword. He looked at the corpses, unimpressed. Is this really all they could handle? They weren't even close to Hermes, the master who taught him the hand of death. He sighs, what a bunch of boring bastards. I'm just asking to confirm. Did Queen Raline send you here? He tells them to scram if they're not going to answer. But as they hesitate, he appears behind one in an instant. Not that it would change anything anyway. He wonders what that woman was even trying to accomplish with this stunt. Killing 3 royals at once? The entire kingdom would be thrown into chaos. Even Raleens would have a hard time handling the fallout. So why? Why was she acting with such confidence? There had to be a reason. Elsewhere, a maid watches as several red candles flicker out. Back in the forest, our hero continues his hunt. He calls out to the remaining few, "Why haven't you run yet? Or have you not grasped the situation? Go. Tell that woman I will destroy everything she holds dear, even if she never bothers me again." The last 3 turn and bolt into the woods. Our hero lets out a chilling smile. "Did you really think I'd let you go just because I said so? It was a lie, you fools." In a blur of motion, one loses his head, and the other 2 are cut down. To the last one clinging to life, our hero kneels down. How could you believe such an obvious trick? The most fundamental principle for an assassin is patience. And for a perfect murder, it's a murder with no witnesses. A famous saying, isn't it? You should remember that. The man lunges in desperation. As he parries the attack, he says, "Attacking from the back is useless." But then he notices it. One of them is making a break for it while the others fought. He quickly dispatches the 2 in front of him. "You're not even worth my time," he thinks to himself. The target is marked. He prepared for this the moment he sensed them. Once they cross that line, there's no escape. With a simple snap of his fingers, the fleeing man's body is encased in ice, and he shatters on the forest floor. Our hero admits to himself, it was a bit of a brutal way to do it, but every master he ever had taught him the same thing. Finish what you start. Never show mercy to those who came to take your life. That's what they said. This was a fitting end. Whatever happens, as long as no one finds out, it's a perfect assassination. Back at the queen's palace, she demands a report. How did it go? The maid trembles, reporting that all the candles, the ones connected to the lives of her assassins, have been extinguished. The queen's voice is dangerously low. They were all killed? The maid nods. Yes. And what of those bastards? The maid reports they've just arrived in the Palace Kingdom. The queen slaps her across the face. So this is how you handle things? It was 3 children and 5 knights. Are you telling me 20 of my assassins were killed by them? Is the Black Moon Guild this pathetic? But the maid quickly replies, "We're investigating, but it seems Prince Davy had a helper." The queen sneers. A helper? Who in their right mind would help those wretched half-breeds? I want you to find out who it was. I will teach them what happens when you get in my way. The maid bows. Yes, your majesty. The queen's voice turns to ice. Do not forget why you work for me. There will be no more failures. If you fail me this time, our contract is terminated, and I will use the full might of the Barrett family and this entire country to crush the Black Moon Guild. I will keep that in mind, the maid whispers. The next day, as they arrive in the Palace Kingdom, Winley exclaims that they're finally here. And our hero thinks, so this is it. The Water Kingdom, Palace. A small city-state about the size of Singapore on Earth. But it was built upon ancient ruins, making it one of the most beautiful places on the continent. Beres notices his expression. Judging by your reaction, you seem quite happy to be here. Our boy smirks. I am. Because this is where the Continental Swordsmanship competition is held. His brother explains that the main stadium is normally used as a fighting pit, a place where gladiators and even monsters fight for their lives. It's completely barbaric, his sister adds. Our hero ignores them. So, what's the competition like? Do you know how many people are participating? Beres replies, it seems 8 countries are competing this time around, starting with the host nation, Police. The Sourdan Kingdom is here, among others. The competition is centered around the chosen representatives from each kingdom. Davy scoffs, thinking this is all just a pointless battle of national pride. He gripes that it's lame, only those under 20 can even participate. But his brother says it's a competition for the younger generation. Davy retorts that, from the looks of it, this isn't about finding truly talented people. Then William pipes up, for your information, our kingdom's representative is that idiot right there. As he asks if she's here to cheer him on or just get on his nerves, Davy sizes them up. He internally notes that Beres's skills are only at a mid-tier expert level. His rank is below a swordmaster, which is actually incredible for his age. The kid has a lot of potential for the future. But William adds that, come to think of it, the representative from the Fala Kingdom is the renowned Sword Princess. Our main character asks who she is, and William is floored. How can you not know her? There's no one in the entire Ron Kingdom who hasn't heard that name. Meanwhile, Davy figures he's usually confident in his memory. But he can't place her, obviously, because he was in a coma. Then it clicks. The only princess of the Fala Kingdom, among 9 princes. She's the clear favorite to inherit the throne, and Beres adds that, of course, her fame partly comes from being the sole princess of a major kingdom like Fala. But that's not all. The real reason she's famous is because she wields the Sword of God. Our hero's interest is piqued. The Sword of God, you say? That's right, Willian confirms. It's known as God's favorite blade, the Sword of Calderas, a masterpiece forged over 100 days and nights. Davy thinks to himself, it's been a while since he last heard that name. It's because his first teacher back at the temple possessed a god sword of his own, Ares. And despite being a lazy bum, that man's skills were the real deal. He heard the name of that sword so many times his ears nearly bled. They say it was the very blade that slayed the demon lord, a stark contrast to the Dakojum from the demonic academy. Davy figures it's normal for him to leave a mark somewhere, but it still feels weird. Just then, a girl walks past him, stopping to stare. Someone by her side asks what's wrong, but she just says it's nothing. Beres continues, explaining that the Sword of God has never been damaged in any way. He's heard that if its wielder's ego is absorbed by the blade, it can manifest magic on its own. Willian adds that the sword chooses its owner once every few hundred years, and the chosen one was Alina. But Beres says there's one more reason Alina is so famous. Davy asks, there's more? Oh yes, Beres replies. She's also one of the 5 blossoming beauties of the continent, and for that reason, our hero starts clapping. He thinks to himself, who cares if she owns the sword? Now that is the most attractive thing about her. Then, on the day of the Festa per Cirque, our boy is all dressed up. Isn't there anything simpler? He asks, but the maid, blushing slightly, insists this outfit is already simple enough. His dignity represents the Ron kingdom, and like it or not, he has to dress the part. Our hero grumbles internally, I'm just a spectator. Later, at the Eve Festa per Cirque, Willian and her brother approach him. You look beautiful, Davy says. She lights up, telling him he looks amazing too. But her brother warns him not to praise her too much. She stomps on his foot, grabs our hero's arm, and declares he has the honor of being her partner. As her brother thinks, what a little vixen, a carriage pulls up. Someone descends, and an aide asks, Your Majesty, is something wrong? She simply says it's a bit loud, but someone advises her they must be gracious, since this is an opportunity for the younger generation to forge new bonds. Another person mentions they heard she visited the village earlier and asks how it was. She picks a flower and replies, Not too bad for such a barbaric place. Now, at the pre-tournament banquet, nobles chatter amongst themselves. Our hero wonders if these are the participants, just as I'd expect from a tournament with an age limit. Everyone here is so young. Of course, there are people like him and Henry, where the participant's companion is much older. But still, the number of young people is staggering. Among them is the most popular contestant. Everyone begins to greet Prince Beres. Girls all around him gush, it's a pleasure to meet you, while he looks totally overwhelmed. Our hero watches from the back, thinking, considering his skills, it's obvious he'd be the center of attention. In any case, this tournament is a good chance for him to make friends and size up his Rypercirks. Henry, who's been getting little attention, has become quite outgoing. Just then, Beres shoots our hero a look, silently pleading for help. But Davy just says he's going to dance with Henry. He apologizes to Beres in his head, thinking, youth is meant to be enjoyed. As they dance, his sister says that despite how she dresses, it's been a long time since she's been in high society. Of course, our hero replies. She then asks if he feels frustrated. If that incident hadn't happened, he could have been in this tournament too, since he had a talent for swordplay. But Davy just asks if she isn't giving him too much credit. After all, reaching an advanced level by age 14 would have been impossible. And if you really think about it, talent is just an illusion. If you don't back it up with hard work, you'll never achieve anything. He thinks to himself, in my case, I had thousands of years to perfect my craft. Out loud, he says that stuff doesn't matter anymore. His dream now is just to enjoy a peaceful life. She starts laughing, telling him he sounds like an old man, but gives him a beautiful smile. But to his surprise, someone approaches from behind. What a surprise, a voice says, to find you in a place like this. Getting closer to her, he says, I've been waiting for this meeting. Our hero wonders who this creep is, and if he's close with Henry. But one look at her face tells him she's incredibly uncomfortable. The guy then takes her hand and asks if she would grant him the honor of a moment of her time. But she pulls away, calling him Prince, and says she's already speaking with her brother. This clearly pisses him off, and he admits he was indeed being impolite. He introduces himself as the 7th Prince of the Voltes Kingdom, Barton de Voltes. Our hero replies, I'm Davian Ron. The prince asks, is that all? As our hero thinks, what else does he want? The little prince asks his purpose here, and our protagonist says he's here to watch his brother's match. The punk smirks, telling him to remember only the best performance. He then kneels before Princess Henry, declaring he will dedicate his victory in this tournament to her, and that she should look forward to it. But the princess asks if he has any idea what he just said. That was rude to everyone else in this hall, but he just says, it's not rude if it's the truth. She fires back that her twin brother is also participating in this tournament. In that case, what you said was nothing but an act of disrespect towards him. She then turns to Davy and says, let's go. As our hero thinks, Looks like the little one has matured. He knows the other guy won't let it go. The prince blocks her path, asking if she's looking down on him, and Davy thinks, "This is as far as I'll let this go." With a swift move, he trips the prince, saying, "Oops, my hand slipped." He starts twisting the guy's hand, warning him, "You shouldn't carelessly put your grubby hands on my dear sister. Consider yourself lucky I'm sparing your bones. I can't have you jeopardizing Barris's match because of trash like you." He adds, "I guess your personality led you to this." This sends the prince into a rage, and he throws his glove at our hero. He challenges him to a duel, shocking everyone in the room. Henry tells him to stop, but he shouts for her to stay out of it. "This is a matter of my honor as a knight." But to everyone's utter shock, she steps forward, declaring that if the prince actually cared about honor, he'd know he just did something incredibly rude. And when they look, they see it's that girl from before. She says she's been watching the entire time. She's going to personally ask the prince if he thinks he has any right to speak of honor, which completely stuns our boy, who can only stare and whisper the name, Harris. And so the legend is told of the sword god, Harris, an ancient hero who founded the Fallen Empire, which became one of the continent's 3 great powers. He was the true master of the sacred sword of Calderis and the founder of the now-forgotten Claymore swordsmanship. Those who perfected his art could supposedly unleash massive damage with a single swing of their blade. For that pompous old man, a power like that was something truly epic. And after he utters the name Harris, she glares at him, completely surprised. But the crowd starts whispering that this is Helena of the Fallen Empire, and our boy realizes he just screwed up, big time. But for Helena of Fallen, the bearer of the sacred sword, how could she look so much like Harris? Harris was handsome, sure, but he was definitely a man. For Harris to now be a woman with such a high status, it must be a mistake. But she approaches him and asks what he just said. Our hero plays it off, saying it was nothing and just asks for forgiveness, but she gives him a doubtful look before telling him to just forget it. He just cracks a small smile, wondering what the hell just happened. His brother rushes over and asks what that was all about. But then, that girl walks right up to the prince and says, "You were rude to the lady and her partner. You've disrespected everyone here." Our hero stares at her, thinking the identity of this forbidden treasure is truly unbelievable. She continues to stare him down, asking if he is truly worthy of his honor. And she says that if he truly considers himself a knight with a code, then he must apologize to those 2 guests. This absolutely infuriates the prince, while Divis thinks that regardless of her intentions, someone as proud as him will never apologize easily. He gives a little smirk and says he wants to see what's going to happen. And then the prince declares that he accepts the duel, which completely surprises the other guy. He asks what he's doing, while our hero stares back confidently, thinking he's not about to run away. Helena says this fight is meaningless, and there's no reason for it, but our boy retorts that he's the one who decides that. And then he asks the punk what he said about wanting a duel. He takes his glove off and says he'll definitely accept. And so, in the middle of the duel, that prince is already thinking this whole thing sucks. His posture is awful. He doesn't even know how to properly control his power. There's no way I can lose this battle. But he doesn't understand why this is happening, as the sword comes flying at him again. Everyone just watches the fight, while Divis is struck once more and the prince calls him a bastard, glaring furiously. But he can hear the nobles wondering how many hits that is now. Even if he was caught off guard, getting hit 3 times is just pathetic. They question if he's really the great Berserkin. They thought he was practically an expert, but maybe he's not all that. The prince just screams at them to shut up and not blabber about things they don't understand. And Devis thinks, so that's it. He's hit his breaking point. This is the exact reason he learned this sword technique, and its official name is the Drunken Sword Style, the Intoxicated Blade. And as the name suggests, it's a style where the user fights as if they were drunk. It's an invention from the Hero Hall's biggest lush, the Dock God, and also from Harris, who thought it would be interesting to create the most wicked and scummy of all sword styles. Flashing back, Dock God says he's created the most perverse sword style and is genuinely excited about it. And Harris warned him seriously, if you weren't going to use it on someone utterly despicable, then you shouldn't use it at all, or you'd be inhuman, with no conscience. And our boy thinks that it was a style that even its 2 creators treated as taboo, and he wonders why. Is it because it creates such a strong, cutting blow, or because it's so powerful? Nope, it's none of that. He blocks the boy's strike one more time and hits him with the sword again, while thinking that the problem is that this fighting style is all about manipulating and deceiving the opponent. It's a style that isn't meant to protect someone or even to kill. Its sole purpose is to completely humiliate the opponent in front of everyone. And this style perfectly fits its title, aiming for the opponent's opening to avoid an attack and deliver a final blow. This sword style truly infuriates the other person. And once again, he throws him to the ground, thinking that the more people who watch, the greater its effect is. Just like now. And he says he can't tell if he's good or if his opponent is just that incompetent. He asks if the prince is all right, all while thinking this is fun. No matter how he thinks about it, he's better suited for this sword style than a normal one, in the sense of having more fun, that is. While the princess just glares at our hero, the prince, filled with rage, declares he's going to kill him now, unleashing his sword aura. The twin siblings shout that it's the spirit sword. They wonder if the prince has gone crazy. But he, with a wicked smile, says this was supposed to be a spar with no killing intent, and it's too late to regret it now, as he lunges for our boy. And Davis thinks that if any more coincidences happen, it'll become suspicious. What's more, he's felt a cold gaze on him from the very beginning, and so he takes a step forward. The prince screams that he's got him, with the sword coming right for his eyes, but to his shock, he wonders where Davis is. And Davis just smirks from below him, thinking he's a stupid bastard, and trips him to the ground. Standing over him, the kid calls him pathetic. But our hero slams his sword right next to his ear and says it was an accident, that they just happened to fall. He starts laughing as the people around wonder why the prince is on the ground. And our hero says it looks like he won. And the crowd whispers that Prince Perserkin put on a disastrous fight and was truly disappointing. And Prince Devis was amazing. They were wondering if he hadn't been in a coma just a few months ago. And that must be why he couldn't hold a sword correctly. But things went in his favor, and maybe somehow he just got lucky in his second life. The prince just listens to everyone talking about him and gets incredibly furious and sad, while the other princess just thinks that it was a great show, but he's a real fool, and she's leaving now. Her companion tells her to wait, while our hero just watches her leave, thinking that she's a really cold one. And now, in the carriage, his sister says he was reckless and shouldn't have caused that commotion. But Devis asks why she's so tense, since it's already over. He handled the situation just fine, but his brother says he just got lucky and that his attitude is crap, but his skills are not. And Devis asks how he would know that. And Barris says they saw his demonstrations at meetings before. He's always going after William, and he says that he's a really terrible guy. And our hero says that, just as he imagined, his plan was well executed. They ask, what do you mean? But Barris just says he got lucky and shouldn't try anything like that next time. He'd prefer if he didn't do anything else. But our hero grabs his hand and starts to squeeze, and he asks how he can have such insane strength. Devis just says that he shouldn't treat him like a patient and that he'll keep his advice, since it came from his dear little brother. While thinking that it was inevitable they'd find out sooner or later, his sister, Happy, says she's relieved, that her brother is really incredible for catching someone off guard, even when he could barely handle the weight of a sword. Our boy claims he didn't expect to lose, but insists it all still went according to plan. Now, back in his room, that punk unleashes his fury, shattering everything in sight. He screams, asking how dare he be humiliated, he, the next Prince of Baldies. He believes he has a radiant appearance and a talent without equal. There are very few things in this world that are beyond his grasp. He was indifferent toward the Princess of Ron, but chose her as his future bride, knowing the immense advantage she would bring. Thanks to her, the marriage talks were going smoothly, but now he wonders why he has to endure this disgrace. He orders everyone out of his sight immediately and continues his rampage, vowing that he will kill him. He will absolutely kill him. To his surprise, a figure appears in his room, asking if he desires to kill. The prince demands to know who it is, and the voice simply asks again, does he wish to kill him? The prince shouts, who the hell are you? A maid emerges from the shadows, saying she can help him murder that boy. He asks if she's serious, and she confirms it, promising to help him carve the boy's flesh and dislocate his bones. He asked for her name. She tells him it's Sarayo, and that he will remember it. He's completely mesmerized as she tells him to leave everything to her. He can simply do as he pleases. Now, on the day of the tournament, someone informs our boy that the qualifying round against B-Area is about to begin. Dave just nods. As he continues to circulate his magic, he thinks that he's still too far from his goal. She asks what he means, but he brushes it off, saying he was just talking to himself. B-Area stands ready for his match, his sister watching from the stands. And on the other side, his opponent is that very same prince, a wicked smirk on his face as he thinks that today is the day. Now, the tournament will begin. Our main character heads to the stands, thinking the audience is buzzing with excitement. He notes that B-Area's match is scheduled for the afternoon, and he can't believe he's expected to waste his time watching amateurs. So, he'd skipped all the earlier matches with the excuse of being sick. His sister reaches for his hand, saying she's here. She asks if he's all right, and our boy says he is. She tells him he got sick from overdoing it yesterday. He thinks to himself that he can't admit he was lying, though he did have a real stomachache. He was able to form a mana circle when he was just a child. That power was enough to destroy assassins or even take down rogue royals, but he can't be sidelined by something so trivial, not when he hasn't achieved complete mastery yet. He used to have to make regular trips to the temple's bathroom. If this keeps up, he'll have to use his sacred power just to cure a stomachache. His sister tells him to look, it's B area. The crowd starts chanting his name. She says the audience loves him, and our boy notes that the match is starting. He wants to see his opponent, and with a small smile, he says this matchup is just cruel. They put the two of them against each other way too soon. The two fighters face off. The judge announces that the blades are blunted, but any attack that endangers a life will be forbidden. They can also be penalized for imbuing their swords with mana during an attack. Therefore, they must be cautious. Our hero thinks that public opinion is no joke. His sister worries that B-Area will get hurt from being too excited, like an angry calf. But he tells her that B-Area is experienced. He'll be fine, and besides, he's protected. She asks what he means. Just then, the judge orders them to step forward and activate a barrier. The two glare at each other as the ref shouts for them to begin, and they charge forward in a blur. Meanwhile, our boy thinks back to yesterday's match. Perserkinen's swordsmanship relies on unexpected moves. In contrast, B-Area uses his overwhelming strength to deal massive damage. Comparing their styles alone, B-Area has the clear advantage. On top of that, Perserkinen shouldn't be able to withstand B-Area's heavy attacks and will likely try to avoid a direct clash. But to everyone's shock, even B-Area's that punk has gotten immensely stronger. An arrogant smirk spreads across his face as B-Area wonders how he blocked that attack. That guy keeps laughing like a psychopath while relentlessly attacking B-Area. The crowd roars that it's impressive, that they're fighting fiercely. They never knew Perserkinen was so strong. But Dave thinks that's impossible. Even a genius has to dedicate time and immense effort to reach a certain level of skill. And just as B-Area had to work hard to master the longsword, even if Perserkinen is holding his own now, he should be reaching his limits soon. But he wonders, what is that near his sword? He gets a strange feeling. His sister keeps gushing that she's never seen B-Area move so fast, meaning he's improving during the match itself. She says he should train more. Our hero is happy, thinking that she's right. His brother is truly dedicated. He remembers the past, when his mother said he would become a knight when he grew up. He thinks B-Area must have invited him to show him how much he's improved. It's been years, and he can see the incredible effort he's put in. But what about him? This sword technique can't be acquired in such a short time. It's like Perserkinen is a completely different person from yesterday. And then there's that strange sensation, a very dangerous feeling. He wonders what in the world it is. Now, B-Area is confident he can win this fight, but he never expected Perserkinen to withstand his longsword. He's persistent, and not a bad opponent, but his movements are weird, so he must stay on alert. He decides to end this now and see if Perserkinen can withstand his finishing blow. High above him, ready to strike, Perserkinen flashes a psychopathic grin. B-Area wonders if he's trying to die. He stops his attack instantly and begins setting up his next combo. But to his shock, that punk unleashes a stream of mana. The sword touches his chest as B-Area thinks, I'm going to die. The scene flashes back to the night before, with Dave's brother training with his sword. Dave approaches him, asking if everything's all right. He says he couldn't sleep because of him. His brother apologizes, and Dave mentions that Inli is already asleep, yet the main attraction of tomorrow's matches is still awake. His brother admits he couldn't sleep. I managed to beat Prince Perserkinen once, but I'm not satisfied. I want to destroy him with my own strength. Dave just says he has no doubt about that and tells him not to worry, that he'll do great tomorrow. Meanwhile, he continues reading his book and thinks, such a good flow, an excellent posture. He has a smooth and honest flow of mana. He wonders if maybe he should help him out a little. It's a method that would bring chaos to the people if it ever became public, but he's his brother. There's no reason to hesitate. His brother wonders what's going on, but our protagonist puts a hand on his shoulder and says he's going to give him a massage. He tells him to close his eyes and relax his muscles. And he begins a mana transfer, subtly modifying his brother's body, thinking that this is going to be a little painful now. At that moment, B-Area starts to feel his body ache intensely. He begs him to please stop, while Dave claims it must be because he practices all night instead of sleeping and resting. But he thinks to himself that the user's mana actually activates the other party's mana, using the friction between the two to trigger a flow of power. It sounds easy, but this method is from another world, shattering the rules of this one. And stopping to think, he remembers seeing a place that gives great massages on the continent. He then says Yola Pong and gives him a firm slap right on the back. As his brother asks what kind of language he's speaking, Dave just slaps him on the back again. Once he's totally exhausted, Dave thinks to himself, excellent. This method is fast-acting. It won't heal him instantly, but it'll make him feel a little better. Just then, another idea pops into his head, and he orders his brother to get up. He'll catch a cold if he just sleeps there. Thinking Dave is trying to protect him, his brother complains that he's being really mean, asking if there's a better way to help him up. But Dave just tells him to get to his room now unless he wants the full ultra massage package. His brother immediately starts running while Dave activates a protective barrier, excited for tomorrow's events. In that critical moment, the sword strikes his chest, but his defense holds strong. Perserkedian's own blade is violently thrown back. As the crowd falls into a stunned silence, they wonder what just happened. The prince's sword seems to be glowing red, and people start asking if the fallen person is Prince Boris. They can't understand what the hell happened or why the mana shield is cracked. Suddenly, the entire stadium erupts in celebration, while Winnie cheers that her dorky brother actually did it. But when she looks for Dave, he's already vanished from sight. Meanwhile, the prince starts coughing up blood. The referees call for a timeout, declaring that Prince Perserkedian went too far. He violated the rules by attempting to murder his opponent. This is an act that could easily spark a declaration of war. Not only will he be penalized, but so will the hosts of the duel. One of the referees begs the prince to calm down, but in a flash, the prince grabs him by the neck, lifts him into the air, and simply blows his head apart. Everyone stares in shock. Why did the prince just kill him? The prince lets out a sadistic little grin as a demonic shadow materializes behind him. After that horrifying scene, the entire crowd begins to panic and run for their lives. Still standing in the arena, the prince laughs maniacally, his evil aura exploding outwards. Down below, our boy just smiles and looks at his brother on the ground. Dave asks if he's okay, and Boris immediately asks about the competition. Dave just tells him he did well and that he can relax now. Boris smiles, asking if he saw him create a mana barrier, which completely shocks our hero. He realizes this is an expert-level mana barrier, created by one's own mana to protect its owner from harm. He was ready to deploy his own protection if needed, but it was thanks to Boris's own strength that he's 100% okay. He's only 14 years old. Anyone would be proud after a display like that. And for him to say that after almost dying, he's way too composed. Dave says it would be cuter to see him cry and complain about the pain. Dave tells him to stop talking like an old man and just go to sleep. After he knocks him out, Boris is carried away on a stretcher. Our boy glares up at the arena, calling out Perserkedian's name. High above the arena, the mages from before try to damage the prince, but nothing works. They question what that thing is, and how the prince is still alive as his own flesh is slowly torn apart. The mages realize he's far stronger than them. Their priority now is to help the audience evacuate, because the main barrier won't hold for much longer. But then, to everyone's utter astonishment, Dave climbs into the arena. They shout, asking who he is and telling him to get back. It's too dangerous to get any closer, but Dave doesn't care at all. Up in the stands, Winnie screams his name, filled with worry. And just like that, our boy is standing right next to the prince, who now looks more like a demonic beast. Our hero remarks that he looks a little different from last night. Now he has to figure out how to deal with him, as Perserkian once again unleashes his demonic power. Terrifying everyone, he lunges straight for Dave, but in that instant, right in front of our boy, his sister appears, telling him to get out of there, which startles Dave. In that single moment of distraction, he's caught by Perserkedian. But then, someone grabs his clothes and yanks him backward, telling him to stay away. Our surprised hero asks what she's doing here. Elena. After she saves him, Perserkedian glares at her with pure rage. With her sacred sword in hand, she activates her skill, Heavy Sword, the mountain-splitting blade, trying to cleave him in two. The shockwave from her sword shatters part of the arena. Far away, our boy is completely stunned by her power, wondering if she's really overwhelming her opponent. After the attack, the princess stares at the monster that was once the prince. She's shocked to see that he hasn't taken any damage at all. He's just even more pissed off now, and begins to radiate a monstrous power. But in the middle of his roar, the princess rushes him, kicking him in the face and punching him in the gut. She follows up with another ferocious assault, sending him flying across the arena and causing a massive explosion. The mages in the back whisper that there's no way he could have survived that. He's too strong. She watches him, slammed against the far wall. Instantly, everyone celebrates that Her Majesty has won, shouting that they need to hurry and capture him now. At the same time, Winnie tells Dave to leave this to her now and find shelter. But our boy just stares at her, thinking that she's definitely got a lot of energy. He admits she's better than most of the clumsy fools here. With pure rage, she raises her sword to the sky and through gritted teeth, calls him a vampire. This catches our hero completely off guard. He just stares, wondering what she's talking about. As the mages bind the former prince, she charges at him with her sword. While Dave wonders if this is really what he thinks it is, the chained prince aims his claws at his own chest. Our boy freezes in shock, watching the scene unfold. He literally shoves his hand into his own body, giving the princess a twisted little smile. And just like that, he breaks free. Dave realizes, this is the blood of Polis. In an instant, the entire arena is shrouded in a red mist, and all the mages collapse to the ground. Meanwhile, Winnie is clinging to our boy, struggling to breathe and in terrible pain. He tells her it's okay, that she's going to be fine. but she says it's nothing and just begs him to stay safe. He tells her to rest for a little while. As soon as she wakes up from this dream, everything will be back to normal. After she falls asleep, our boy is relieved that she seems more peaceful. But then, his expression turns dead serious. He thinks to himself that it's time to act. If he doesn't move now, the necromantic mana will mix with the air, which will be very bad. His mind is screaming at him, saying it's had enough of this. When he reaches a point where he can connect with his mana, that power starts to become its own being. And as he knows, he has 3 different powers, each with its own incredibly annoying personality. His necromantic mana is basically a psychopath, so it's the most effective to use. On the other hand, his normal mana is a total tsundere, making it difficult to deal with. But once you start to depend on it, it works just fine, as if nothing was ever wrong. And finally, there's his sacred power, which is the most stubborn of them all. The sacred power has zero intention of listening to him, and is by far the laziest personality he has. He wonders when the hell this sacred power is finally going to activate. He thinks that unless he causes a huge scene like this, it won't even show up. And just then, a brilliant glow appears before him. He realizes the sacred mana has finally arrived, as angels surround him and his sister. With that, a blinding light fills the sky. He says this should keep him out of trouble for a while, and now that he can see it again, it's pretty terrifying. He steps down from the stands to face the monster. He says that now, with no one watching, the real fight can begin. But to his shock, the princess staggers to her feet, still gasping for air. She stares at Davy, completely bewildered. A sense of dread washes over Davy. This is the worst possible scenario. To think someone could actually maintain their consciousness after being exposed to the blood of Polis. So this is L'Espinel de Fallen. They don't call her the bearer of the divine sword for nothing. Either way, she's as beautiful as ever, even at death's door. She looks at Davy, and he walks over, placing a hand on her shoulder. To her utter surprise, he injects holy power into her body. He asks if she has finally regained her senses. She's completely stunned by this. He warns her that, even so, the level of danger hasn't changed. He asks if she's okay and tells her not to get in his way. Panicked, she grabs his arm, shouting for him to wait. She asks how he doesn't have a single scratch on him. He glances at her, thinking, so that's what this is about. He thought she understood the situation, but finds it odd she's surprised that a poor prince, who just woke from a coma, isn't terrified. He gives her a little smirk and says, who knows? He has no intention of telling her a thing. This makes her extremely nervous, while he thinks that he's her savior, so she has no reason to hate him. She then orders him to get back, declaring this isn't something he can handle. He scoffs. Can't handle it? While thinking how small she seems. And she insists he's right. This isn't something he can solve with dumb luck, like at the banquet. These knight nobles, she explains, are descendants of demon blood, straight out of the old texts. She's sure he must have at least heard of vampires, and she tells him a little luck won't help him here. Someone like him, who can't sense a drop of mana, will be torn to shreds, so she demands that he run from here immediately. But he just says he doesn't think the monster would let him go so easily. But she swears she'll do her best to stop it while he escapes. As she nervously prepares for battle, our hero just thinks she's being reckless. However, unlike yesterday, she seems more sincere, as if she's found an arch-enemy from another life. The scene flashes back to a mansion, with the young girl staring at a woman sinking her fangs into her mother's neck. The woman's dark gaze made the girl tremble in fear, leaving her traumatized. She thinks that she hasn't forgotten for a single moment since that day. What these creatures, these vampires, truly are, she vows to wipe them all out, and tear this evil out by the roots until her last breath. The demon begins to exude its power as she gets agitated, ready to charge at it. But just then, she takes a sharp blow to the neck and crumples to the ground, defenseless. What was that? She asks. Davy tells her he doesn't know why she's obsessed with vampires, but she better not interfere with his work. What do you mean by that? She yells, as he tells her to just sit back and watch. And just like that, the vampire lunges for him. Our hero thinks to himself that it's been a while. The number of times he fought in the temple since arriving here. It was in the hundreds. No, the thousands. With the giant vampire right in front of him, our hero knows that if it's a vampire, then there's no one in this world who knows them better than him. At least, no one who's still alive. An infected one, strengthened by the blood of Polis, shouldn't be much of a problem. He says he'll send it to the next life as many times as it wants. He casually blocks the blow with his fingers, and then hits back with a simple slap, saying it looks like it didn't learn its lesson, even after losing to him yesterday. And with that, Davy declares that now it's his turn. With his necromancer power in hand, he attacks the monster's heart, using the skill piercing, the combustion of the blood vessel. His attack punches straight through the monster and shatters part of the stadium, surprising the girl behind him. She whispers that it's impossible after he sent the monster flying. Smashing through the stadium, the girl is in total shock, wondering what in the world that was, with the statue now broken in half. Our hero turns to her and says he can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, she can't comprehend what kind of power he just unleashed. She wonders if it's really possible for the infected that not even the knights, the mages, or her own sword could stop. To be defeated by a simple human she can't sense a drop of mana from. And on top of that, an unfortunate prince who was in a coma just months ago. He extends his hand and tells her to get up. Seeing the terrified look on her face, she doesn't know what to do, but accepts reality and reaches for his hand. But to her surprise, our hero asks to borrow her sword, which leaves her flustered and embarrassed. She says that, as he can see, the blade broke during the last battle. But Davy says, not that one, but the one right under her nose. She asks how he knows about that, and our hero just says, well, you're supposed to get an item drop after defeating a boss? And just like that, he says he wants to take the divine sword by force. The narration recalls the blacksmith hero who dedicated his life to forging the sword that could save the world and many other weapons. The blacksmith of old, Sutir. In his hands, common ores were transformed into precious swords, and junk became a priceless treasure. As one who received the blessing of the spirits, he was able to forge swords with mana. He became famous enough to be known across the entire continent for generations, especially for the 12 famous swords that were scattered across the lands and are revered as national treasures. And of all the masterpieces he created during his entire life, Sutir named one of them the sword, Calderas. In the ancient language of the spirits, Calderas means the White Guardian. Sutir's swords are all magnificent magical blades, but Calderas stands above all the rest. This is because he fused his own life force into it as he forged it, and he presented it to his friend, Area, the sword god. An ego was acquired by the sword, which developed a consciousness of its own. He thinks that it's a sword that can use its power all on its own. It sounds amazing when you hear about it, but for someone who really knows it, he already has an idea of what kind of personality it will have. And right after he thinks that, the sword starts cursing him out. It screeches, "How dare you hold me like this?" And our hero thinks, yep, this crappy personality of hers is really making my head vibrate. While the sword screams, Davy deadpans that he's not deaf and can hear it just fine. The sword asks, what do you mean? Our hero says that a vibrating sword is a perverted hobby, and the sword gets incredibly angry. Davy just tells it to cooperate with him. But just then the princess runs up to him, demanding that he give it back. He says, if you keep this up, your owner will die. He thinks that she's still able to move, even as the force keeping her conscious is fading away. He has to praise her for her tenacity. This princess may possess exceptional talent, but her approach was all wrong. Knowing your own limits is also important. The sword tells him not to even think about doing anything with it, and Davy says he won't. Just then his hand begins to glow, and the sword emanates its power, and our hero seizes that power. A tremendous light engulfs our hero, and the sword Calderas finally appears. Our hero, raising it, says that he understands now. It truly is a fine sword, and the sword says that not even its own bearer had managed to awaken it. It asks how he's using its power, and our hero tells it that it's being too loud. He just needs it to lend him a little bit of its strength, because he'll take care of the rest. The curious blade demands to know who he is. In response, Dave unleashes the divine sword's resonance, slicing through the arena with Clar's grand lightning strike. He then calls out, asking how much longer she plans on hiding. It's time to make your entrance. A rift tears open in the sky, and our boy smirks. He was expecting a vampire, but not an elite-class servant. A girl begins to materialize from the rift. When she fully forms, he realizes, it's the same woman who attacked the prince. Have we met before, Miss Servant? He taunts. The girl scoffs. When my underlings were wiped out, I suspected someone was lurking in the shadows, helping the humans. But to think it would be you, he just shrugs. You make it sound like I'm a big deal. Anyway, get down here already. Looking up at you is giving me a neck cramp. You truly are insolent, she snarls. But Dave doubles down. Besides, from this angle with that outfit you're wearing, I can see your panties. And from the looks of it, they're black. Just like your personality. That pushes her over the edge. You damn bastard. Then you should have come down when I told you to, Dave retorts, unleashing a wave of energy from his sword straight at her. As he attacks, he lays out the facts for her. If you cause a major tragedy here, even if you win, Queen Aline will face the consequences, and relations with the nation of Boltes will completely sour. And since Boltes isn't in a great spot right now, starting a war with the Ron Kingdom is the last thing they want. The fact that you showed your face means you're confident you can kill me. That's smart, I'll give you that. But let me tell you something. It's time for you to go home, sweetheart. You're looking down on me without even knowing what you're up against. Fueled by her rage, she unleashes a devastating attack, causing a massive explosion in the arena. "Not bad," he comments coolly, "but you seem a little triggered." Just then, countless blood crystals shoot out, homing in on our hero. But he effortlessly weaves through them all. He even dodges a few that burst from the ground to ambush him. He moves like a blur, evading every single crystal without a scratch. With his sword, he shatters the remaining projectiles. The vampire narrows her eyes. "This is more than I expected. But in the end, you're still just a human. Aren't you just a human servant too?" Dave shoots back. "You and that filthy tongue of yours," she screams, lashing out once more with her blood whip. His mind flashes back to the past, back to when he was in a coma. He remembered asking, "A vampire lord? What's that?" And a voice explaining that they were strong. Absurdly strong. For starters, even one of their servants is insanely powerful. But their most unique ability is that they can inherit the legacy and become lords themselves. They can't be killed easily, unless they're up against their mortal enemies, the High Elves. So the question is, how do you beat them? And our hero's answer was simple: you piss them off, and then you finish them. Harris had explained that no matter the creature, once it loses its cool, its movements become predictable. This is super effective against vampires, since they have an incredible amount of pride. The higher their rank, the easier it is to get under their skin. Dave had called the strategy pretty dumb, but Harris insisted, all that matters is that you win. Dave now realizes those were the same words the sword god told him before he vanished. He thinks about how much the fallen kingdom trusted Harris. What would they think if they knew the real him? Snapping back to reality, he dodges another one of her strikes. He presses the attack, swinging his sword, but she blocks every blow with an unseen force. He's taken aback for a moment. So, this is the blood barrier. The sword speaks to him in his mind. She's a vampire countess. She's young, but considering her bloodline, she has the potential to become a lord. Then we need to deal with her right now, Dave declares. "Is that even possible?" the sword asks with doubt. As they speak, he sidesteps another deadly attack. The vampire smirks. "Your composure won't save you. There's only one end for you. Even that girl who wielded the sword god's techniques was no match for me. If you want a peaceful death, just stand still and accept your punishment, Prince Dave." But Dave pays her no mind, continuing to evade every move. He feints, turning his back as if to retreat. She scoffs, calling him a fool. But to her shock, he uses the moment to leap onto her whip, launching himself high into the air. "Did you really defeat the sword god's techniques?" he asks from above. "I think you got the wrong idea just from watching that girl. The true technique of the sword god isn't about swinging a sword thousands of times. It was a routine so brutal you couldn't even call it training. And honestly, it was incredibly boring. Let me tell you," our hero declares, "the real technique isn't pretty at all." And he unleashes the grand power of Cleor upon her, the Great Mountain Splitter technique. The overwhelming power leaves her completely stunned. What is this? In an instant, her blood barrier shatters. She's slammed into the ground, obliterating another section of the arena. Looking at the result of his technique, Dave grins. "Fantastic. Now I get why those guys always go for the most expensive items," he muses. The sword lets out a laugh. "I have no idea what you're talking about," it says, as memories of its past begin to surface. He tells the sword, "You seem to enjoy chatting. I know materializing your power after a few thousand years is exciting, but you should probably calm down a little." But the sword is far too curious. "Anyway, who are you exactly? Who are you to wield my powers so effortlessly? You also act like you've known me before." Dave just shuts it down. "Just stick to the contract. Is it really necessary to dig into my past? What's that supposed to mean?" She presses. Our hero wonders. Would the sword even believe him if he said he was the disciple of its original master? He'd be lucky if it didn't try to kill him on the spot for insulting its master. "That vampire escaped," the sword informs him. "Let her go," Dave says, his eyes fixed on the remaining crystal. "We don't have a way to track her right now anyway." The sword identifies it. "That's blood powder. It's been ages since I last saw this stuff. Still as disgusting as ever. It hasn't grown since its core was destroyed in the blast. But the remnants of the bloodstone won't stop until every human in here is dead. Since it's weakened, we could probably cleanse it in a few months. With a large-scale purification, a spell of level 6 or higher." Our hero thinks about the worst part. Anyone who was exposed for too long is going to get infected. The humans outside are obviously in an uproar, the sword adds. "I'm not certain, but I'd bet this entire place is already in chaos. Thinking about it, you're pretty lucky. For someone so young, your power is already at a master's level. It seems your power level is high enough to resist the blood powder's influence." "A master? What are you talking about?" Dave asks. But he knows she's not entirely wrong. He says he just needs a bit more time to retract the sword's aura. thinking to himself that he didn't get this strong through any normal means. A master, he thinks? The training to reach this higher level. It was all thanks to the insane doping regimen he put himself through. The sword, shocked, asks, "Seriously, what are you? You're a monster. How can you possess such incredible mana and have sacred powers and the mana of dead souls all at once?" Our hero just smirks. "Well, let's just say I'm one of a kind." He slams the sword into the ground. "Enough of this useless chatter," he declares. "Now I need your cooperation, since I can't control you as you are." The sword demands to know what he means. Davy just says they're going to end this right now, thinking he has no intention of sacrificing himself to save a bunch of strangers. But if it helps his recovery, maybe he can use this chance. It'll be like oiling a rusty machine to get his powers working again. And so he admits this definitely isn't his style. Then he calls out to the god, "Lord Priya, the one who watches over all creatures. Your little lamb is wandering in the darkness," he prays, unable to see an inch ahead. "I'd appreciate it if you could lend me a small lantern. Or if that's not possible," he continues, "I'd love for you to handle this personally, but I know you'd never do something like that." The sword nervously wonders what in the world he's doing. What kind of crazy prayer is this? Our hero thinks to himself that his sacred powers are actually a bit different thanks to the influence of the holy maiden Daphne. They aren't based on religion or faith, but on understanding the truth. If he had to classify it, he'd say he receives the interest times of the gods, not their love. He continues his prayer, asking what the hell the god is doing. "Are you just going to watch all this happen? I only want to use it once. So why don't you just give me your permission already?" The sword asks if he really thinks a god would listen to such a ridiculous prayer. But Davy just looks at it and says, "You really don't know a thing about the gods." He thinks that maybe the clergy would understand. It's not a devotee's faith that the gods love. The ones who carry out the gods' desires are the only ones they truly care about. He can't do anything about the life force. That's already been drained. So he just needs a higher power to fill in what's missing. The holy maiden Daphne, who had the strongest sacred powers in history, created this high-level sacred spell that she used with the gods' permission. He then addresses the gods who prefer the insane, saying, "The crazier, the better, right?" The sword is stunned by his prayer as a divine light shines down upon them. The ultimate level 9 sacred spell is activated. Holy Sanctuary. The shocked sword screams, "Level 9? Are you actually trying to kill me?" But Dave just tells it not to worry. "You won't die. It'll just sting a little." Immense power descends upon the sword, surrounding them with countless wings, healing the princess, his sister Inli, and shattering the blood crystal. After the prayer, our boy opens his eyes to the breathtaking sight of a level 9 sacred spell engulfing the entire stadium. The people around them only see a blinding flash. They don't understand what it is, but they know it's something divine. And just like that, 2 wings sprout from Dave's back. Opening his eyes again, he watches the crystal disintegrate. "The aftermath hurts like hell too," he mutters. He feels like his back has been branded with a hot iron. He walks over to the sword and asks if it's okay, but it doesn't answer. Our boy notes that it's been completely drained. Laughing, he says he's ready for the afterlife, before collapsing to the ground, utterly exhausted. A notification appears in his status window. He's gained the title, Disciple of the Insane Heroes of the Hall of Heroes. The special note reads, "By being completely insane, with no common sense whatsoever, overcoming the impossible becomes possible, to a certain extent. He now possesses a stigma." He asks Priya, "Aren't you going a little far with this?" High above, a woman stares down at him, asking, "What do you mean by that?" Our boy wonders how long it's been since he could rest without a care in the world. It's been at least 6 months since he had that luxury, and it feels like his memory is being wiped clean. After some time, he opens his eyes to see his sister right above him. She tells him they're in the Paris Duchy's lodgings. He asks her how long he was asleep. Nervously, she says he was out for 2 days. She tells him he has no idea how worried she was, thinking he might never wake up again. Seeing her tears, he realizes he really did make her worry for nothing. And since this has happened before, there's not much he can do. She tells him she had a dream that day. He asks what it was about. "It was a dream about you," she says, "saving me when the red mist covered you." He gently strokes her head and gives a small smile as she begs him to tell her the truth, asking if he was the one who got rid of the red mist. But before he can answer, she says she found something while he was being examined. A symbol, engraved on his back. "It's a stigma," she says. He asks, "A what?" She tells him it's 3 hands wide. Our boy thinks to himself that the tearing sensation must have been the stigma being created. This never happened when he was in the temple. As expected, the gods are ruthless with living beings. Still, he wonders if the stigma's size isn't a bit much. She explains that a high-ranking priest who treated him found it. Because of that, the entire duchy is in an uproar. Ever since the red mist was purified, the area where he was found was overflowing with sacred energy. With him having a stigma on top of that, it's total chaos. Our hero isn't surprised that everyone is panicking. And unlike faithful priests, a stigma basically proves he's been chosen by the gods. Dave realizes she's asking if he has any idea about the truth. He thinks that even though this brought an end to the disaster, it seems not much is known beyond the stigma itself. He wonders what to do. He still hasn't decided whether to act openly or hide his powers. He doesn't know what would happen if he revealed them. It could accidentally make things worse and cause trouble for others, especially after what just happened. He can only imagine it would cause a lot more problems. He apologizes, saying he was unconscious, so he doesn't know what happened. She says she understands. Still, the whole thing seems unbelievable. She asks how his body is feeling and if he's hurt anywhere. He says that, as she can see, he's perfectly fine, thinking his body is so good, it's almost a problem. It was like killing 2 birds with 1 stone, but actually, he'd say it was more like 3. Besides getting a level 9 sacred magic, Holy Sanctuary, to get rid of Polis's blood, he also managed to increase his sacred power just by using it. It was a simple experiment, but the results were incredible. On top of that, his mana core grew significantly. Everything from his normal mana to his necromantic mana saw a boost, even if it wasn't a game changer. But now, he can wield an aura blade that is uniquely his own. And of course, since his sacred power was so low to begin with, it saw the biggest increase of the 3. So this is the power of the stigma, he thinks. He just needs a chance to raise it. That damn sacred power. She says he has no idea how chaotic things got after he lost consciousness, especially for his personal maid. He thinks to himself that he vaguely remembers that. She continues, "On top of that, Princess L'Espinel suddenly came looking for you. She was insisting she'd take you to a proper doctor. His sister doesn't get why the princess was so angry. He tells her she did a great job and that she must be tired from taking care of him. He says she can rest now because he has something he needs to think about. She says okay and tells him not to worry about Boris as he's already been discharged. The competition has been on hold since that day. It's going to be a little noisy from now on, but he should get some proper rest." He agrees, waving goodbye to her. What if he checks out his sister's info? He sees she's a special 3rd circle mage. Our boy thinks this is totally like a game, but he has no clue why something like this just appeared. Maybe it's because he prayed to Dionysus, or because he used that magic meant for an astral body. Whatever the reason, it seems way too complicated. Suddenly, someone speaks to him. On the other hand, he kinda likes being able to see another person's psychological state. This startles our boy, who whips his head around, wondering where that voice is coming from. He then asks who it is. That's when this person dares to reveal herself and appear before him. He doesn't know if she's a fool or just brave, but he'll snatch her up in an instant. Then the voice tells him she's right there, just below him. And when our boy looks down, this woman says she's shocked that her seal was broken. Not intentionally, but if this is God's will, then she'll accept it. And now, flashing back to the past, our boy saw his friends painting someone. He had asked who it was, and the painter had asked Dave what it looked like to him. And our boy had said the handles on her head looked ergonomic, and her blood-red eyes reminded him of a demon. And despite her beauty, he'd say she was high class. The painter said he was probably the only one who'd call horns handles, but he was right, she is a demon. And Dave asked why he decided to paint a demon's portrait, and just seeing how detailed it was, it seemed she'd left a huge impression on him. And that guy asked if she wasn't beautiful, and that she was so much more than those idiots having fun at the party. He painted her more than 1,000 times, so much that she was burned into his memory, and her name is Berserk. And way back, when she still looked human, he adopted her and personally taught her the way of the sword. And just as the legends foretold, he raised her to put an end to the Great War, and he was the one who personally struck down and sealed the sovereign demon of the abyss inside his sword, Berserk von Fallen. And our boy asks if she's really the demon sovereign Berserk. She says it seems he knows her, and as expected, those eyes don't deceive her. She asks him why he's so lost in thought, while our boy just says that she is really, really small. And just like that, Dave ties her up. She says he's a truly ill-mannered young man and that she has no interest in these things, unlike him. While he asks if she thinks they're playing around, she asks if they've met before, since there shouldn't be any reason for them to have a bad relationship. He tells her to explain the situation, and she says the two of them are linked to each other and that she was going to tell him, whether he wanted it or not. And he asks, "What do you mean, linked to each other?" And she says she's talking about the stigma on his back. It has become a vessel where her soul is stored. He says that explains the size, but it's hard to believe a symbol like this could seal a demon lord. He says that, honestly, this makes no sense. And she says, "Then how about you let me go?" Because she'll say it again. She's not the type who likes being tied up or being in these vulgar positions, because it's a little embarrassing. Our boy says he's already lost interest in her, for sure. What's the point of a demon lord when she was supposed to be sealed in a sword? He tells her to explain it so he can understand, and she says they are interconnected, so she'll formally introduce herself. Her name is Berserke von Fallen, the one who slithers through the darkness, the demon lord of the abyss. Our boy thinks, if you gaze long into an abyss, the abyss also gazes into you. And she is the personification of that phrase. In the past, she was the cause of the great war between her world and the demons. And the holy sword of Calderas, the sword Harris used to end the great war, managed to pierce the demon lord. Everyone knows this, and it's true that the demon lord's soul had been sealed in the sword. The man who did it told him so personally. She then asks him if he's satisfied now. And as he's thinking, she definitely seems very different from what he thought she'd be. She asks why he's so confused. And from what she can tell, it seems he already knew about her seal. Our boy says he didn't think she would keep her sanity. While she tells him that Calderas wouldn't be so cruel as to imprison his friend's soul, he asks, "What do you mean, friend?" And she says, "That's right. If she had known this would happen, she would have said her goodbyes. It's not like they considered each other anything less." And she'll say it clearly. She was transferred from Calderas directly to him by the will of the gods. And our boy asks, "The will of the gods? Isn't there a more reasonable explanation?" And she says if there were, she wouldn't be so frustrated. In any case, it happened because of his sacred powers, and she asks if he doesn't think he should take responsibility for her. Personally, she's quite interested in him, since he's the second person to completely wield the holy sword. She asks if he really knows Harris's techniques, and he acts as if he knows him very well. He says of course he knows. He talked about her every chance he got. And, very happily, she says she understands. So he did talk about her, and smiling, she says she feels good that he didn't hide her. But our boy says she has to be cautious when hiding something from someone, to the point of lying to a demon lord who can see through people. But she says she'll correct one thing. She can't see through people. She just has the ability to borrow the will of higher beings. And she asks if he didn't call that a status window. The little details written there aren't her thoughts. That is the will of the higher beings. And she asks if humans don't call them gods. And he thinks he can't believe the will of higher beings would use phrases like crazy bastard. What he means is, he expected nothing less from gods who would give divine powers to people like him. She says it's good to have him now. He should be able to show her the world, compared to the last wielder of Calderas. He asks, "What do you mean, show you the world?" She says that when you live for so long, the only thing you're interested in is seeing the world, and he asks her what he gets out of it. She asks if he hasn't already gained her abilities. Obviously. She says it's just like in the games he saw in his past life. Those mechanics that are like skills. Dave thinks he can't let his guard down, because she even saw his past life. So, she asks if it isn't a good deal, because she's really looking forward to doing something like that. Our boy thinks about the small hands of a demon lord. And honestly, Berserk's abilities are way too strong, and from the looks of it, he really won't have a choice. So he says, alright, fine, he'll do it. Which makes her very excited, while he thinks he has someone he can trust his secrets with. At least. A few days later, the Duchy of Pieriat, which would normally be buzzing about the continental sword competition, was actually in an uproar over the appearance of a stigma, and it ended up becoming a celebration after the surprise attack. Obviously, as the bearer of the stigma, he became the center of attention, and Berserk says they're flocking to him again, and that fame seems exhausting. But he says he doesn't like it one bit, and obviously, most of the priests came there to see the stigma. She says that no matter what kind of stigma, it's always proof of God's love. She thinks their obsession is justified. He just tells her not to say that, because that stuff gives him the creeps. He thinks that in the last 300 to 400 years, there have only been 3 saint candidates, and a stigma is even rarer. If this keeps up, he might be sold off to the Holy Kingdom. He says that's it, a final decision has been made. He goes to Willen and Basiri, telling them to pack their things immediately. "What do you mean?" they ask. Our boy just scoffs, saying the details are a pain to explain. Simon wonders if the recent visits are bugging him, but Will snaps back, annoyed. "It's not like we're trashing the place, so I don't get why they keep showing up. This place isn't some holy ground, you know?" But Davy just grins. Technically, it is a sacred site, even if it's temporary. To be precise, it's probably about half the city. Outside, bag in hand, Persek questions his departure. "Are you sure about this? They'll follow you all the way to your kingdom," but he's unfazed. "I'm counting on it. Besides, I left something behind to keep them busy." When news broke that he'd left the kingdom, the princess was stunned. "He actually fled?" she demanded. She glares at her maid for an answer, who timidly replies, "Yes, your highness." Rage consumed her. "He didn't just dump all his duties on me. He spread those ridiculous rumors and then took off with his brothers." She seethes, remembering the incident. During that crisis, he somehow beat the enemy with the sacred sword, and on top of that, they're saying his stigma was only revealed because of the sword's hidden power. She shoots to her feet, her voice sharp. It's all a lie. He did all of it on his own, the maid thinks to herself. She's served the princess for years, but no one would recognize her now, not acting like this. The true face of the cold, aloof princess of a fallen kingdom, was actually aggressive and completely unhinged. Get the soldiers ready, immediately, as fast as humanly possible. Later that night, in the carriage, his brothers are fast asleep. Persek watches them. You know, you really seem like a good brother. Then she asks, do you have any regrets? He looks at her, confused. Regrets about what? About Calderas, she clarifies. I thought you'd be more interested in it. Besides its original master, you're the only one who knows that sword's true nature. In fact, she continues, you're probably the only one left, and you're definitely the most worthy. Davy's thoughts drift. Asterisk, she's right. Asterisk, asterisk, Calderas is a masterpiece. A blade anyone would kill to possess. Asterisk, asterisk. But I wouldn't be able to handle its immense sacred power. Not until I recover my own strength. Asterisk. Persek insists, I'm sure you could take it if you wanted, but he shakes his head. It's not mine. The thought is tempting, but I don't take what doesn't belong to me. Besides, Calderas and I don't really get along. Persek raises an eyebrow. A sword can. Not get along with you? Davy thinks to himself. Asterisk. Honestly, I'm not the great sword type anyway, and I can't take it with me, because there's already another blade I'm after. Asterisk. It sounds like you have a plan, Persek notes. Our hero smirks. You didn't know? Honestly, no. Even when I look into your mind, there are places even I can't see. He seems surprised. There are places the Demon Queen of the Abyss can't see? He waves it off. Forget the boring details. Anyway, she asks, what's your next move? Now that you have the stigma, your enemies can't just act recklessly. In my opinion, it would be a lot of fun to just crush them now. But Davy shakes his head. I never move without a plan. The nobles, led by Duke Vara, hold way too much power in this kingdom. Far more than Queen Linus. That's why the royal family can't just punish them recklessly, and taking them out one by one would take forever. It's the reason the queen is still so arrogant. However, I've already found a solution. Back at the castle, Duke Area apologizes. I have brought you humiliation, your majesty. But the king dismisses it. No, you're not to blame. The fault lies with King Voltez for defying the Union of Nations. It's a relief you returned unharmed. I also heard. You obtained a stigma, Davy adds. It seems one as worthy as him has piqued the gods' interest. This is wonderful news, the king exclaims. He turns to his queen. Don't you agree? The queen forces a smile. Yes, indeed, truly wonderful. Our hero looks at her deadpan. You really think so? She glares daggers at him, absolutely furious. Of course I do, she spits out, thinking, asterisk, damn brat, asterisk. A son's happiness is his mother's happiness too. The king turns back to Duke Area. These actions cannot be taken lightly. We must submit a petition against the Voltes kingdom to the Union. The Duke bows. Without a doubt, your majesty. With that, the king dismisses them. You must be tired from your long journey. Go and rest. But Davy, stay a while longer. Later, as the two share tea, Davy speaks up. It took you nearly half a year to summon me after I woke up. In fact, this is the very first time. The king's expression is somber. Do you hold a grudge against me? Our hero's reply is blunt. I see no reason to lie. How long has it been since we last spoke? Though it seems you've been watching over me. Through the head chamberlain. The king looks surprised. So you knew. I have good instincts. Our hero replies coolly. The king sighs. It seems I was right then. He thinks to himself. Asterisk, no parent in this world fails to notice a change in their child. It was clear Davy was different after waking from his coma. I'm not worthy of being called his father. Asterisk. So, Davy says, breaking the silence. You wanted to see me? I've been thinking about this for a long time. There's something I need to ask you. His mind flashes back to a time when he begged his father to save his mother's life. Didn't you hear about her condition? He asks, his voice trembling. It wasn't a disease. It was poison. But the king just shoved him away and ordered him to leave without another word. Asterisk. 4 years later, asterisk Davy recalls, asterisk when I was 9, I found out who was behind my mother's assassination. Asterisk. Asterisk. But the king just avoided the topic, using his illness as an excuse. Asterisk. Davy looks his father in the eye. How did you feel after abandoning my mother? The woman you once claimed to love? He presses on, his voice laced with ice. You chose the kingdom over her. To stabilize your rule, you cast my mother aside and married the enemy. The king cuts in, his voice heavy with guilt. Don't blame her. I am the one at fault. But our hero scoffs. I'm not interested in some tragic love story. What I want to know is, did you feel anything at all? Asterisk. Even after 1,000 years, some memories fade in an instant. Asterisk, he continues. My mother called out your name, even on her deathbed. That's how she died, asking me to forgive her, as tears streamed down her face. Asterisk, that's why. Asterisk, our hero thinks. Asterisk, I needed to hear the truth from this man's own lips. Asterisk, the king's answer is unexpected. Become king, he admits. I couldn't be a great king and a good father. I lacked the conviction and the power. I was ignorant and incapable. A king is forced to make decisions on things he knows nothing about. So, live quietly, grow strong, so strong that no one can ever stand in your way. Asterisk. So that's all you have to say to me? Asterisk, Davy thinks, as the king pleads with him. Asterisk. It's just as I suspected. Asterisk. Asterisk. He hasn't completely forgotten Mother, but he's still a damn irresponsible coward. Asterisk, Davy speaks, his voice firm. They say the son is like the father, but not me. A king who abandons his family for the kingdom, that's not the kind of man I want to be. So, I'll walk a completely different path. You're telling me to become king, a shining position that countless people would kill for? He turns his back on his father. You can keep your crown and give it to someone else. I wouldn't take it even if you paid me. After he storms out, Persek appears. You can be incredibly harsh sometimes, but Davy is resolute. There was a reason for it today. Persek just smiles. You know, I saw everything, right? Our hero says it doesn't matter what she saw, because the outcome would have been exactly the same. Besides, it's not like she couldn't already see everything. He heads over to Arya, telling her he's turning in for the night and to make sure no one gets inside. With that, he steps onto his balcony, saying it's time to go straight down the rabbit hole. The scene shifts to the Hani Kingdom, on the estate of the Black Moon Guild, where someone is yelling that Shirley has apparently gone missing. The aide confirms it. She vanished without a trace. His boss then asks if her assassins also disappeared a few days ago. The aide reports that, according to the intel, they failed their mission to assassinate Prince Dave, Prince Barris, and Princess Winley. This man with the scar over his eye is the chief of the Black Moon Guild's Hani Kingdom division. Next to him, someone starts laughing, mocking that headquarters' so-called best intelligence groups don't seem so special after all. But the chief warns him to watch his mouth if he wants to keep on living. The long-haired man asks about the missing woman's identity and if he's absolutely sure she was sent by HQ. To think she couldn't even handle a few puny nobles. He sneers that maybe this is the perfect time to show them what a high-ranking member of the Black Moon is truly capable of. He declares he'll bring back the heads of those children. And Shirley's too. He's going to put on an execution worthy of the kingdom's greatest assassin, and they should all be ready to watch. The aide asks if it's really okay to just let him go off like that. The chief just says to let him be, all while thinking that she might be labeled a high-ranking member. But Shirley's skills were far beyond that title. Most agents knew it instinctively that woman was extremely dangerous, and someone like her failed her mission and is now missing. Worried, he realizes something is terribly wrong. He needs to reassess the situation and get out of there as fast as possible. And so, he slams the button under his desk, but doesn't understand why no one is answering his call. He starts to panic, thinking he's totally screwed, and shoots up from his seat. He hears a crash and a voice from behind tells him to calm down. He sees his aide lying dead on the floor. The voice says that getting up will only cause more trouble, then slams him against the desk, remarking, "So you really are just a human. But I thought you were a vampire." The chief demands to know what those idiots outside are doing and starts screaming that there's an intruder. But as soon as he looks outside, he sees every single one of them collapsed on the ground. The voice right behind him says it doesn't matter how loud he screams, because no one can help him now. The chief thinks to himself, yeah, this guy is definitely strong. He quickly asks who sent him. Was it the Russo Guild or the Box? But he figures that's not it. They don't have the power to completely wipe out his guild in a single day. If it wasn't them, only one other name comes to mind. He asks if it was headquarters. The intruder's voice turns cold. Do you want to live? If so, I need some information from you. The chief then asks if he was just a client. If he wanted information, he could have followed the standard procedures. But our hero cuts him off, stating this kind of information isn't available for sale. The chief, absolutely furious, starts screaming at him to just spit out what he really wants. Dave says that since he insists, he'll tell him. As he lets him go, he says he's not going to ask for much. He wants a list of all the nobles who follow Duke Beretta, the man who holds massive influence in the kingdom. And he wants all the information about the crimes they've committed, which leaves the chief completely stunned. Our hero continues, explaining he's positive Duke Beretta keeps these reports somewhere to keep his puppets on a tight leash, and he's certain they're stored right here. The frantic chief asks how he could possibly know that, and who is he? As he almost turns around, our hero's voice stops him cold. Don't turn around. With our hero placing a single finger on his head, the chief feels like his neck is in a guillotine, about to be dropped. While he wonders if this man is truly a master assassin, Dave, from behind him, says that was his only warning. He has a gift for knowing when people are lying, so it would be a good idea not to try and deceive him. The decision is his. The chief, sweating bullets, thinks this is impossible. How can a master assassin exist in this tiny kingdom? Dave just tells him to think fast. And with that, the chief handed over everything. Our hero, reading through the files, says it looks like one of their problems has been solved. Perek remarks that she's never seen a list so full of filthy people, while Dave says there's probably false information mixed in, and that the rest is hidden in other guilds. She asks if that's why he called it the rabbit hole. He says they'll be able to expose the nobles if they gather all the lists. She says it sounds like there's going to be a bloodbath soon. Our hero, smiling, says it's not a good idea to kill them all. He has to act as honorably as possible. She asks what that even means, and he explains that no matter how prestigious a noble is, they always have political enemies. Just like his mother's former knight, one of the 3 swordmasters of the Hani kingdom, Marquis Patrice. In his office, he reads the information and is left completely shocked, shouting for his butler and demanding to know who just entered his room. Perek observes that as night arrives, the city lights reveal the immensity of countless unrevealed lives. Our hero wonders where on earth he's heard that phrase. Just as she says she wants to ask him something, he tells her to go on, and smiling, she asks what he desires. Our hero says there's no point in asking when she already knows, but she argues it's more profound when the person says it themselves. He says it's pretty obvious, to keep his family safe, never go hungry, have a roof over his head, stay out of trouble, and live a long and healthy life. She says that's something you don't hear from royalty, and asks if he isn't already living like that. He asks, does it look like it? After laughing hard, she says not at all, and that he's actually really funny. He says he's leaving the kingdom soon, and while it might be small, he has a piece of land that was given to him for being a member of the royal family. He's going to head there to live a quiet life, make a lot of money, and pick up a hobby so he can create something special there too. He asks what she thinks about building the most advanced city on the continent, and she admits that's one heck of a goal. She asks, and what about revenge? He says he'll get it along the way, but it's not his main objective, and he can't dedicate his whole life just to that. He needs to move forward too. She argues it would be faster if he just became king and changed the kingdom, but he says a king could never live a quiet life. So she asks if managing a territory is any different. He says of course it is, since there are shortcuts you can take when managing a territory, things a king can't do. What he's going to do is build a place to call his home. The next day, someone tells Her Majesty that Prince Dave is the pride of the kingdom for having a stigma and asks why not reward him for achieving such a great merit. The queen asks, a reward, you say? The woman points out that Prince Dave has already received a territory and is now healthy again, so why not send him to manage that territory? The nobles begin to wonder, what is the queen suddenly talking about? He thought she was actually going to praise the first prince, but inside, she's fuming. The assassination attempt failed, and her best follower, Shirley, has disappeared. If she had come back in a normal state, she would have branded him as insane and had him locked away. But things got complicated because of that stigma. She thinks that this isn't the time to worry about it. And last night, the intelligence guild where the Duke kept his information was attacked. Not just one location, but all 7 branches of the guild. And they were all wiped out in a single night. She remembers her chief's warning. You can't do this, Your Majesty. That monster is an assassin beyond compare. It's useless to even try hunting him. Not a single agent in this kingdom is strong enough to take him down, she thinks to herself. They're all idiots. He should understand just how persecuable that information truly is. And if that intel falls into the wrong hands, it could be used to frame Marquess Patrice for treason against the crown. He might be the one behind it all. She isn't sure yet, but her 6th sense has never failed her. She feels it in her bones. The one causing this confusion and the one backing the prince are the same person. And if that's the case, then the solution is simple. All she has to do is get rid of him now. Since the assassins were annihilated, only one option remains, forcing him out legally. He looks to the side, thinking, so that's the plan. She's certain this is the only way, but she never imagined the king would agree so easily. To her shock, the king says, it is true. The queen is stunned. He continues, saying it isn't right for an uncrowned adult prince to live in the palace. His mind is made up. They will begin preparations at once, which terrifies her. He summons the head chamberlain and orders him to bring the prince. Meanwhile, Rest wonders what the king is plotting. Our hero walks in, thinking, I expected this. Since the king saw his existence as a ticking time bomb, they would soon decide his stay at the palace was no longer ideal. The king will tell him to go develop the land he was given, to prove his worth. and our hero simply says he will do as they command. Pererk notes that the king seems afraid his son will rebel, but he thinks, it's not like I care about any of that. He muses that even if they hadn't done this, he would have left on his own. Now that he's finished what he needed to do here, there's no reason to stay. It seems they both have their own schemes, sending him far away. But he already has them right in the palm of his hand. She says, good. When do you think would be the best time to depart? He replies, as soon as the preparations are complete. She says that everything has become a huge mess, and many lives could be lost because of what he's done. Meanwhile, Davy thinks that if this is the kingdom's path, then it's better to let it fall to ruin. What's needed is a complete overhaul before the next king takes the throne. There's no way he can hand over this filthy reality to Berez, and it would be a bonus if he got the chance to bury his enemy in the process. As he leaves the palace, his two siblings rush to his side, asking why he has to leave and what's going on. And to the territory of Rains, of all places. Our hero notes that the rumors have already spread, but Berez says she will go to His Majesty right now and put a stop to this. But Davy tells them that leaving the palace was his own wish. He asks them not to worry. He may look weak, but he is a stigma wielder. All he wants is for them to trust him. With a heavy heart, his brother tells him he must promise to ask for their help, even for the smallest problem. They will do everything in their power to aid him. Davy says that even if the territory of Rains isn't the best place in the world, people still live there. He'll invite them for a visit as soon as he transforms it into a great place to live. He returns to his home and tells Arya to go to the Ministry of Finance and the Department of Territorial Administration. She is to bring him every document she can find on the Rains territory. She asks what kind of documents she should look for. Davy just tells her to bring them all. If she tells them who sent her, they'll surely hand over everything without a second thought. He thinks to himself, yes, if you know yourself and your enemy. Pererk completes the phrase, you can win 100% of your battles. She remarks that the phrase is fascinating, something said by someone in her past life, but she just laughs and says it's quite interesting. He asks what is, and she says his mother loved eccentric things. She asks, isn't he the possessor of great power and skill, yet he hasn't become arrogant? That's what's interesting. He asks her if she's feeling empathy for the qualities of others. She replies that he's quite passive compared to her mother, so maybe she is. A few hours later, Arya arrives at the office with all the documents. He notes that she was quick and asks if this is everything. She confirms it is. They said these were the only remaining documents on the Rains territory. He thinks, yes, just as I'd expect from a remote village, but this might be for the best. It means it's a blank slate, a perfect territory to develop. He's actually looking forward to it. But as he reads, Pererke looks over his shoulder and grows very curious. She thinks, so, it's a cursed land. To think he'd be given something like this. The next day, Arya is handling various arrangements when Pererke asks if this is everyone who's going. Our hero says that's right, it can't be helped. Not a single knight or noble has sworn loyalty to him. But just then, someone calls out, Your Highness. It's Patrice, greeting the young son of the kingdom. Our hero tells him to rise, addressing him as Marquess. Patrice says that he heard he was departing. Our hero states that it's only right for a prince who won't be crowned to leave the palace, but Patrice insists he could become the crown prince in the future, if he so desires. Davy just wonders if that could really happen. Patrice simply stares at him and says he has truly grown up. If the late queen could see him now, she would be so proud. Our hero says he was a disobedient child to his mother. Patrice replies that if that were the case, then he himself should be buried for failing to protect him. Davy says, of course not. He thinks to himself that Marquess Patrice must have discovered he was collecting evidence on his mother's killer when he infiltrated his mansion. Unlike someone who gave up on everything after her death, this man is truly a good person, and Patrice tells him to be sure to contact him whenever he's in trouble. He says he will help him to the best of his ability. Davy replies that if news spreads that the Marquess, who has remained neutral, is now backing him, it will cause chaos. But Patrice says that if he didn't, then this old man's vow would end up becoming a lie. Davy says he will transform this territory into a habitable place. It won't be difficult. So he hopes he will fulfill his duty here, thinking, leave that to me. He must make sure to shake up those blood-sucking nobles of the kingdom because he will be the one to deliver the final blow. He says he has taken up enough of his time and is now leaving for his territory. He thinks it will take a day to reach the territory through the Mana portal. The territory of Rains is quite close to the capital, so they should be able to get there without getting too bored. Pererk is sleeping beautifully, and Davy thinks the term sleeping beauty fits her perfectly. Davy thinks he's discovered something about Pererk. Her sleeping habits. She is probably in a small form because her magical power is so low. He jokes that his legs are expensive. She mumbles that his thighs are firm and soft, perfect for sleeping. He covers her with a small blanket, thinking she really is laid back. Right beside him, a guard informs His Highness that they will soon arrive at his territory, the territory of Rains, the desolate land. It is located in the east of the kingdom, a barren territory without even a single mine nearby, and it's inhabited by monsters. The only advantage is that it's a large piece of land where the highway to the capital passes through. And if the roads are improved, it could become a major transportation hub. But that's for an ordinary domain. This place is known as the Cursed Land, a barren wasteland plagued by endless drought, a dying territory. That's the reputation this land carries now. A domain that withered away in 5 years despite a decade of management, and the cause of the drought remains a mystery. It's said that a strange power, combined with the long droughts, scorched the soil and caused the land's death. The curse is unidentifiable and cannot be purified. He states that he dislikes all the question marks. Persiker asks if it's a curse, then, a cruel kind of hex that spreads slowly but surely, without end. Davy says he never knew such magic still existed in this world, while she speculates that a citizen must have meddled with a spirit medium. Our hero thinks to himself, it's obvious. The Rains territory is meant to prosper. He extends his hand, activating a third-order sacred spell, Purification. But nothing happens. She notes that this won't be easy. A long-term curse is incredibly difficult to break. Our hero replies that the territory itself feels the same way. He realizes that information on this kind of curse is as scarce as knowledge on black magic, and the black mages themselves vanished long ago. So a grand curse like this is a complete unknown. He murmurs that things always change, past or present. Just then, a voice shouts for them to halt. From this point on is the Rains territory. Identify yourselves. Our hero takes in the ruins around them, with only a few guards protecting the border. Persiker scoffs that their management is truly weak. He wonders if he should be thankful there are guards at all, since this is a place where monsters often appear. If people weren't vigilant, it would be a disaster. After a brief conversation, the guards up ahead tell them to wait while they go speak with the captain. The guard is determined to make the prince wait, but our hero says that's enough. He hasn't officially received the orders to administer the territory yet. He tells them to keep it down, because from now on, they're family. Just like that, the guards rush to welcome His Highness, begging for forgiveness for greeting him so late. Our hero spots their trembling hands and wonders what that's all about. Glancing over, he asks when the message of his airy purser came through. The man, shaking, says it was 2 days ago, and then begs him to please end his life. But to his absolute surprise, Davy asks if monsters attacked during that time, which completely stuns the guard, who asks, "What do you mean?" Our boy says it seems they'll have to end the curse and deal with the goblins first. This guard says his name is Momar, and he's been the acting captain while the Lord was away. He asks for forgiveness, as he has been taking care of the territory. Our hero observes his information, a 42-year-old man. His title is Captain of the Rains Watch, and his status is utterly exhausted. The special notes say he is a master swordsman who has trained everyone like a knight. Our hero asks, "Seeing as you've maintained the territory, does that mean you can read?" The captain replies that he was able to learn a little by observing. And Davy thinks, yes, he is a talented man, The captain begins, "Now that your highness is here," but Davy cuts him off. "I'll be leaving things to you in the future too." His words shock everyone. "You have worked hard until now. Starting today, the watch will be officially promoted to the official guard. Mr. Berna, who used to be a lieutenant general, will help you with your work going forward. He must be sure to organize his team properly." But the stunned man says he's just a commoner born here. To his surprise, our hero interrupts again. "I will use anyone who has skills. I will improve them and grant them a title of nobility. I have the authority to do so, because that is my belief." Now in his office, Davy says he saw evidence on his way here that goblins have infiltrated the territory. The captain says he's noticed it as well. Davy asks if this fort still has a prepared line of defense and what happened to it. The captain explains it's due to the constant state of exhaustion among the watch members. Our hero asks what the losses were. He reports that dozens of houses were burned down and multiple citizens were abducted. Persiker says it seems they are walking on thin ice. From now on, this land must be the top priority. She asks what the current problems are. The captain says they have enough provisions to last until winter. The problem is that this year's harvest was smaller than ever. Our boy wonders how he can use the fortune he took from the palace. Persiker says that even if he uses it to repair the castle walls, they will only last for 2 years at most. She teases that he's probably falling for her and wants to make her his secretary, but she says she'll have to refuse since it would cut into her sleep schedule. With that, our hero throws a sack on the table. When it's opened, platinum coins spill out. Davy declares that he is to go to the merchants and buy all the provisions and materials they will need. "And you will tell them it is for me. I want Mr. Spales and Holton to go with Mr. Montes. That should be enough to sustain us for now. The lady asks His Majesty how he got so much money. He just tells them not to worry, saying the money was legally obtained, while thinking that he acted like a righteous thief and cleaned out the intelligence guild. Persiker deadpans. First of all, there is no justice in being a thief. That's just called robbery. The first prince's chief attendant, Beryl, says he should go with them as well and find furniture for His Majesty in no more than 3 days. Our hero says he's counting on him. From now on, we will get things organized. You are to leave the minimum number of people here to protect the territory, while you gather the rest of the knights and watchmen. The captain asks, "What do you mean?" The now former captain asks, "What for?" Our hero asks if saving people in the shortest time possible isn't for the best. Now on a platform, our hero thanks everyone for gathering. My name is Davy Aron. I have been appointed the lord of this territory. And as you already know, many citizens were attacked and kidnapped by goblins the previous night. I'm sure some of you want to go after your relatives immediately, but there are also those who would rather hide. He thinks to himself that no one here seems to have the captain's level of potential. He continues, "However, if we do not act, those vermin will simply return to our territory. I do not plan to let those who infiltrate my territory live." But before he can continue his speech, the residents cry out that it's suicide to go after them, with the number of people they have left. Our hero asks if they want the invasions to continue, but the residents say they understand his will as their lord. However, we are the last line of defense for this territory. If we fail in our attack, those monsters will strike again. But Davy confidently says, then all we have to do is not fail. He tells them not to worry, because I will participate in the battle with you. His words send a shockwave through the crowd. He can hear their unspoken thoughts. They believe the young prince is just relying on his bloodline and won't be able to accomplish a thing. And it's completely normal for them to think that way. But he declares to everyone, however, I am not a prince. I am the Lord of the Rain's territory. It doesn't matter if you were born high or low. From this day forward, every citizen is your family, and he refuses to let his family die like this. If they won't believe in him, then he'll believe in the power that God himself granted. It might be a hard road, but he demands they follow him. He knows they're being crushed by those scumbags, and he will give his own life to protect every last one of them. So they better not even think about dying without his permission. A declaration that stuns everyone around him. Later, in the demon forest, Pererk smirks. Nice speech, she says. But what do you plan to do with this bunch of helpless soldiers? The other boy thinks to himself that using these untrained, exhausted guards to take on goblins is nothing short of a suicide mission. He points out they have exactly 150 men, nowhere near enough strength to guarantee success. Pererk notes he really tries to live life on easy mode, but he just tells her that numbers can always change. She smirks. I see. So it's 200, not 150. But he shakes his head. No, 150 is correct, because I'll take care of the rest. She just sighs. I knew it. You always make things interesting. That's why I like you. Just then, the head guard announces their airy berserk. Once they pass through this path, they'll see the goblin encampment. Our hero wonders if this is an abandoned village. He thought orcs and goblins were supposed to be at war with each other. So how is this possible? But a guard behind him explains it was a ghost town. The watchman reported those bastards have been gathering there for the past few days. The archer at his side grits his teeth, saying these are the monsters who killed Lin. Our main character puts a hand on his shoulder. Are you angry? Do you want to kill them? Every single soldier roars, yes. Hearing this, Dev's voice rings out. Do you want to fight for those who have fallen? Full of conviction, they scream for revenge. He didn't think they'd be so determined for people who weren't even their own family. With his bow drawn, he declares that he's chosen the right battlefield. He lets an arrow fly toward a lone goblin scout. The creature looks up just in time for the arrow to pierce its skull, its body exploding in a torrent of flames. But the guards panic, telling His Majesty they can't possibly launch a frontal assault. Dev just tells them not to forget his promise. He won't let a single one of them die, unless it's over his dead body. The words shock them to their core. After the attack lands, Dev smirks. Bullseye. He's absorbed all the skills of Apollo, that womanizing master archer. So he's a natural with the bow. Normally, the right call would be to fight them like a standard war, a fact that surprises everyone. But Dev thinks to himself that he's the kind of person who cleans the whole room the moment he sees a speck of dust. To everyone's astonishment, he begins to glow with an insane intensity. They all wonder what's happening as our hero declares he will command them. By his authority as their lord, he announces that today, they will have their revenge on the goblins. With a wave of his hand, he buffs all their stats. Agility, fortitude, stone skin, energy boost, mana shield, and divine blessing. Everything you could possibly imagine. The little demon at his side just watches it all unfold. Dev thinks that since they're here, he might as well act like a genius general. After receiving blessings they've never seen before, the soldiers become wild with excitement, brimming with confidence for the fight. He even granted them the amplification effect of holy glory. Dev muses that buffs like these aren't easy to come by anywhere in the world. Even the paladins of the Holy Kingdom of Berserkers would struggle to pull this off. He then tells his men he gives them permission to unleash their rage, to kill every goblin and do whatever they please. He gives the final command: go forward and slaughter those bastards. As they charge, Dev considers that maybe the regional guards were just waiting for a chance to get revenge. Otherwise, there's no way they'd be fighting with those expressions, looking like a mob of bloodthirsty psychos. After one of the guards slices off a goblin's head, he stares at his hands in shock, wondering where this incredible strength came from. Meanwhile, our hero grins. In an instant, this battle turned into a complete massacre. But just then, a guard is wounded. Our hero instantly appears and heals him with his abilities, but he warns them that divine power isn't omnipotent, and he didn't give them permission to die, so they better stay focused and not get hurt. Anyone who gets injured will have to work 10 times harder than everyone else when they get back. He tells them to keep that in mind. More fired up than ever, they shout that they won't disappoint their lord. Our hero watches over the battlefield. So this is what a frenzy looks like, he thinks. He almost feels sorry for the goblins. After finishing off the last of them, the men begin to celebrate, screaming that they've won and the goblins are dead. From a rooftop, our hero watches as they all start chanting, "Long live our lord." The mini-demon at his side teases him, saying it looks like he can't control his expression. Our hero just mutters that he's getting secondhand embarrassment. He claps his hands, telling them it's too early to celebrate. They still need to rescue the villagers kidnapped by the goblins. As they walk, he reflects on his strategy. He'd planned on using the carrot and the stick to plant a healthy amount of fear and respect in them, but it looks like that won't be necessary. They're all completely mesmerized by him, as if he were a god. Things aren't going exactly as he planned. In the next day's battle, they slaughtered more and more goblins, which is obvious because the main character's powers are totally OP. And now, under the blistering sun of a new day, back in front of the territory, two guards are talking. They had hoped their new lord would be a decent guy, but he rode out with only 10 men. The younger one wonders if he'll be all right. The older guard scoffs. He's a 16-year-old kid who isn't even an adult yet. He's just drunk on the taste of his first victory and doesn't understand how the world works. He just hopes not too many men die. But to their surprise, someone appears beside them and asks what they're doing, ordering them to open the path at once. The speaker is a guard from the expedition, announcing that their lord has returned. This completely shocks the two gossiping guards, who wonder if it's a joke. He can't understand how he defeated the goblins with only 3 knights and 10 guards. Our hero observes them all and realizes he's basically hypnotized his men. He acted ethically, but they're still terrified of him. The mini-demon bluntly states that what he did was no different from giving them drugs. "Shut up," our hero tells her, thinking that if this keeps up, they're going to start a cult or something in his name. He gets on the platform again and announces that there must still be goblin villages out there, so they'll conduct regular hunts, leaving the necessary forces to defend the region while taking some elite troops with them. He dismisses them all to get some rest, but looking at their faces, they still seem completely fanatical. He figures that, for now, this is still a good thing. But after 2 days, the rumors traveled faster than he ever expected. People started showing up to greet him, and he can't tell if they're volunteer guards or missionaries who've come to preach his gospel. He feels incredibly uncomfortable, thinking that for the first time since he woke up in this world, he's starting to regret his choices. After a few more days, he realizes he has succeeded in winning the residents' trust. And though some might question it, Astria, the conqueror of the Paladin empires on the Boro continent, always told him to never forget, no matter how small the land you rule, the ones you lead are people, not cattle. Model. A dictatorship is doomed to fail. He has to make them follow him willingly. It's not like he's some political genius, but the stuff he says, it just makes sense. The demon girl approaches him and says this is the data they have left. Then she cuts to the chase, asking what the current situation is. Our hero turns the question back on her, asking what she thinks. Her only response is that it's sketchy. If he manages to break the curse and govern well, the region might normalize in 5 years. But his grand vision? That'll take 20. And our boy admits her assessment is dead on. This land is on its deathbed, and just removing the curse won't be some instant miracle cure. Suddenly buzzing with excitement, she asks if he wants to hear her full thoughts on the land. He tells her of course he does, which only gets her more hyped. She explains that the region has no underground water pipe system. This means the water supply is a disaster, the crops are terrible, and that will devastate their food storage and destroy farming jobs. And that mountain of platinum coins he got from the Information Guild, that's nothing more than a temporary fix. The real, defining problem is the total lack of funds. She says the region's profits have always been hovering near zero. Anyway, he changes the subject, asking since when she could use telekinesis. She just brushes it off like it's no big deal, though she admits lifting light objects seems to be her limit. And Dai chimes in that if money is their main concern, there is a way. Her curiosity piqued, she asks what it is. Our boy just watches her, realizing she is definitely not a normal demon. He then says that, against all expectations, the region has some capable young people. The first path to survive Berserk is hunting monsters or animals, but that's a worst-case scenario. The second would be to produce specialty goods for their region. That's pretty hard to do unless they solve the land's problems first. And the third and final way is negotiation, making profits through trade. But she points out that there's no reason for any other city to choose to trade with them. This place has no special resources to speak of. Except, our hero adds that their trading partners don't necessarily have to be human. As a precaution, he'll scout the region first, thinking he has to use every tool at his disposal. He heads directly to an isolated location in the middle of a desert, thinking he always wanted his own building, and now he's about to own a whole territory. This wasteland used to be fertile farmland. After the original owners lost their rights to the territory, it ended up like this. But he knows that hidden somewhere in this land is the very ruin from which the curse was cast, and if he could just unleash a sacred magic spell, it wouldn't be a problem. Except, that's still impossible for him in his current state. But what if he could get back that sacred sword? Maybe he could pull it off then. He wonders if maybe he should call Empress Helena. She seemed awfully proud of her swordsmanship. And what if he borrowed the power of Cirrus? That could work, but the demon girl beside him knows better. She says Cirrus would never do it, and our hero knows she's right. He just says he supposes he has no choice but to raise it himself. Besides, they've been complaining, wanting to be used recently. She's completely confused. What are you talking about? Our hero just says she'll see. He calls them kids who just want to show off. And with that, he places his hand on the earth and a magic circle erupts. He begins activating the curse correction as she stares in awe, saying she's never seen this magic before. Our hero thinks to himself, of course she hasn't. The creator of this spell is royal, from a different continent. It's known as the C++ language of curse spells. And curses are just magic, specifically programmed using numerical equations and mana arrangements. Dark mages usually have to use various artifacts or spend a ton of time just to cast a single curse. She realizes this magic will help them find the curse's conditions, as well as the ruin where it was cast. Our hero confirms that's exactly right. After activating the magic, a screen appears, filled with code. They ask what it is, and our boy just says they were about to begin. He's dead serious. He tells Perk to calm down and not ask questions. But Dai is totally shocked, staring at the screen and asking if this is really a curse. What do you mean? He asks, surprised. Our hero just explains that this isn't so much a curse as it is a heated electrical code. And now, looking east, he says it's no wonder the territory's border was so obvious. They designed this ruin to contain the effect, making it only envelop the Hines territory region. And his research brought him right here, to the border of that region. Perk says he has a talent for giving her anxiety. Our boy explains that the curse was made to forcibly determine and define all natural phenomena related to the weather. She asks if the lack of rain and the death of the land are part of the curse, and our hero replies, more or less. His debugging revealed that this curse has only one effect, the maintenance of specific conditions. And while he still doesn't know the purpose for which this curse was placed, it successfully managed to completely destroy the lands of the Hines territory region. But if he could control it, reprogram it, and modify this curse, it would definitely be possible to turn this place into a tourist trap. He gets excited, thinking about all the money he can make, and uses his magic to pass through the barrier. As soon as they enter, they wonder what these ruins are. He had no idea a place like this could exist in these rocky areas. You can tell by the architecture that this place was built before the Great War, and Perk says that means this could be a base for dark mages. Our hero says it's possible they don't even know about this place. However, it's highly likely that the ancient, dormant curse was reactivated recently. He scans the area, and his eyes lock on a guardian. As Perk says this is bad and it's all gonna go wrong, the guardian moves towards him. Perk realizes it's a golem, saying it's probably a magic golem. It's using a mana stone as its core and is seriously impressive. It's safe to assume they probably possess some strange abilities, but our boy says he can smell it. She asks what smell that is, just as the golem attacks him, but he dodges with a leap, saying, yes! And with that leap, he lands right on top of the golem, puts his hand on its magic stone, and tries to rip it out. As he gets super excited and starts shouting, he can feel the smell of money, and in reality, it's going to be a whole lot of money. Now, on another day, the resident Freeman says it's good to have a little peace and quiet, at least. The fat resident next to him says that apparently the Lord went out to patrol the lands, and he asks if he'll be all right. Freeman says he's sure he went with a plan. He showed them several miracles not long ago, and honestly, he guarantees no one expected him to be so kind. Meanwhile, Gordon thinks that it was obvious. As the nobles gained more power in the Kingdom of H, they became more and more corrupt. And even though no nobles came there to cause trouble, some residents received letters from those who had moved to nearby regions. And all the kingdom did for this fallen region was reduce taxes, since it had been neglected for so long. But out of nowhere, they sent a boy who was supposedly going to be their lord. The adults of the city came to the conclusion that he must have lost a political battle and was forced to come there, and this was common in these cases. For someone in that position to come and relieve their anger on the residents, they'd be lying if they said they weren't feeling anxious, but in reality, there was nothing they could do. The goblin attacks were becoming more frequent at that time, and they couldn't afford to have other concerns. Eventually, the goblins grew so bold, they started snatching townspeople right from their homes. Back then, a rescue mission was completely unthinkable, but just when all hope was lost, he appeared. The kingdom's first prince, and the new lord of the Hines territory. With sweat pouring down their faces, the people had no idea what to expect. They worried he might punish the captain of the guard after learning how bad things had gotten. Some even swore they'd rebel if he did. But to everyone's shock, Prince Dave took the region's plight to heart. He uncovered the goblins' ambush and helped the people get their long-awaited revenge. He called them his family, performing a miracle by rescuing every single person who was taken. His words and his actions saved them all. He insisted he was no saint, but they wondered if he knew that in just a few days, he'd become more important to them than any god. And even though heresy is a punishable offense, no one there would dare try to change their minds. The truth was simple. This man performed miracles right before their eyes. He was far more trustworthy than some distant god who just watches from above. And so, Gordon tells Lord Freeman he's grateful the prince handled the goblins, but he still wonders if there's any real hope for their lands. Freeman is left speechless. He reflects that for ages, the region has been a barren wasteland known only as the Land of Death. Even the area around the castle, the last place to get any rain, is starting to wither. Countless priests, mages, and alchemists came to investigate, but every single one gave up and left. Their conclusion was always the same. This was not a problem humans could solve. So Dave admits there's not much he can do about the rain. It seems they've been cursed by the heavens themselves. Gordon asks if this is truly the end, once the land dries up for good. The system chimes in for Dave, explaining that spirit stones are naturally condensed masses of mana. Compared to regular mana stones of the same size, they're hundreds of times more potent. After prying out another spirit stone, he's covered in grime from the battle. "Whoa, that was intense," he says. Persek just smirks, telling him he really needs to redefine intense. An ecstatic Dave doesn't care though. He just wants to know how much they'll sell for. Normally, spirit stones are only found in tiny amounts within ancient ruins, and even those are worth hundreds of gold coins each. With stones this massive, they wonder just how rich he'll be. But Persek warns him that selling these without a plan could cause chaos, leading him toward an altar with a truly gigantic stone. So, this is the core of the curse, he realizes. It'd be a nightmare if this thing ever got out. Nations would go to war over it. But its purity is absolutely insane. If I could tap into this condensed magic, I could easily cast ninth circle spells. He then begins to weave another spell around the stone. Persek notes that the magical encryption on it is nothing like what she saw outside. Someone went to a lot of trouble to create it, all just to dry up one territory. Dave finds it suspicious, feeling something else must have happened on these lands. Persek asks if he can even handle something this complex. It won't be easy, he admits, but if I can find the pattern, I can modify the spell. As he begins analyzing the stone, he notices something. What's this? The moment he touches it, the entire space transforms, turning crimson as magic circles materialize. Runic codes swirl around them and Persek shouts, "It worked!" But then she asks what he changed. Our main character just smiles. They've had a drought for years. I figured a little rain might be nice. He then strips off his shirt, ready to get to work on the massive stone. Meanwhile, around the city, clouds begin to gather. The people look up in disbelief as rain suddenly begins to fall within the territory. The downpour grows stronger, transforming the dead, infertile soil, elsewhere. A nobleman fumes that the situation is terrible. This is the worst-case scenario, growls Duke Pelutres, of all people. Another man agrees. At this rate, it's only a matter of time before the nobility is purged. An older lord asks if there's a way to dispose of the evidence they hold. They confirm the situation is dire. Once an opportunity arises, the lower-ranking nobles will be used as scapegoats, forcing those in hiding to finally show themselves. Someone else asks what Her Highness, the Queen, plans to do about all this. He can't make sense of it. Prince Dave managed to manifest a stigma, but he's just a boy who can't even handle sacred power. Not only did the stigma manifest somewhere other than his fists, but it also appears to be unstable. If that's not a defective power, he scoffs, I don't know what is. Another chimes in that the Holy Kingdom feels the same way. Do they really think the kingdom will accept him? Of course not. The queen has paid far too much attention to that half-blood prince. Their attention should be on the king and Marquis Pelutres, not some kid. He's just speaking his mind. But another points out that, given the circumstances, they can't just wipe out all the nobles overnight. That's Duke Variata, who insists they must fight back, even if it means spilling blood. Is that not the way? He demands. The nervous nobles agree he's right, but they still need a way to recover the providential formations. The old duke states that in the worst-case scenario, conflict is unavoidable. He then summons the Marquis, who says he will prepare as soon as the order is given. The old duke tells him to move discreetly. They can't be discovered until everything is in place. The old duke thinks to himself that he's underestimating the boy. Though he can't prove it, his instincts, honed over a lifetime, are screaming that there's something different about that prince. He might have had doubts before, but now, he's certain. The moment Prince Dave gains any real power or political backing, he won't hesitate to show his fangs. Still, not even he can do anything about the Heinz territory, a hopeless land of death, a puzzle that the continent's greatest mages have failed to solve. He scoffs, wondering what a boy could possibly do in a place where it never even rains. But what he doesn't know is that at this very moment, a torrential downpour is soaking the territory. As the people wonder where this rain came from, our hero, back in the ruins, figures it will take a few more days of rain before they can start planting again. Persic then asks what he's learned about the massive spirit stone. He explains that it's basically a status board, connected to all the spirit stones scattered across the land. It allows him to monitor the environmental conditions of the entire territory. And while it's still a little unstable, he can control the mana array to change the weather at will. Persic is amazed, saying the Spirit Stone's power is incredible, but she adds that he's the real monster for being able to pull this off with his bag full of Spirit Stones. Meanwhile, Persic decides to use her share to expand her storage compartment. For now, Dave tells her they just need to wait patiently for the land to finally heal. And just like that, a week went by. The town's residents all left the castle and headed for the lands. The story goes they looked like lunatics in some kind of cult, and there was a huge crowd of them. The old folks outside say they couldn't just stay home when there's so much work to do. They all start chatting like they're old friends. Our guy says what they're about to do is pretty simple. Yesterday, he had the guards mark the borders around the region. Now they're going to completely clear these lands. They'll work for 4 days. If any of them think they can't handle it, they should feel free to bail. But he assures them there will be breaks. How much you get paid depends on how you work, but at least they'll be getting paid. But they cut him off, saying with all due respect, he knows he changed the climate and it's back to normal, but they think it's impossible to clear all this land in 4 days. Meanwhile, Nasor mentions the lands here were farms before the drought hit, so he's sure the basic prep work is already there. The villagers start shouting that they're betting their lives on him. They're sure he'll show them another miracle, while the guard thinks this is just foolish. But he tells Dave he won't forget his kindness in wiping out the goblins. But this is just way too much. While Nora asks, "What do you mean, too much?" He opens his eyes, totally shocked, as Dave asks if he really thinks so, throwing his blessing over everyone, making them instantly surge with strength and vigor. And an excited Dave shouts that they can feel a difference just by holding a hoe. He thinks to himself that if he had the cauldron, he'd be able to use the area enchantment just like before. A guard then asks, "Excuse me, what exactly is that scarecrow over there?" And Dave asks what he thinks is necessary for a poor region to get rich. He already knows the answer though, thinking there are only 2 ways to make money really fast: an oversupply of something and a market scarcity for it. They have to have something that satisfies both requirements. And Pest asks if he's planning to have both. Our guy says, "Yup, and what they're going to plant are moon plants." The old man says he understands, as our guy explains his plan to plant moon plants across the entire territory. And so it's said that because of the peculiar climate, soil, and temperature conditions required for its growth, this moon plant can't grow on the eastern continent. Because of that, since they're used by alchemists from the Magic Tower and for brewing potions in the temples, the moon plant is imported from the western continent for a high price, and it's sold for insane prices in small quantities. With the intense market competition, the moon plant is basically a gold mine in the agricultural sector. And so, that nervous guard speaks up, saying, "With all due respect, the moon plant doesn't grow in these climates, but our guy says it's all good, because the heavens are going to bless them again." This place will have a blessed climate for now. He thinks to himself that all he needs to do is change the environment's settings, which is nothing too complicated. And he tells everyone that now they need to find the vegetables of the forest. And now in another location, a girl with pointed ears watches the window as a breeze blows in. From inside her village, she wishes for the blessing of nature to be with him. The spirits had told her about his visit to the forest in the Heinz territory region. And this is the elven chief, Yuria, facing Master Medit and this cloaked guy, who's apologizing for showing up unannounced. But she says his visits are always welcome and asks him to please come in. And these two start talking while they have tea. Medit tells his good friend Yuria that he had a dream, and she asks what kind of dream it was for him to have come to her in such a hurry. He gets really serious, thinking about what he's going to say, and he tells her it was a dream where the spirits cast a curse on the forest. It was a really strange dream, which leaves her shaken. She stares at him while saying he told her this a long time ago, that the actions of spirits are the works of the natural order and something irreversible and totally natural. But Medit says that even so, the forest is drying up, and it's happening all over, and he wants to go back there, back to their home next to the sacred tree. But she calls him Master Medit and says that for them, this is their home now, and she is no longer wanted in that place. And she asks him to please take the others who are here so they won't be affected by the spirit's curse. But he gets really annoyed, asking if she's really going to stay there and die like this. But she tells him that would just be a part of the natural order and is super calm about it. She asks, who knows? Maybe there's someone who can save me from this place. And she says this wind is really lush and that it's a sign that luck is coming her way. She then asks Master Medit, putting that aside, how is the tea? He starts to drink it, while she mentions that this time she prepared it with grasshopper wings. He spits it out immediately in shock, thinking she's completely insane. For a moment, he'd forgotten why she's called a heretic among her own people. She's like a psychopath, too. She keeps talking, saying she feels like they'll have a very special guest today. And our guy is walking through that forest while Pest says she never thought anyone could live there, much less elves. The records say that ever since the Great Incident about 300 years ago, the elves went into hiding, and there are many who don't even know they exist. Our guy says he should consider himself lucky, because while they were dealing with the goblins, he discovered some spirits that came to watch them. If there are spirits nearby, that means there are also elves. Pest asks if he'll be alright, because it would be better to avoid them. But our guy says that if they find them, it'll be even better. But she says she's not a big fan of them, because they're very stubborn and demanding. Our guy says the archer god Apollon already humiliated the entire elven race. Just looking at it, his memories made him want to stay away from these people. But he walks through the forest and says, so this is the elven forest. He starts petting the animals, and they flock around him as if they're being drawn to him. Our guy tells Pest that the spirits here are affected by his affinity with spirits, and probably like him more than some of the elves. They could never be compared to him, who lived in a pit of lava to increase his affinity with fire. And that was training worthy of a hero, something that transcends races. The master of spiritual magic, Empress Yuriana, who has a contract with 3 spirit kings, was born human. Pest asks why it seems like they're so close to him, and our guy asks if she's jealous. Meanwhile, she's dejected, wondering why they would choose him if he also possesses death mana. So she asks him how he plans to find a moon plant. Dave says he could find the seeds on his own, but when he says that, he notices something strange as a spirit comes up to him, handing him a moon plant. Pest asks if that's what she thinks it is, and our guy says, yup, exactly. This is a moon plant seed, and I was guided directly to the moon goddess's garden. He thanks the spirit for showing him the way, and Pest's eyes go wide, super excited. There are so many moon plants in there, more than enough to plant across the whole region. She stares at our guy, full of doubt, wondering what he is. But on the other hand, Dave thinks that because of the spirituality contained in his mana, divinity, and authoritative mana, anyone with enough power can summon spirits, although their capabilities depend on their spiritual affinity. At this point, it's safe to say there's not a single spirit in this world he can't summon. The Spirit King, though? Yeah, that one's still a bit of a challenge. Perk asks if he's for real using spiritual mana, and if he wants to forge a contract with a spirit. But our boy simply says this is the lunar goddess's garden. Just like the name implies, it already belongs to a spirit. So taking anything from here would obviously tick off its guardian. He tells her to just stand back and watch. Then, our main character begins to speak in the ancient tongue of spirits, asking if anyone is there, if they can hear his call. His voice reverberates through the entire cavern, touching earth, wind, fire, and water. The elemental spirits themselves guide him as he communicates in their native language. He tells Perk they've given him permission to take the plants, but they need to move fast before any elves spot them. Perk immediately teases him, asking where all his earlier courage went. You getting scared now? She asks. But our guy just says it's always smarter to avoid a pointless conflict. But unbeknownst to them, someone was watching from the shadows, whispering, "Incredible." Med wondered what she was even talking about. Just being granted the blessing to enter the garden was a miracle in itself. But this human, he faced and communicated with the spirits of nature, and even won their permission without any consequence. And on top of it all, he was just a boy. The lunar goddess's garden is a sacred place to the elves, and a human just communed with the spirits to take flowers from such a place. Her companions asked what she was going to do. If she tried to explain this unbelievable situation to her master, he would never believe it. She calls out to him, "Master." Med asks what's wrong and why she looks so troubled. With a pained expression, she asks why he isn't drinking his tea. In her head, she was panicking. She'd worked so hard to make that tea for her master. After finding the plumpest grasshopper carcasses and removing their wings, she let their bodies dry for a week before fermenting them. And now her master was ignoring all her efforts. Looking heartbroken, she asks if it's really that horrible. She says not to worry, she can always make another batch. But he begs her not to, thinking to himself that times is exactly the problem. She'll eat literally anything, as long as it's healthy and tastes good to her. So she changes the subject, asking him what he thinks is more probable. A human who tricked the elves and entered the lunar goddess's garden to communicate with spirits, or a great being awakening from its ancient slumber. Med asks what on earth she's talking about, but seeing her dead serious face, he asks what she's getting at. But he says, well, if they're only talking about probability, then he chooses the latter. Even though so much time has passed since the dragons disappeared, and they're now considered just legends, they definitely existed. But a human doing all that? Not a chance. There have been a few oddities here and there, but never to the point where a human could actually see nature spirits. It's much harder for them, since they have a high affinity for chaos. So then, I'm right, she concludes. He asks what she's talking about. She replies that she'll have to leave the village for a while. He asks her again what in the world she's talking about, and she tells him she's found the way to save their village. Now, back in his territory, they begin planting the lunar flora. Our boy notes that the job was supposed to take 4 days, but it was finished in just half a day. The guard at his side says everyone was highly motivated to repay him for everything he's done. Davy thinks to himself that they actually did it. They're looking to the future and are totally committed to producing the lunar plant. He remembers when he first asked the citizens to plant it. He heard the same doubts all over the region, people asking what they even planted and if it would actually grow. Davy knows that lunar flora takes a long time to bloom, around 4 to 5 months. It also requires the skills of a spirit to even produce flowers, but it's the leaves they sell, not the blossoms. The guard asks if everything is okay. They don't have much knowledge about planting these lunar plants, so they don't know much. Our boy asks what he wants to know, and the guard tells him that the plants are slowly drying out, but our hero just tells him to wait, because the heavens will soon bless them with rain. A few days later, with the temperature soaring, our guy says it'll start to cool down tomorrow morning, knowing they were all worried about the drought. And then, just as he said, it started raining the very next day. Without them knowing how this whole situation would end, 4 months passed in the blink of an eye. And in the middle of a party for nobles, they start gossiping that a small nation in the east, the Hund Kingdom, has apparently started cultivating the lunar plant. They ask what kind of insane sovereign is allowing such absurd experiments. But a girl says it was their own lord who started this experiment. An old man approaches and says the Heinz territory region is the one that was abandoned 5 years ago due to a curse. They ask who he is, but it seems the news is traveling slowly. Apparently, they just left the lord in that cursed land. The girl says that place is still a barren wasteland. It will take at least 10 years for it to be reborn. And the ruler of that region is said to be none other than the first prince of the Hund Kingdom, the one who must have gone insane from the shock of being banished there. A boy with glasses goes to his master and asks if the first prince of Hund is that Times person, while the master just tells him to let it go. This is the head of the Red Ruby Tower, the sage Harrison. He mentions that it seems something interesting has happened in the east. This will help you too, he says, calling him Lord Eurus. Eurus asks what he means, and the old man asks if he's prepared for this. After some time, it didn't take long for the arid desert to bloom with the name Flowering Garden. Although it barely met the necessary amount, since there was a small number of healthy seedlings, the market's demand for the flowers increased. Med says they have around 20,000 lunar plants in stock. Our hero says he plans on taking about 10,000 of them. At the current market price, 4 leaves cost 100 gold coins. 10,000 leaves would cost 250,000 gold coins. That's equipercent to a revenue of 5,000 platinum coins. To put that in perspective, a normal family can be fed for 2 weeks with a few gold coins. And if they cut back on spending, they can live comfortably for a whole month on 4 to 5 gold coins. Perk says that's amazing and it'll be so much fun once they sell it all. Our guy says yes, because unlike the spirit stones, they will announce the lunar plants as their official business. Thanks to the rumors he intentionally spread, he was considered a fool for wanting to do the impossible, but it worked out perfectly. In their eyes, he was just some idiot who wasn't worth their time. But thanks to that, his operation proceeded smoothly, without any interruptions. Perk says he must know that trick won't work twice. Our boy says that's why they're going to make the most of it. The preparations are already complete. And now, they are going to cause an uproar across the entire continent. He thinks that this smells like a lot, and I mean a times lot asterisk, of money. He thinks that lunar plants were sold on the market about twice a month. The amount sold wasn't small, but it was still insufficient for the eastern and western continents to use. The main ingredient is the catalyst used for magic and alchemy. Plus, it's a necessary ingredient for creating potions in the church. So this is great news for them. Model. And with that news, another rumor spread like wildfire that Davy, the mastermind behind the moon plant, had fallen gravely ill, while some just called him a fool blinded by money. But sometimes, it's a necessary evil. One lady complained that it's unheard of for product demand to just drop off. However, the high price is due to limited availability. It's only natural for prices to crash once supply increases. So if they start handing it out without restrictions, the moon plant's purser queue will obviously tank, and that's the last thing they want. He has no intention of starving to death in this world. Right at his castle gates, a massive crowd was forming, all worried about their lord, as a guard reported everyone outside wanted to meet with him. Our boy figured the news had spread, and the entire region had descended into chaos. Merchant guilds, specialists from the towers, alchemy organizations, and even a small number of clerics from the region had all migrated there, bringing over 200 people. And now these lands are practically overflowing with them. She asked him what they were going to do. While supposedly bedridden, he told her to inform everyone that he wasn't well and that they could leave. But she shot back that she'd already tried that. They just wanted to see the products. He thought to himself, what a bunch of barbarians. And with that, he announced a meeting. Our boy asked the guard how the other men were holding up, and he reported they were working hard but were desperately short-handed. It's nearly impossible to manage a huge number of people who suddenly swarmed the area. The old butler chimed in that on the paperwork side, it was also pure chaos, since there was no clear manual or precedent. Our hero ordered him to kick out anyone who seemed suspicious. The butler asked if he was sure, while Dave insisted he had to do it before something big happened. At the end of the day, he held the advantage. So there was no reason to be understanding with every single one of them. But of course, he had to be appropriately polite to maintain good relations. He asked if the housing situation had been taken care of. The butler confirmed they were modifying certain buildings, but it was nowhere near enough. Our boy said he understood, telling them to use the tents they'd purchased a while ago, set up small camps, and sell the tents to them, and he could even change the prices. The old man said he'd do it immediately, but as they were leaving, our main character told Miter to wait. Miter asked what was wrong, as our boy said he needed to have a little word with him. A few hours later, he returned to his post and was greeted by his men welcoming back their chief. But they corrected themselves, saying he was the captain now, and invited him for a drink. But he told them maybe next time. Walking to his room, he thought about how exhausted he was, training in the morning with Mr. Berna and managing the troops in the afternoon. He was even taking etiquette lessons with the Lord's godmother, and was completely swamped. He wondered if he'd ever been this busy in his entire life. Just then, a knock came at the door. Someone was there to see the captain. He asked who it was, and a smarmy-looking guy excused himself, saying his name was Rallis, a fourth-class specialist from the Green Tower. He apologized for bothering him and commented that his management of the situation was impeccable. He was sure it must have been chaos with so many people crammed into such a small area, but he saw that the captain had protected the region exceptionally well before the Lord arrived. The captain replied that it was all thanks to the Lord, and Rallis added that Lord Dave must feel very lucky to have a brave and reliable man like him, while the captain simply replied that he's just a humble knight. Meanwhile, he was thinking that this guy sounded like a total lunatic, so he asked what brought him there. Rallis said he wanted to meet the Lord, but everything was locked down with extreme security. He asked if there was any way to meet with the Lord in private, but the captain told him he didn't think that was possible. He was currently bedridden from overwork. Rallis acted shocked, saying that was terrible. The captain apologized and said he knew it might be important business, but his Lord's health came first. He replied that he understood nothing was more important than his leader's health, but they didn't have much time at the Green Tower, and he wondered if there was anything they could do, revealing a pouch overflowing with gold coins and precious jewels. This completely shocked the captain, who stated that he doesn't accept bribes, but Rallis just claimed it wasn't that. It was just a small gift, and he wasn't asking for anything in return. He just pleaded for him to accept it, saying he only wanted to build a relationship with him. The captain replied that he normally doesn't accept gifts like this. Rallis said he knew, but he couldn't just ignore the hard work and effort of such a noteworthy knight. Besides, it wasn't a large sum, so he asked him to please consider it just a gift from him. Meanwhile, the captain stared at the coins and realized it was exactly as his lord had predicted. From the very beginning, he knew everything. A few hours earlier, our boy said that they were facing several groups desperate to see him, and, as his right-hand man, he would be their next target, since he was the easiest person to find. The captain asked, "What do you mean?" Our hero explained that they might try to bribe him or pressure him in some way. They would approach him discreetly, and he was to write down the name of anyone who tried it, and he was to accept any bribe they offered. The purser queue would grow significantly, since they were all associated with a tower or an alchemist's guild, and in return, as if he were finally giving in, he would show them this. He asked what it was. Our boy said it had already been magically treated and cost 100 gold per unit. He wasn't asking him to sell them, but just wanted him to show them so the rumors would start to spread. The objective was to raise the product's purser queue as much as possible, while limiting it to their region for as long as they could. As soon as he showed the product, Rallis was completely stunned. The captain explained that this was the complete product, already harvested and packaged, and he believed there was no harm in showing it since it would be on sale soon. Rallis thought that without a doubt, it was amazing quality, and he had certainly never seen anything like it before, not even on the Western continent. In terms of effectiveness, it couldn't even be compared to the products from the West. He had to get one, even if it meant using a bribe. Rallis commented that you could tell it was of immense quality just by the way it was glowing. The captain told him not to be surprised, as his lord personally put in the effort to produce it, and most of their products were on this same level of quality as well. Anything inferior to this was discarded and used as fertilizer, which absolutely shocked Rallis. He exclaimed that these products were incredibly precious, while the captain mentioned they had approximately 10,000. 1,000 units are ready for sale. Rallis thought that if they harvested 10 to 20,000, that meant half the crop was already gone. A simple young lord of 17 acting with so much determination, he had to act now. The captain said that from what he'd heard, his lord was going to put the products up for auction. He didn't even know the details, but it seemed he intended to continue their production as well. Rallis asked if it would really be a live auction and if there would be priority for consumers. The captain said he didn't think he could share those kinds of details with him. Rallis said that was fine, he wouldn't insist. And before leaving, he stated that the Green Tower would ensure his compensation was very generous. The captain replied that if he insisted, then fine. After he left, the captain was completely amazed, thinking that it actually worked. He went to Dave the next day, asking how the Lord knew all of this. Our boy just said he should know that this is how people are, and it's not like this place is free from the clutches of greed. Meanwhile, he thought to himself that all he did was show an attractive product to seduce the demographic that was financially well off. The captain kept calling him incredible. But honestly, this was nothing special. Before him lay a pile of bribes, offered up by other regions, and even the Verdant Tower. Our hero just said the captain was the real expert here. And this wasn't half bad. He told him to keep the bonus for the guards. The captain was stunned, asking, "What do you mean?" He explained that they did the heavy lifting, so they should split the reward and use it as they pleased. He told the captain not to get sentimental, that this was just proper compensation for hard work. Inside, he thought that the lion's share of the moon plant profits would be his anyway. Besides, building good connections with them wasn't a bad move. Perserk thought it was splendid, but asked if he was sure he could handle the immense pressure from such a large group. Our main character just smirked, saying that once word gets out, they'll be swarmed by people looking to make long-term deals. Branches from various towers, alchemist guilds, and high-ranking officials will set up shop across the region. This land will be bustling, and it will thrive. And he'd get his cut of the profits, since his capital grows as the population grows. And since the moon plant made all this possible, he was almost grateful for the ancient curse that once plagued these lands. Later that night, inside an isolated cabin, a man concludes his report on the recent events in the Rennes region. The other magic towers are already discussing funds to be invested, when the Red Tower's master, a level 5 expert, speaks through the magic stone, saying he understands. Eulis voiced his concern. You should establish a branch there as well. But his master said he was still far too cautious, even after becoming a master himself. It's all right to make a few mistakes. Do as you wish. Eulis then admitted something was bothering him. The city lord's insistence on a live auction would require more investment, and selling directly would have made him far more money. His master paused. Are you saying he's practically depersecuting his own product? That's exactly it, Eulis confirmed. The master mused that, while it might sell for more at first, with no fixed price, it could end up cheaper than the products from the West. He thought to himself that this must be why live auctions for moon plants are so rare. But to Euless, he said that from what he could see, the first prince of the H Kingdom is extremely intelligent. Euless asked, "What do you mean by that?" The master replied with a question, "What is your estimate of the population in Hein's territory?" Euless said it couldn't be more than a few hundred. But in that moment, something clicked. The master explained that purchases can only be made within the region. He's engineering its growth while securing as much investment capital as possible. It's rare to see a city with so many powerful groups in one place, from magic and alchemy towers to countless merchant guilds. The Hein's territory region's only true advantage is its convenient transport routes, making it a prime commercial hub. Euless was amazed, but asked, what if the merchant groups just buy everything to resell it? But his master cut him off, explaining that's precisely why they won't increase the production of their goods. They'll gather as much cash as they can as fast as possible, while also setting something aside for the future. And there's one other thing, he added. The prince is acting as if he has nothing to lose, even if things go wrong. That could only mean that the moon plant's production is just the beginning for him. Euless asked, "Are you saying he has more cards left to play?" The old master confirmed that he did. "If I can figure this out, others with sharp eyes will see it too. And even if he's bluffing, there's little to lose. You must understand by now that you have to build a good relationship with this young man." Euless agreed. "Yes, I'll meet with him personally as soon as I can." His master simply told him to try and get an hour of his time. He too wanted to meet this brave and intelligent boy. His mind drifted to the princess, asking the great sage if it was really possible for a young boy, from whom she couldn't feel a single drop of mana, to defeat a high-ranking vampire in one blow using calderas, or even without a contract. The old master remembered thinking back then that you never truly know what can happen in life. But a feat like that is impossible, unless he's a disciple of the sword divinity, or perhaps the divinity himself. He grew excited, thinking that everything was becoming clearer, piece by piece. It was truly a magnificent thing to witness. Sometime later, just as Dave expected, a flood of housing requests poured in, along with offers to buy the land under his name. And soon, conflicts began to aerate. The butler asked what they should do, since two groups were fighting over the same plot of land. Dave told him to hold an auction and sell it to the highest bidder. When the butler asked how they should set the limits for the auction, Dave just told him to set them as high as possible. He thought to himself that he'd proven that the truly rich are those with land, and real estate was a business whose profits he needed to maximize. Following him, Purser commented that she could never get used to his evil smile. Just then, the butler announced that a letter had arrived for him. Dave asked if it was important enough for him to look at, and the old man replied that it came from the royal palace. The news surprised Dave. The next morning, the auction began. The man on stage asked, "Shall we begin? The session now starts at 90 gold. One of the rich men bid 95, while Alice bid 100, and another followed with 110. Someone told him to take it easy, that his bank account was getting lighter, but Alas simply advised him to follow his own advice and stop messing with him. "You're going to lose," he said, offering 130. The other guy shot back that Alas was the one who started it. On the podium, the auctioneer thought that things were heating up, but he just kept going. Confidently, he announced that the bid was at 130. If no one else bid in the next 3 seconds, it would be sold for 130 gold. As several men began to fight over the lands, the nervous auctioneer raised his gavel. But to everyone's surprise, at the last second, someone raised their hand. A few hours later, Dave heard the news and asked if they had really paid 150 per box. The butler confirmed it was true. The Aliu merchant group had bought 5,000 units with priority. Dave thought that, thanks to the butler, they had pulled a huge amount of profit from the auction, and the empty houses had all been bought in the blink of an eye. The butler added that the rest was sold for 130 each, and 500,000 units were sold, just as he'd instructed, and they spread the products among each organization. Our hero declared it was great. This was a huge victory and an enormous success. If things keep up like this, the revenue in the Heinz territory region will be around 1.05 million. This prompted Dave to tell everyone that they would continue the moon plant's production, but they would not increase the quantity produced. They were to set aside some lands to plant other things and return the other plots to their current owners. He thought that having too much of anything isn't good. They needed to maintain a balance between supply and demand. He then told the butler that he wanted him to take a look at the region's infrastructure. They would only fix the places they couldn't use, and a complete overhaul would happen as soon as he returned. The butler and captain both said they understood. Meanwhile, our hero thought about the royal invitation he'd received a few days before the auction. What was written inside was simple. They were praising him for his achievements, which the H Kingdom, as well as the Eastern continent, had failed to see. And they wanted to congratulate him properly. He was to return to the kingdom for a brief visit. As soon as he received the invitation, He burned it, wondering how they dared, after kicking him out, to now try and take something from him. He figures they're probably caught in a struggle with Marquis Palters and are desperate for support, and our protagonist can't help but think, isn't this all just a little too convenient? This guy actually dared to stamp his seal over the kings, as if he himself were the monarch. But it didn't matter. He was already moving forward with the next phase of his plan anyway. He has to head there now. His destiny lies in the same direction as the kingdom, and it certainly won't hurt to pay them a little visit. His mind flashes back to when he was in a coma. A voice told him he had created a secret dungeon in the basement of his last residence. Inside lies a creation he couldn't finish before he died. And if our hero finds it, he's been asked to complete it. He can do whatever he wants once it's finished. He could even claim it as his own work, or sell it for an insane price. He remembers asking if it was really okay to entrust him with something so important, fearing he'd screw it all up. But his friend told him to trust himself, that he's more dedicated than anyone, and he'll understand the moment he finds it. As long as he finishes the job, he can do whatever he wants. And now, on the day he's set to leave for the kingdom, the butler asks if he's sure he doesn't want an escort. Our protagonist simply says yes, because the butler should know exactly who he is. He just tells him to be careful. Our hero then asks him to watch over Arya, since she tends to overwork herself. He needs to make sure she gets some rest too. The old man agrees, saying she's a truly special child. He knows she's royalty, but for a baron's daughter, her talent is just incredible. Teaching her has been a joy, almost like teaching his own granddaughter. Our hero thinks to himself that the old man seems to enjoy her antics. He announces he's leaving. With Purse by his side, she asks if taking a different route to the royal road wouldn't be faster. But our hero says they have a stop to make on the way to the kingdom, a place that's also a famous landmark. It's one of the few breathtaking landscapes in Kingdom H, a region the entire Continental Alliance has worked to preserve. This is the homeland of Shiraste the blacksmith, the Valachat region. Perse, completely stunned, asks, Shiraste? You don't mean Shuri I'm thinking of, do you? Our hero confirms it's Eris's father. She must have met him before, being Eris's friend. His legacy remains there. He even adds that it was forged from the same materials as the holy sword, Calderas. So, this has to be something incredible. The legacy of the Shuri. He can't wait to find it, but he has no idea if he'll even be welcome there. They say even mountains and rivers change over decades. That place was Shiraste's home over 1,000 years ago. But now, it's the domain of Arya Barriette, the territory of Vorisha, basically, enemy lands. As he walks to the gate, Purse notes that the atmosphere is terrifyingly tense. Davy agrees, seeing how agitated the nobles are. He steps up to the gate and presents his identification. The knight reads it aloud, Independent Soldier Davy, an F-class. He worked hard to get this new identity, and it seems to have paid off. But the moment he steps inside, the guards stop him. One of them tells him to turn around, sneering that he must be here to explore the newly discovered labyrinth. He's warned not to stick his nose where it doesn't belong and to leave immediately. As our hero glares at them, two cocky guards wonder what all the commotion is about. After being denied entry, he calmly sits down, thinking, this is the land of Duke Voresha, a high noble. This is going to be a problem. Just then, an old man approaches our hero. Excuse me, he says, you must not be from around here if you don't understand what's happening. Our hero asks what he means. The old man says it's nothing special, and tells him to just look over there. He sees someone slipping money to a guard and realizes they're demanding tolls. Perse whispers that they're corrupt. The old man explains, this is just how things are here. Our hero thinks that this practice was abolished years ago. The old man, noticing his cold, emotionless eyes, steps closer and tells him to give this to them, and they'll let him pass. He says it might not be much, but it should be enough to get in. He urges him to just hand it over and avoid any trouble. The old man says Davy reminds him so much of his grandson, and that he can just have the money. Our hero is genuinely surprised by the old man's kindness. He says he appreciates the gesture, but asks him to please keep the money. Buy something for your grandson, he says. I don't think I'll be needing something like this. The old man is left in shock by what he's about to witness. Our hero walks straight up to the guards, who tell him they already ordered him to leave. But our hero just tells him to get out of the way. The guard scoffs. What? Our hero states coldly that tolls cannot be demanded from citizens unless required for a specific event. Therefore, what they're doing is illegal. They just scratch their heads, wondering what this brat is talking about. But Davy, his voice laced with fury, tells them if they don't want to die, this is their last chance before he enforces national law. Hand over all the money you've collected and admit your crimes. He thinks it sounds a little cheesy, but who cares? It's just procedure, like reading them their rights. The guard points his sword at our hero's throat and asks who the hell he thinks he is. Does he really think he's some big shot they can't just kill? Our hero calmly replies, "So you have no intention of following the law." They sneer back that here, they only follow the laws of Duke Varisha. Our hero simply says, "I see." The old man shouts, "You bastard, stop it! He's just a kid." The guard turns on him asking who the hell this old geezer is and tells him to get lost, ready to strike him down. But to the guard's shock, our hero stops the blow with a single kick, sending the sword flying. "You pointed your blade," he says, his voice dripping with venom, at a completely unarmed old man. "You're absolute trash. Forcibly taking money from a citizen of your own kingdom is the same as stealing from the nation itself." As the sword falls, he catches it and declares, "The punishment for that is immediate execution," before slicing the guard's head clean off. He announces that the punishment applies to everyone involved, but it doesn't have to end this way. "Go and get your boss, right now." The other guards ignore him, pointing their weapons and calling him a lunatic. Our hero just asks if they really want to add a few more charges to their sentence. "It was wrong of me to lie about my identity. But what you're doing is enough to have 3 generations of your families sentenced." The guards just stare, asking what he's talking about. "You bastard!" one shouts. But in a flash, a spray of blood erupts. It wasn't our hero who was cut, but the guard's own hand that goes flying. Our hero warns, "It'll be your head next time. Don't make me repeat myself. Get your boss. Now." Just then, their commander appears, demanding to know what's going on. "Greetings, Viscount," they shout as he asks who's causing trouble. Our hero casually tosses a medallion at him. "You should choose your next actions carefully," he warns. "Just because you don't see guards by my side doesn't mean I can't defend myself." A soldier screams in recognition. "That's an identification pendant from the Demetrio family." The Viscount, overcome with fear, falls to his knees before the first prince, Davy. Our hero says, "Good. At least you recognize it." The Viscount begs for forgiveness, claiming the region is in a dire financial situation. But our hero retorts, "What about the 1,000 Days and Nights market, designated as a treasure by the Continental Alliance?" The Viscount sputters that this isn't fair. He can't just show up in disguise when there's no other royalty from the kingdom present. "Who would come here unannounced to prosecute someone?" he demands. "You came without a warrant. This is an abuse of power." Our hero coolly replies, "So you want me to bring a warrant?" The Viscount sneers that Duke Varisha will never let this stand. Our hero thinks to himself, so that's how he wants to play this. He realizes that when corruption runs this deep, even inspectors are afraid to do their jobs, fearing retaliation. The Viscount says, "Please, allow me to escort you to my mansion." But our hero cuts him off. "So, you're a Viscount?" He asks if the man has heard the rumors. "What rumors?" he asks nervously. Our hero leans in. "You haven't heard? I'm bloodthirsty." The Viscount can only ask what he means before his head is separated from his shoulders. Perce calmly notes, so he chose to shorten his final words. After Davy finishes the noble, he travels on in a carriage driven by the old man. The man explains it had been 10 years of peace until Baron Alexat of the former royal family passed away. That's when refugees from the Hines Territory region began flocking here, and it became a serious problem. The people who tried to help them were punished, he says with a heavy heart, that he lost his own son that way. Davy explains himself. He says looking at the old man reminded him of his son, not his grandson, and apologizes for his harsh words. But our boy insists he wasn't being rude at all. From what he can tell, his son was a very kind man too. The elder admits he just couldn't stay silent in the face of injustice. Percerk tells him it was an admirable thing to do. They arrive before a lone gravestone, where the old man reveals they've reached the ruins of Valhalla Gate, the historic site of the 1,000-day and 1,000-night market. Percerk asks if he's sure this won't cause problems with the Viscount, but our hero says the Duke can't afford to waste his attention on a place like this. Overjoyed, the old man thanks him for saving his life and avenging his son, vowing to never forget this debt. Percerk, being kind, simply tells him to continue living as the righteous man he is. As they depart, Percerk notes what a truly sad story that was. Percerk agrees, but promises better things are on the horizon. She feels a premonition that something huge is about to happen. He just smiles and says she'll see for herself soon enough. Now deep in the ruins, our main character makes his way through the rubble. He climbs to the highest point to get a bird's-eye view while Percerk yells for him to get down. But he's absolutely floored by the sheer scale of the ruins, noticing details everywhere. Percerk, trailing behind him, hates to be a buzzkill, but asks if this is really getting them anywhere. Just looking around for stuff seems pointless. Our boy agrees that it might seem that way, before muttering, "Area 1 to 7, then Area 23 to 11. She walks over to him and asks what he's doing. "What's with all those notes?" Percerk reveals that it's a form of cryptography. She just looks at him blankly. "A what?" A spark of excitement hits him as he finally gets it. He realizes this entire place has been encoded. From up high, you can see all sorts of hidden patterns. He explains the code was created by Shuri. and though others knew it in the past, he must be the only person alive who can read it now. Then he points to a specific spot. The code points to only one thing. He walks toward an object and declares there's an entrance through the anvil in the center. To get in, they need a special rune. With that, he places his hand upon the anvil. He excitedly thinks about the creator's testament to his people, promising a massive fortune to whoever found his legacy. As it activates, the floor splits right down the middle. Our hero can't help but think, man, that old geezer was seriously twisted and cruel. Now inside the secret chamber, Berserk remarks on the insane effort it must have taken to build this underground passage. Berserk immediately notes the pressure resistance magic woven into the place. Berserk figures the mages back then must have racked their brains to create something like this. If he had never known Shuri, this place probably would have stayed buried forever. Berserk stares at our hero, completely astonished. A small smile spreads across her face as she admits, "You're not wrong about that." After walking for what feels like an eternity, they finally reach their destination. Berserk wonders what this place is. Berserk looks around, observing that it feels more like a home than a dungeon. It makes sense, since Shuri called himself a maniac who spent his whole life at the forge. He came here right after the death of Harris and spent the rest of his life working on a single project until his last breath. And though his physical body is gone, his entire being remains here, exactly as he left it. After taking it all in, they enter another room and spot a chest. Berserk points out that the room has an altar. Our hero mentions that Shuri used to worship some non-existent god of the forge or something, but as they step forward, they trigger a mechanism. The chest suddenly erupts in a blinding light, catching them both completely by surprise. Our boy states the obvious, "It's coming from that chest." Berserk marvels that she's never seen a person's consciousness materialize like this before, as they both stare cautiously at the glowing box. Despite the warning signs, Berserk moves forward. "What are you doing?" she asks. He thinks to himself about the title, the Shuri, earned by forging for 1,000 straight days without a single moment of rest. But his own kind, the dwarves, called him something else. The Shuri. Unlike normal blacksmiths who just took pride in hammering metal, Shuri used mana to shatter the very limits of forging. He broke every boundary, to the point he was recognized as a hero. This must be his final work, the one he asked him to complete. The moment his hand touches the chest, a mechanism whirs to life. As it finally clicks open, our boy's eyes widen with understanding. "I get it now," he says. "So, you must be his final creations. The nameless crimson sword that exterminates the living, and the azure sword that eradicates the dead. The so-called twin blades that, even at the very end, he couldn't manage to complete." Berserk observes the two swords, thinking their title is none and their status is uncommon. They're 90% finished. He realizes their manifestations exist, but they haven't been awakened yet. "What is this? What does that mean?" he wonders. Beside him, Berserk says she finally understands the wailing sounds from before. Our hero nods. "Yeah, I expected as much. But still, this is so like Shuri. These are living swords, just like Kaldras. And Kaldras, the holy sword, is the greatest blade Shuri ever created in his life, but it was forged using the physical molds and diagrams from his master, Harris. These two swords are completely different. This is the one and only masterpiece from the great smith Shuri that didn't take a swordmaster into account. They were made by him, and for him alone, created to find their own masters by themselves." Our hero grins, knowing these are an incredible find. Berserk says they already look complete, but Berserk shakes his head. Not yet. The final touches haven't been added. They still need to be worked. He picks up both blades and says he needs fire. After stowing them away, he clarifies it's not just any fire. He needs a flame that can provide more heat than normal. For example, the fire from a dwarven heart forge. A few hours later, well into the night, our hero announces they've arrived. A mage up ahead tells him that if he follows the main road, he'll reach the square, and wishes him a pleasant trip. Berserk thanks him, his mind already racing about the royal summons and what could be waiting inside. Berserk teases him for his weird habit of asking questions he already knows the answers to. "Anyway, they probably just want to reward you," she says. But that's a total no-brainer. His moongrass business is a literal goose that lays golden eggs. In just a few months, he's made more money than the entire kingdom made in a year, and the taxes he paid were astronomical. They'll definitely try to convince him to nationalize his business to make the kingdom richer, or, to be more specific, to make the nobles richer. "And you already know that," she adds. Our hero thinks to himself that, honestly, it's a bit shocking to have drawn this much attention from the whole continent. He finally arrives at the palace. At that very moment, a butler greets him. "You are welcome." "It's been a while," our hero replies, addressing him as Vespers. The butler agrees, noting that he's grown taller. He says he's heard the rumors and that he's made quite a success with his business in the province. Perserk, with a cheerful smile, says the heavens must have blessed him, but the butler's tone shifts. The climate in this place, however, is no joke. The butler reveals that some confidential ledgers were stolen. Our boy plays dumb. Vespers explains that the king was enraged, and all the nobles involved have been stripped of their titles and will be executed. Shocked, Perserk asks if the king really went that far. The butler informs him the king has just retired for the night, so he'll have to give his greetings tomorrow. Perserk thinks, damn, that's ruthless. It seems the king was holding back this whole time and just decided to finally let loose. And even though Marquis Palutres gathered tons of information, progress this massive wouldn't have been possible without the king's direct help. He knew things were getting seriously complicated. But just then, a voice popped up behind Davy, asking if he was the one making all that noise. What shocked our guy was that he knew that voice, the voice of his blonde-haired brother. The blonde calls him Callius and tells the butler it looks like his brother has something to say, so the old man can leave. After the butler leaves, this Callius dude just grins and walks up to our hero, acting all tough. He says Davy got a big head just from closing one deal, and if a commoner like him could do it, then anyone could. It didn't matter who it was. He shouldn't get so proud over nothing. It was just a lucky break, but our hero fires back, saying so that's what he wanted to say. He must be pretty jealous, and he doesn't even get how huge his achievement really was. That's exactly why everyone calls him an idiot, because he always has to run to Area Barriette for everything. This completely sets Callius off, who lunges to grab Davy, but Davy shuts down the attack and asks if he's crazy. He must be delusional from everyone gassing up his ego, but Davy can't think of anyone dumber than him. Everything he has was just handed to him, and since he's not smart, he could at least have some common sense. Callius, totally pissed, asks how he dared to insult him. Our hero thinks to himself that if he wasn't such an idiot, he wouldn't have shot that arrow at him 6 years ago. And now that he thinks about it, he gets even more angry. He dodges the next blow, grabs Callius by the arm, and slams him face first into the floor. After Callius eats dirt, our guy says he should be aware that the things he says could reflect badly on the king. He's always going on about commoners this and commoners that, but half the blood in his own veins is from the king of this realm. And then he just steps on his throat, making Callius gasp for air. After he gets up, our guy asks if he got hurt or something. But seeing a crying Callius, he just says, "Guess you're not okay." Then he flicks him on the forehead, telling him to take that, making Callius scream in pain. Callius, trembling from the pain, asks what he did to him. Our boy asks, "What do you mean? You want me to hit you again?" That makes Callius shake with fear. He starts running, screaming that Davy will see, and that he's going to take everything he's proud of. As our hero watches him run off with his tail between his legs, Perch asks if he's really letting him go with just a flick. But Davy says, "Of course not." With a devilish grin, he says he just played with him a little. Seeing that smile, she says she doesn't know what he did, but it must be something malicious. She adds that, if possible, he should try not to smile like that. It's super scary. Our guy gets embarrassed, wondering if it's really that weird. She says anyway. She wants to know what he did to his brother. He explains that he put a curse on him, the strongest in the entire country, one that can't even be cured by magic. She asks what he did to make it so powerful, but Davy just says there's one more thing. He gave him a little present. She asks what he means by that. He just tells her she'll see at the meeting tomorrow. And now at the meeting, the young lords are discussing things, with one of them saying they should take a cut from each province to fund the business's growth. As they talk, the king looks extremely unhappy with all of it. Perch, at his side, notes they're all just talking amongst themselves, not even including him, even though the whole business is his. She knows Mark is absent, but looking at them, royalty and nobles all seem the same, blinded by greed. And she's genuinely worried about the future of this country. Meanwhile, our hero says maybe he should start a restaurant next, adding that the most profitable businesses are in food and water. She tells him he's truly one of a kind. Just then, the king orders everyone to stop. He says they should first reward Prince Davy. He was the one who brought this blessing to their land. At that, our hero stands up, while the king says he created something incredible with no support at all. He replies that he was just doing his duty, but the king insists that what he achieved is greater than anything done in the last 10 years. He asks what Davy desires, saying he'll give him anything he wants. He thinks to himself that he's not sure. He has a feeling that if he asks for anything, these idiots will refuse to give it to him. So he says, "This is a huge honor. I hadn't thought about it beforehand. Please, give me some time." The king agrees, of course, and Perch tells him he made a great decision. But the nobles keep insisting that for the good of the nation, they have to invest in the moon grass, making Perch extremely nervous. But in that instant, Duke Varietta, the leader of the nobles, appears, saying they have one thing to verify first. At this, he tells everyone that they seem very excited about the moongrass business, but they haven't checked the most basic things. They ask what he means, and the old man says they should discuss how they'll use the moongrass to help their nation. They agree, saying yes, it's a revolutionary business. Then Varietta asks, so why are they trying to chain this business to the nation without even consulting Lord Davy, who created it? This shocks everyone. He asks them all if they think they're somehow higher than the royal family in this nation. He speaks directly to Duke Ferundes, asking if he wouldn't complain if he was told to hand over all his property to the nation, making everyone very tense. He declares that all of this will be decided by the Lord himself, Prince Davy. Perch, in the back, whispers that this guy is helping him, but she has no idea why. And Davy says it just sounds like a game of words to him. Meanwhile, Varietta argues that if they were to forcibly nationalize the business, there would be resistance, and no one would want to be an entrepreneur in that kind of environment. He asks if Lord Davy doesn't agree. Our hero, totally confident, asks the Duke if that's everything he wants to say. The Duke asks if that's how it seemed, and he's right, there is something more important. He just thought he would act as a mediator to help. He then asks for everyone's attention. He pulls out a letter, announcing that it's from High Priest Falchas of the Holy Kingdom. They ask, a letter? What about? Varietta says that he's requesting Prince Davy's presence in the Holy Kingdom to verify his stigma manifestation and to recommend him for the title of saint. This bombshell stuns everyone. They slam their hands on the table, shouting that this is ridiculous. Before being a lord, he is the first prince of this nation. How could they send him to the Holy Kingdom? They start arguing, saying it's absurd. But one of them asks what the big deal is. Another shoots back, asking since when their kingdom was beneath the Holy Kingdom. It's the prince they're talking about. How is this any different from practically handing him over as a tribute? In that instant, our hero says they're all overthinking it. So they're saying his stigma manifestation has been recognized. He asks if that's why he needs to go to the Holy Kingdom, and if he receives the title of saint, what happens next? Will the Holy Kingdom protect the country or something? Varietta says the Lord must see the whole forest, not just the tree. This is the responsibility he must carry as royalty. He shouldn't forget that, because there is nothing to be gained by angering the Holy Kingdom. This really pisses Davy off. Everyone starts asking what will happen to the Rhinas region and the moongrass business. Duke Varietta explains that, unfortunately, if the prince were to go to the Holy Kingdom and become a saint, by law, it would be impossible for him to manage the region. This news makes all the nobles look very excited. The nobles immediately start clamoring to appoint a new lord, trying to find someone suitable for the position. And as they throw names around, Perce just thinks to herself, they're all a bunch of idiots. Davy, however, is thrilled. This is getting more and more interesting. This is exactly why he never wanted to nationalize the business. A duke then steps forward, announcing he has one more thing to say. He declares that right now, the Hines Territory region is more critical than any other territory in the nation. Because of that, they can't just put anybody in charge. And if he could make a recommendation, the perfect person for such a high-stakes position is Callias, the second prince of the kingdom. And Davy knew it. The whole plan was to privatize the business, hand it over to Arya Barriette's grandson, Callias, and then rake in all the profits for himself. That was the Duke's grand scheme. For all his big talk, it was the same old garbage the other nobles spout. At that, Callias steps forward, walking toward the king and shooting our boy a sadistic little smirk. As Davy watches, Callias kneels confidently before the king. And with a wide grin, he suddenly starts clucking like a chicken, shocking the entire hall into silence. The Duke looks absolutely furious. All the nobles and the queen demand to know what he's doing. In the corner, Perce just starts cracking up while Callias, completely mortified, wonders what is happening. He tries to speak, but all that comes out is the sound of a chicken. He just keeps on clucking, leaving everyone completely stunned. Perce is loving this, laughing right in his face and telling him how funny it is. Davy mutters that maybe she's overdoing it a little. He wonders what the heck he's even doing. Is he taking this prank too far? With a hand over his mouth, Callias can't explain. The more he tries to talk, the more he sounds like a chicken, which horrifies the Duke, who demands to know how he dares mock the national conference. But the prince just pleads for them to believe him. He would never do this. But the more he speaks, the more he imitates different animals. Now he's barking like a dog, which pushes the king's fury over the edge. He roars that he's heard enough and orders Callias out of his sight. He calls the guards to arrest the second prince and put him on probation until he changes his mind. But Callias just screams for them to stop, still barking like a dog and clucking like a chicken, while the king's rage burns. He starts to struggle, telling the guards not to touch him. But in that instant, his hat goes flying. To the absolute shock of every noble there, they stare in horror at the scene. Even Perce is stunned. How did he end up like this in just one day, she wonders. Meanwhile, a thrilled Davy thinks to himself, this is the power of the greatest curse in the country. Light reveals the shiny, bald head of Callias. Seeing that pathetic display, the Duke is in shock, as our boy states that he doesn't think Callias is nearly mature enough to govern a territory yet. The Duke glares at Davy, stunned, speechless, while our boy just flashes him a smile. He rises to his feet, addressing Duke Varietta, and asks, since when a duke's position is higher than a king's? He asks him what this is all about. Our boy says he'll ask the same thing, just with different words. He asks if this country belongs to the Duke. Varietta claims of course not, and that he's misunderstood. All of his actions were for the good of the country, for Kingdom R. Our boy fires back, asking why he's the one holding a letter from the Holy Kingdom that not even the king has seen. Varietta is silent. Davy adds that he's just spouting the same nonsense as the others. The old man tells him to hold his tongue, but Davy doesn't care, and says there's an old saying, never put the cart before the horse. The Duke sputters that they're in the national conference and asks what he means by that. Our boy points right at him and says, then in this all-important conference, what did you accomplish today? You sold out this country at the request of the Holy Kingdom and used that chance to try and take his territory of Hein's territory. And no matter how he looks at it, the Duke is no different from the other greedy nobles. Varietta then asks what the prince's solution is. Our boy states that the key is how they handle the Holy Kingdom's request. The king asks if he has an idea. Our boy replies that in the end, even the Holy Kingdom is a place where humans live. He then takes out a crystal ball, and a transmission flickers to life on its surface. A voice says that he received a claim from Prince Davy. He introduces himself as Father Van, from the administrative department of the Holy Kingdom. Our boy apologizes for the interruption and asks about the Pope's decision, which shocks all the nobles. Meanwhile, our boy thinks, that's right, even if the Holy Kingdom is God's territory, it's still just a place where humans live. And on top of that, they have a need to do business. And even though a high priest outranks the king of a small kingdom, the person he contacted was the highest authority in the Holy Kingdom. And this priest says this was all the work of the high priest alone. He also made it clear that nothing like this will ever happen again, which surprises everyone. After the meeting, our boy is talking with Father Velia. He says Davy did a good job, while the priest admits he never thought Kingdom H would consider sending the second prince to their Holy Kingdom. In the end, it wouldn't be bad for them, but long term, it wouldn't be very beneficial either. Davy says he'll continue to leave things in his hands, thinking about a key fact he told the Pope. If either of them, the Heinz territory region or himself, were to fall to one side or the other, the cultivation of moongrass would become impossible. And naturally, someone in the Pope's position understood that immediately. The priest then mentions the promised item, and Davy says he hasn't forgotten. He will set aside a specific amount to send to the Holy Kingdom, and will also dedicate a portion of land to cultivate and sell exclusively to them. The priest says this is very good news indeed. He thanks him for his efforts and says the Pope has asked him to continue selling them a large quantity. Davy, happy, thinks that this exchange is pretty materialistic and seems to have ulterior motives, but in the end, it doesn't matter. If they want special treatment, they have to give him something in return. After all, this business was built on that idea from the start. If they're all going to jump into the rain to get wet, no one can point fingers at each other. They're all going down together, because this is the famous drag everyone else with you business model. And after the call ends, they wonder what will happen. In the end, he got a great result, and nothing else matters. And now, through the crystal ball, he makes another call to a very distressed Amor, who is begging for help. He tells her that a prince's assistant shouldn't say things like that. The butler behind her apologizes for the shameful display. Then, he asks how the conference went. Our boy says it went fine and the problem was solved easily. He asks how things are going there with the guests. The old man says they're staying in temporary tents and have already secured construction licenses, so group projects should begin soon. However, regarding the infrastructure improvement problem, even after checking His Highness's plans, they don't think they can do it easily. Davy says so time is the main issue, just as they thought. The old man confirms it. Davy thinks about how he revived this nearly dead territory and managed to prevent others from gaining influence there. But this is just the beginning. And since the territory has been rotting for so long, it's technologically very difficult to improve it now. The estimated time until they're finished is 10 to 20 years. And this is not a problem they can just solve with money. And Davy says he has plenty of money, but nowhere to use it. But he thinks it's time to launch his second business, and asks if our guy is serious about this. Our boy confirms it. He believes the skills and tech from the continent's greatest engineers will be perfect. And even though he knows they're a petty species, he has an offer they can't possibly refuse. The old man asks which great engineers he's talking about. Meanwhile, our hero thinks to himself, this is like trading corn for diamonds. And what's better than a trade that promises a huge return with almost zero risk? With that, he headed for the mountains. His companion warns him they'll soon reach Yellow Rock territory and begs His Highness to please be careful. He agrees, thinking about the Yellow Rock tribe. It's a village of dwarves located north of the kingdom's territory. These dwarves are known as the continent's finest little engineers. Because they're way stronger than humans and have insane heat resistance, they were basically born to be master craftsmen. Compared to elves, who are only seen in legends, dwarves still have some contact with humans, living in tribes near volcanoes and mines. However, they have little interest in other races, so they limit outside influence, even from the king. Gaining the authority to even enter a dwarven tribe was the reward he earned for his success with the moongrass business. The other royals assumed he was gunning for the crown prince's throne, but since he has zero interest in that position, he chose to walk a different path entirely. Not that they let him go easily. They got annoyed and started criticizing him, saying dwarves are picky and that pissing them off would end badly. The king himself told Davi that dwarves aren't human, but Davi told them not to worry about it. He was confident he could at least get past the main gates. He still remembers the nobles' skeptical glares. He could practically hear them thinking, what the hell is this guy up to now? In fact, they assigned soldiers just to keep an eye on him. Not that he feels sorry for them. But they're right about one thing. He is absolutely planning on stirring up some trouble. Now, standing before the gate, his guards announce they're from the kingdom and request permission to enter the Yellow Rock tribe. But the dwarven sentry, Geralt, just scoffs, saying he hasn't heard a single thing about a visit. That's when our hero dismounts his horse, declaring he's brought them an offer. The dwarf asks what it could be, and our boy introduces himself as Prince Davi, the first prince of Kingdom H. He gestures to a wagon behind him. The dwarf grumbles that a promise is a promise. However, the tribe is facing a huge problem right now, so they're in no position to make any deals, which catches our hero by surprise. Still, the dwarf says he'll allow them entry. He tells them to leave the horses where they are and proceed on foot. The moment they step inside, they're stunned by the sheer scale of the place. Our hero makes his way toward the elder's house. He notices the round table, and sitting in the center is Golda, the 8th elder of the Yellow Rock tribe. Our boy thinks to himself that this is all getting pretty tedious. He asks if the elder is the only one here, knowing full well there are several other leaders in the dwarven tribes. So he figures he should introduce himself properly first. May the blessing of the Iron God be with you. My name is Davi Roni, a prince of Kingdom H. The dwarf's eyes widen in shock. Well, this is a surprise. He never thought a human would know a dwarven greeting. He says it's rare, that he likes this kid, and tells him to please sit down. He explains that the other elders are busy, so he's representing all of them. Our boy thanks him, and the elder asks what brings a prince all the way out here. He's surely aware that most of their deals happen outside the village. Davi confirms this, noting their normal trade with the kingdom is still months away, but he's here to make a few personal requests. The things he brought are just a small gift he prepared. Inside is meat brewed beer. The dwarf's face lights up, saying he doesn't hate humans who know how to show respect. On top of that, he loves human beer. But he says that unfortunately, the Yellow Rock tribe is in a complicated situation right now and can't possibly meet his demands. Our hero wonders what he means by that, but the elder states he can't discuss it with outsiders. That's all he can say for now. But since he came all this way, he'll allow him to stay for a few days. However, if he causes any trouble, they'll throw him out immediately. As if on cue, his guards draw their blades. But our hero calmly tells them to stop. The elder walks past him, saying he has to go now. As he leaves, Davi stares him down and checks Golda's information. He's 180 years old, has no title, and his current state is tired, irritated, and doubtful. He's the youngest elder in the Yellow Rock tribe. His info says that since it's been a while since he's seen a human, he was quite intrigued, and even took a liking to the one who showed them such respect. However, the human's company is irritating, and he'd rather be participating in the creation of the Flame of Beginnings. That's known as the Sacred Sword of the Dwarves. A piece of information that completely shocks our hero. Davi is suddenly hit with a memory from the past, talking with his old friend. He recalls him saying he made an item with those guys a long time ago. Back then, his skills weren't as sharp. So honestly, the quality isn't the best, he'd said. But we felt so accomplished. We celebrated for days after finishing it. She had asked if this Flame of Beginnings was really all that great. And our hero said it might be, from a common point of view. Honestly, he never expected to see that name here. It seems he knows something. He calls it the sword that cannot cut. And she asks, what is that? He explains that the Flame of Beginnings is a sword created by Sarat and the dwarves. He thinks it can be considered the very first collaboration between humans and dwarves. As he remembers Sarat complaining about how much those dwarves drank, Davi realizes this is an item that carries Sarat's memories. The most interesting part, the item is just a prototype. She asks, what do you mean, a prototype? Our boy says you could call it a blacksmith's first masterpiece. Even though it was made differently from other swords, the general production process is the same. He thinks about its special production method using mana, a technique that fuses the material and non-material worlds. A method that unique is exactly what a blacksmith strives for, something beyond what's already known. It's highly unlikely that the closed-minded dwarves would ever attempt to create something like that on their own, which is probably why they're racking their brains trying to figure out the production method right now. Our hero stretches and says it's time for a little stroll. After all, his main goal here is to borrow the dwarves' skills to develop his territory. But he has other reasons for coming here, namely, their great furnace. A forge created by dwarves using their most intense techniques. He doubts these stubborn dwarves will want to talk, but that's exactly why he's cooked up a very good plan to handle it. And now, in the dwarven bar, that same elder is chugging beer. He asks our hero what brings him here. Davi smirks. I thought you were busy, but it looks like you have some free time. The dwarf grunts that no matter how much work he has, he can't do it right if he doesn't get a proper rest. He says his brother Golda kicked all the elders out. Davi sits down and suggests they drink together. I've heard dwarven liquor is pretty strong, he says. Mind if I have a taste? The question shocks the other dwarves, who ask if he really wants their liquor. Does this human truly have no idea what he's getting himself into? Just then, a dwarf grabs a cup, telling Malkal the human wants to try their liquor. Malkal smirks, saying he's a reckless one. They start shouting, making our hero think they're absurdly loud. Malkal pours 2 glasses, warning him that dwarven liquor is nothing like the human stuff, and far too strong for his kind. But our hero just throws it back, declaring it's nothing. He laughs, saying, "This is what you call real liquor." The dwarves are stunned, exclaiming that he downed the whole mug in one go. While Perk asks if the liquor is good, our guy admits it's seriously strong, but the taste is disgusting. Perk is completely shocked. He thinks to himself that drinking contests are the dwarves' greatest weakness, then looks the elder in the eye, asking if he's willing to see who can drink more. The surrounding dwarves gasp in disbelief, but the elder grins, declaring that they dwarves never disrespect those who can hold their drink. And so, the contest begins, while our girl just watches on. Perk knows this gamble is necessary. It's the only way he can get what he truly wants from them. The dwarf sets the terms. If the human wins, he'll grant his request. But if the dwarf wins, he must leave immediately. He says it's nothing personal, but they have their own situation to deal with. Davy agrees, thinking to himself, he took the bait. With a toast, the two begin to drink. The next day, the 8th elder has lost. Our hero asks how he's feeling. Utterly defeated, he admits he never thought he'd lose to a human, calling it a true disgrace. Davy smirks internally. With his holy mana maxed out, getting drunk is impossible. Perk calls him a total cheater, but she notes how tough it was, seeing he's still drinking with the other dwarves even after the competition. She asks him how he ever started drinking so much. He explains it's because of his 2 swordmasters, the hero who united the world, Morin Zong, and Shido Dog Jun, a man who was apparently feared in that world. He recalls that even Daphne, the hedonistic saint who loved to drink, warned him never to challenge X-John when it came to alcohol. But the problem was, he was learning swordsmanship from that very man. Drinking became a daily routine, because the guy drank constantly while making him run 100 laps for 100 straight days. He thinks to himself that compared to those hellish days, these dwarves are nothing. The dwarven elder concedes defeat and asks what he wants. Our hero gets straight to the point, asking if all this trouble is over the flame of beginnings. The dwarf sighs, admitting he let it slip. He says it's no big deal, just that the sword they were protecting for ages suddenly broke. Davy is shocked. The elder confirms it was a miracle it lasted as long as it did. The sword was passed from tribe to tribe, each taking a turn to guard it. The promise was that each tribe would guard it for a set amount of time. His father was the guardian for his generation, but since he passed away unexpectedly, the duty fell to his older brother, Golgotha. Our hero asks, "So, such an important sword just broke?" The elder replies, "Is that all you want to know?" He offers more information if he wants it. Davy thinks that this is just like a dwarf. If you treat them with courtesy, they return it in kind. Even though all he did was drink with him, it's a good thing he got the elder's attention. He says it's no big deal, but he happens to have some skill with a forge. He then asks if he can join their little project as an assistant. And now, at the central forge of the Yellow Rock tribe, all the dwarves are hard at work. As our hero approaches, Perk gasps in awe, unable to believe the techniques the dwarves are using. But suddenly, some dwarves start yelling, saying Golgotha must have lost his mind to bring an outsider here. But Golgotha calmly states that this is the human who came to their village. Another dwarf demands to know how he dared bring a human here, asking if he's gone mad. Our hero almost feels bad for him. Just then, another dwarf appears, demanding Golgotha explain himself. This is the first elder of the Yellow Rock, Golgotha. Golgotha says it was the result of a bet. He explains that this young man has been learning blacksmithing, and all he wanted was to see their forge for just a little while. A dwarf from behind shouts, asking why he brought him to the main forge then, accusing him of still being drunk. but Golgotha declares he's sober, staking his honor as a dwarf on it. The first elder just stares at them, then tells everyone to get back to work. He says they can complain to him later, reminding them that Golgotha is an elder too, and if this was his choice, they must respect it. But then he turns to Davy, calling him human. Our hero corrects him, saying his name is Davy. The elder scoffs, so it's Davy. Annoyed, he says he'll allow him to stay out of respect for his younger brother's decision. But if he tries anything funny, he'll smash his head in with a hammer. Our hero calmly replies that he'll keep that in mind. He looks upon the sword, thinking that it's a giant blade, 2 meters tall and 30 centimeters wide. Even calling it a sword is a stretch. It looks more like a massive decoration. Its nickname is the sword that cannot cut, or more accurately, it's a sword that is incapable of cutting anything. The forge is in chaos, with dwarves screaming at each other to hammer the damn thing right. Perk looks at our hero, surprised, wondering what he's so focused on as he just stares at the sword. He murmurs that it can't be fixed. He realizes it was made using a process similar to a holy sword, but it was never a complete item like one, so it couldn't last. It's a shame, but that's just how it is. Gogota keeps hammering away, but Truvalo approaches, telling him to take a break. He warns that he'll overwork himself, but Gogota doesn't listen. Our hero knows that if they keep this up, they're guaranteed to fail. But just then, another tribe arrives. The Black Rock tribe. Their leader, Thors, sneers that they're going to destroy the sword, and that they're looking pretty good for a tribe that broke a sacred item. He says he never liked the idea of them guarding the sword anyway. He tells them it's not too late to hand it over to his Black Rock tribe, for they are better blacksmiths who will take proper care of it. The other dwarves erupt in anger. But Thors silences them, asking who gave them the right to speak. He mocks their lack of progress, ordering them not to destroy the sacred item. In fact, he claims the other dwarven tribes have already decided they can't let such an important item be destroyed by them. He continues his insults, saying things would be different if their father, Gord, were still here. At that moment, Gogota stops hammering, and his tool falls to the ground with a clang. Thors arrogantly declares there's nothing left to see here. He announces that everything is prepared, and they will be taking the broken sacred item. But as they move to grab the sword, our hero picks up the fallen hammer. He asks if he can ask a question. If Thors is truly a master blacksmith, Gogota looks confused. Thors scoffs, asking if he's made a little human friend now, and if he really thinks the central forge is a place just anyone can enter. He calls the situation ridiculous. Golgotha tells Davy to back away. He says this is not something he should get involved in, but our hero ignores him, declaring that a true master blacksmith feels the spirits in their work and respects each one. But Thors threw that mentality away from the very beginning, and with that, he brings the hammer down on the sword, stunning everyone. They shout that he's ruined it, that it's useless now. They begin to surround him, demanding to know what he's doing and why he's interfering. But our hero just looks at the elder and asks, "Do you actually want to fix this?" The elder admits it. Of course he wants to. But our boy fires back. Then why are you acting like this? You really think your ego is going to fix the problem? He should have realized it by now. It's been 3,000 years. This sword protected a small village for a very long time. Instead of letting an item that fulfilled its duty rest in peace, you're forcing your own selfish desires onto this blade and trying to forcibly repair it. Absolutely furious, he yells. Do you really think it's right to treat the pillar of your village this way? And you still dare to call yourselves master blacksmiths? Have you dwarves no shame? He thinks to himself, they're supposed to be the greatest masters, yet they couldn't see the item was beyond repair. He snatches a piece of the blade and hurls it into the forge, shocking all the dwarves who scream at him. Flashing back to Davy's memories, Surt tells him that within every work made by a master artisan, there is a soul, and no one can call themselves a master if they don't respect that soul. And if he ever finds someone who dares to disrespect those souls, he must crush their head. After he threw the piece into the fire, the dwarves begin to scream that it's over. They grab their weapons, yelling that they're going to kill this damn human. But Davy just says that seeing what they did to the sword, this was the right thing to do. They shouldn't insult a sacred item any longer. He thinks to himself that, pride aside, this item was created by his master, which means it's connected to him. He announces that it seems no one here understands the purpose of a sacred item. This weapon died a long time ago, but they're not confident enough to make another. Even so, they haven't even tried to forge a new one, yet they still want to call themselves master artisans. But the dwarves, absolutely livid, demand to know who he is to say such things. But in that instant, Gogota slams the ground and tells them to shut up, asking how much more miserable they want to make themselves look. The others go to console Gogota, as our boy thinks. That's right, they've probably already realized it themselves, that the life of the Flame of Beginnings was over. Trying to repair it would be useless, but recreating it with their current skills was practically impossible. They just don't want to admit it, and that was the worst thing that could have happened to the dwarves. The same dwarf from before says he's treating this like a joke, since it doesn't involve his own race. He claims that even the best artisan can't recreate a legendary item. He asks who Davy thinks he is, and tells him not to be arrogant, because not even he could remake a legendary item like that. Perserk asks if everything's okay. She's never seen these hardheads so shaken. But to everyone's utter shock, Davy just asks, "Who said I can't?" The words stun every single dwarf, even the elders, and especially Perserk. They start shouting that he's lying, that not even the dwarves could work with the strangely heating metal. No human could possibly do it. This is the work of none other than the thousand-day blacksmith. It's impossible to recreate, but our boy, brimming with confidence, tells them to shut their mouths and learn from him, calling them all a bunch of old-timers. He grabs the hammer and strikes the forge. He thinks about the skills he learned in the Hall of Heroes magic, swordsmanship, alchemy, holy magic, and more, but his blacksmithing is the one that nearly rivals his master's. Since Surt was a naturally gifted teacher, his forging skills improved at an unbelievable rate. So this means he's created countless items just like the Flame of Beginnings, which was basically just a prototype. He begins to forge, surprising the dwarf who wonders what in the world he's doing. That's orichalcum and mithril alloys. Does he have no common sense at all? But our hero shoots back. Who said you need to follow common sense? Was it your ancestors or the thousand-day blacksmith? You're all just trapped by the useless rules you created yourselves. He thinks that there is no such thing as common sense. The possibilities for change are infinite, as long as you change your approach. The dwarves are floored by the scene, wondering if he really just used the reagent on the alloy and how that's even possible. They are completely and utterly astonished. As our boy works the forge, after a short time, a sword is ready. He asks, "Wasn't that a little too easy?" Shocked, they demand to know how it's possible. Even if it looks too rough to be the Flame of Beginnings, it's identical, and they can feel the power of a legendary item radiating from it. And our hero thinks, of course it is. After all, who do you think my master is? Perserk says she never thought he could do something like this without mana crystals. But our boy says that as long as you toss common sense out the window, you can easily do what he just did. He explains that the most important thing is the texture. She asks what he means. He explains that this way, the sword will absorb mana on its own. In short, it's a structure that makes mana circulate through the blade. And with that, he shows it to the elder, Gogoda. And the elder agrees. Our boy explains that there are only a few items, including sacred ones, that can heal themselves with metal alone, without mana crystals. The dwarf confirms this is true. He asks if the elder can feel the texture, and the elder asks what this is. Meanwhile, Perserk thinks from the back that no matter how harsh he was, he managed to win everyone's heart. And so, Davy says he could only create the sword up to this point. Even the thousand-day blacksmith only completed this part, and left the rest for the dwarves to finish. So the rest is up to them. But Gogoda says they don't have the skills to even apply the finishing touches. Davy tells them, then you'll just have to learn. This stuns everyone. They ask if he can really teach them the skills of the thousand-day blacksmith and their own ancestors. He says, of course, but not for free. Give and take. That's the deal. Then he shows them that item, while they ask what it is. Our boy says they'll start as soon as his own work is done. And now the dwarves, looking at that sword, say it's truly impressive, while Perserk watches from afar. She wonders why they're reacting like this to everything he shows them. If they keep this up, he'll be accused of blasphemy. Gogoda approaches and asks what kind of sword this is. Our hero asks him what he thinks. Gogoda replies, I'm being serious. What is this thing? And don't tell me you're the one who made it. But Davy says, no, it wasn't me, but I'll be the one to finish it. The dwarves wonder if the thousand-day blacksmith made that sword then. But Davy cuts in, saying he passed away a long, long time ago. Gogoda agrees, saying yes, it has been a long time, perhaps a few millennia. This shocks everyone. They hope it's not actually true and wonder what he means. Meanwhile, our girl thinks that's right. It has been a few millennia, and this posthumous work has aged while being kept in storage for so long. Perserk asks if he means the sword has aged like a fine wine. He explains that when this type of mana processing is used, the sword needs time before it can be worked on again. You can only resume work on the Flame of Beginnings after a few months. The time varies from item to item, and that's why he was worried about this. And how did he even determine something like this? But Gogoda appears and asks if he has the necessary materials to finish it, and Davy says, of course not. He was planning on borrowing some mithril alloys to use as material. Gogoda says he has a point, and if that's the case, he might be able to help him, and will permit him to use his workshop. And even though his skills don't come close to Davy's, he can guarantee that his workshop will be well taken care of. This surprises everyone, who ask Master Goguda what he means and if he's being serious. He never let anyone even lay eyes on it, no matter how much they begged. So, when Goguda approached him carrying a chest, our hero was completely floored. And when he opened it, Goguda just told him to take it. Perk leaned in, asking, "What's with the bone?" But our guy was stunned, thinking this was insane. It was the bone of an elder dragon. Goguda explained that he wouldn't find anything more perfect for refining the sword. It was a family heirloom, passed down from his very first ancestor. He'd kept it locked away because no one there was worthy of using it. But with Davy, just maybe, it was possible. Davy's mind was racing. This was unreal. He never dreamed he'd see a real dragon bone up close. He thought to himself that this might actually work. But just then, another dwarf called him Master, catching Davy completely off guard. The dwarf warned him, saying if he took everything from Master Goguda, plus the other dwarf's stuff, and even his workshop, wasn't he worried about causing trouble? He was there to offer his own workshop instead. Then another dwarf piped up, telling Davy to call him if he needed anything at all. They started brawling, desperate to get our boy's attention by offering up all sorts of rare items. Davy was totally overwhelmed, just asking them to calm down and take it easy. After gathering a mountain of precious materials, Perk brought up what he'd said earlier. He claimed he didn't have enough materials, but now he had way too many. The dwarves asked if the collection was to his liking. Our hero said it was perfect. Goguda then added that he'd love to help, but there are moral codes between blacksmiths that forbid it. Davy figured he wouldn't mind if he just watched, but thanked him anyway. Now alone in the workshop, he declared it was time to get his hands dirty. His mind flashed back to when his master argued with Belle, demanding she return something, but she flat out refused. "How dare you call me Belle the Plank?" she shrieked, but Suruti denied it, saying he'd never called her that. She just screamed for him to shut up, vowing to burn Davy to a crisp. Suruti pleaded, asking why she'd want to harm an innocent child. As he worked, Davy remembered the hero's sanctuary, an almost heavenly place created from the very essence of heroes. He thought it was a place for heroes to finally rest after all their hard work. And thanks to Odin, the creator of dragons, he was now able to touch the bones of such a mythical creature. Suruti had given that goddess of mages a real headache, then dropped something on her head, doubting Davy would ever find anything like it. Davy thought back then he was annoyed about having to learn a skill for something he didn't even know existed. But man, was he wrong, because now he had this. He noticed the forge getting hotter. He wished he could apply some fire resistance magic, but if he messed up the temperature control even slightly, the whole thing would be a bust. And just like that, the forge began to glow with a rainbow of colors. Perk stared in awe, watching as the sword began to shine brighter and brighter. "It's so beautiful," she whispered. Our boy thought to himself that it used to be a dull red, but now it had shifted to a transparent ruby. The blue blade reminded him of a supernova in the night sky. She was so happy seeing Davy work this hard, thinking his level of concentration was totally surreal. Meanwhile, he was in the zone, hammering away at the swords with growing excitement. A powerful energy resonated throughout the entire workshop. After what felt like an eternity, the twin swords were finally done. His work was complete. With both blades finished, our hero was hyped, saying he should probably give them names. Perk asked what he had in mind. Davy replied that, honestly, he'd already thought of them, which totally surprised her. He looked at the two swords and declared, "From now on, your names will be Crimson and Azure." The Crimson blade held the power to slay the living, while the Azure blade was made to destroy the undead. Perk immediately shot back, "Wow, that sucks. Your naming sense is always horrible." He ignored her, grabbing Crimson and giving it a test swing. The move shocked Perk. He simply activated the slash, cleaving the machine in two. Perk was in total shock. "What was that?" she yelled. "There was 0 mana force when you swung." To think it could slice through a mithril whetstone. Our hero thrilled, grabbed Azure, and unleashed a flurry of strikes against an anvil. The magic pulsed and lit up the forge as our boy explained, "It cuts mana." Perk stammered, "So, you didn't just swing the sword?" He confirmed it, adding that it seemed like everything was ready, so that's what it did. It cut things that don't exist in the physical world. He realized it was way too powerful, thinking he might have created something ridiculous. By the time he left the forge, it was night. All the dwarves were awake, staring at our boy and calling him master. He asked them what they were all doing out there. The dwarves explained they were standing guard to make sure no one bothered him. He told them they did a good job and asked how long he'd been inside. All three of them replied in unison, 4 days. The answer floored Davy. They said they were worried since he hadn't eaten anything and didn't answer when they knocked. Perk chimed in, saying he was obsessed like a crazy person, but it was pretty interesting to watch. He shot back, asking what exactly she observed, but she said now wasn't the time. He grabbed her, demanding she tell him right now. After a while, the dwarves came closer, staring at the blades. They murmured that the swords were emitting an aura all on their own. They never imagined the materials they provided could create something so magnificent. Our boy thought the dwarves looked like devout believers who had just found their god the moment they saw the completed crimson and azure. They claimed they could now die with no regrets. Perk just told him to let them have their moment. 1 week later, in the dwarven village, a dwarf asked Master Davy if the intensity in one section wasn't too low, but Davy reassured him it was fine, explaining this was the moment he needed to lower the flame's temperature since the metal had a higher mana affinity than even mithril. He taught them that it becomes stronger if they adjust the flames according to the situation. He called over another dwarf, telling him not to force the metal to bend just by hammering it. "You have to guide it naturally," he said, "like the current of a river." The dwarf asked if he was doing it right, and our boy told him to go a little further. The dwarf understood immediately, thanking Master Davy. Our girl thought to herself that once they cast aside their pride, they were filled with a burning passion. It was like they were holding a hammer for the very first time, full of raw enthusiasm. After several days, a dwarf remarked that this wasn't bad at all and had been well worth the effort. Meanwhile, Goguda grabbed a drink from the back. As he took a sip, he heard it was a brew his brother loved and treasured. Our boy thanked him, saying the aroma was nice and it wasn't too strong. The dwarf replied that was a relief, joking that just because they're dwarves doesn't mean they all like harsh liquor. "But to be honest," he said, "I came to talk about something else." Our hero asked what it was, and Goguda confirmed it was a different matter entirely. Suddenly, Davy quickly apologized to the whetstone. Goguda was confused, but Davy, flustered, said it was nothing. The dwarf then said he heard Davy came here not just to complete the great blacksmith's final work, but also because he needed their strength to build things in his territory. Davy confirmed that was right, and Goguda nodded in agreement. "That is why I've come to you," Goguda declared. "We dwarves will never forget this favor. And though our skills cannot compare to yours, as long as you ask, we can do anything." Our hero asked if they were sure, warning them it could take a very long time, but the dwarf insisted, saying they were eternally grateful. The entire Yellow Rock tribe would follow him. He swears on the Iron God to stand with him, a vow that completely stuns our hero. But just then, a dwarf rushes to the elder. "What is it?" the old one asks. "We have a huge problem," the dwarf reports. "There's an intruder hiding in the village." Goguda is shocked. "What do you mean, an intruder?" In that same instant, an attack flies toward the elder. He's caught completely off guard, totally oblivious to the danger. But our hero is faster. In a flash, he moves to save Goguda, blocking the strike. Staring at the weapon, he mutters, "Is that a crimson dagger?" And now the scene cuts to the castle, where the prince is tearing his room apart in a fit of rage. "That damn Davy!" he screams. "This is all his fault!" He's completely losing his mind, consumed by pure fury. He's convinced Davy is to blame for everything. "He must have done something to me, even those stupid cheerful sounds he makes when he walks." The prince even blames his hair loss on him, ever since the day they met. He glares at the maids. "You all think this is funny, don't you?" Terrified, the three of them deny it, but he grabs them anyway, dragging them across the floor and calling them filth. His hands tighten around their throats. "Even scum like you are mocking me now. Is that it?" As one of them gasps for her last breath, he smiles cruelly. "Now this is a truly magnificent sight." But just then, as he's choking the life out of the maid, a figure appears at his window. "Who are you?" the prince demands. The red-eyed man steps closer. "My apologies," he says smoothly. "It seems I haven't introduced myself. My name is Face. I hope you'll remember it." The other maids scramble to escape. "From what I've heard," the man says, "these women have brought you some displeasure." The prince just glares. Then, with a simple snap of his fingers, Face tears a rift open in the air. A swarm of bats pours out from the void. Staring in disbelief, the prince yells, "Who the hell are you?" Face simply smiles. "It seems someone has placed a little hex on you. Allow me to remove it." And with another snap, the curse is gone. "Consider it a freebie," he says. "Who are you?" the prince demands again. "Does it really matter?" Face replies, cutting to the chase. "Why not form a contract with me? Together, we can take care of that human you despise." This leaves Callias stunned. Not only does Davy have a stigma carved into his body, but he also has a powerful protector, and it's no ordinary guardian. "But he's still just a mere human," Face insists. Callias shoots back, "You talk as if you aren't human yourself." Face just smirks. "Oh, you'll find out soon enough. I've already sent my vassals to deal with him," Face reveals, shocking Callias. "They should be finishing the job right about now." The scene snaps back to our hero, still locked in place after parrying the blow, his eyes fixed on the crimson blade. Perse speaks up. "That's no ordinary assassin's weapon. It's made of blood." Our hero's eyes widen in recognition. He remembers a skill, one that lets you create things just like this. He glances up at the hilltop and sees a grotesque, lion-like monster staring down at him. He realizes its power, the ability to use multiple blood skills. These are vampire techniques, he thinks. Blood key? Are you all right? The dwarf cries out. They point in horror at the creature on the hill, stunned by the magical beast. Be careful, Perce warns. That thing is incredibly strong. Yeah, no kidding, our hero replies. A magic beast that wields blood key. The creature locks its gaze on him and lets out a deafening howl. The three of them are blasted by the sound wave. The sheer force of it rips through the mountainside, heading straight for our hero. But to the dwarves' amazement, our hero conjures a magic shield, protecting them from the rock slide. The beast then turns its attention fully to Davy, and a sinister grin spreads across its face. After knocking the two dwarves unconscious, the monster stalks toward our hero, its eyes locked on Davy. This makes Davy furious. You seem pretty excited, he growls. You really think you're some kind of apex predator, don't you? The vampire lion charges forward. Davy recognizes the energy surrounding it. That's a blood aura. Even among vampires, only the absolute elite can master this skill. This thing must be insanely powerful, Davy thinks. He warns himself to be careful. It's on a completely different level than your average magical beast. Yeah, he's strong, Davy admits, but it doesn't matter. With an explosive leap, he closes the distance in an instant. Appearing right before the monster, he declares, in the end, you're just an animal moving on instinct. He unleashes a single, powerful punch, sending the beast flying straight into the air. The beast is completely shocked by the blow. This is the perfect chance, our hero thinks. As it hangs in the air, the beast sees him take a strange stance. He draws his sword. I've been looking for someone to test these new moves on, he begins. 24th style, demonic spirit blade draw. A flash of steel slices through the beast. And 8th form, annihilation strike. He attacks again, with even greater force. As he fights, our hero recalls a lesson from his past. During the golden age of Murim's central plains, the high-ranking officials were all corrupt. They suppressed true martial artists and left the common people to starve. That's what his master had taught him. He wonders how that old drunkard managed to unite the entire world of Murim with just a single sword and the 88 styles he created. Each technique was powerful enough to overwhelm even supreme swordmasters. Combining those styles with the brutal training from the sword god was the perfect path to power for him, but the journey itself was pure agony. After slicing through the monster, our hero smirks. Excellent. He flicks his sword, shaking the blood to the ground. That should be enough for Red, he says, but Perce warns him. The creature. It's not dead yet. I know, Davy replies calmly. As the splattered blood begins to reform before him, he thinks to himself, it's just like a lich, hiding its phylactery somewhere nearby. As long as its core isn't destroyed, it can regenerate infinitely. Of course, if you obliterate it beyond regeneration or hit it with holy magic, it'll die for good. But that's always easier said than done. He asks Percy, how can a magical beast have immortality on par with a noble vampire? She replies, for starters, the fact that it's using blood key at all is completely unnatural. Then there's only one explanation, he concludes. It's already regenerating from my last attack. This level of immortality must have been granted by a vampire lord. But why would a lord grant this power to a mere beast? He doesn't have time to figure it out now. So he draws his other sword, Azuri, and unleashes another devastating strike, slicing the monster apart once more. Blood splatters across the ground again. As they wonder if he destroyed its core, Perce senses something else. This feels different. I think he just distorted reality itself. What do you mean, distorted reality? Is that even possible? It appears so, she confirms. He stares at his blade, wondering, could this sword actually kill a god? Just what the hell did my master forge into this blade? He pushes the thought aside for now. A sly grin spreads across his face. Looks like there's a little rat hiding nearby. As a single leaf drifts past him, he unleashes a massive sword strike into the shadows. The hidden vampire is completely shocked. Our hero's voice rings out, try not to be so obvious next time. The vampire is frozen in terror, staring at Davy, who is now standing right in front of him, ready to strike. Once exposed, the chase is on. The vampire flees for his life, thinking, I'm going to die. I'm being hunted by a complete lunatic. Sword in hand, our hero calls out, don't bother hiding. I told you I'd find you. With a single swing of his blade, he lunges forward, tearing the very ground apart in his wake. The vampire barely manages to escape the path of destruction, but it's no use. Davy is still right on his tail. Our hero then starts talking to someone. Or something. Why can't I play with him for a bit? He asks. He came here to kill me. After all, he chuckles. This just makes me look like the bad guy. The vampire is bewildered. Has he gone insane? He's talking to himself. He thinks this is his chance, his one opportunity to finally escape. But to the vampire's utter shock, our boy instantly snatches his arm, asking him just what he thinks he's doing. Terrified, the creature wonders when he appeared behind him, yanking his arm away and stumbling back. Davy just grins, calling him a cherished customer and saying he needs to pay before leaving. He asks why he was trying to dine and dash. The vampire is completely blindsided, terrified of our boy and thinking he must be absolutely insane. Even among his kind, they are honored nobility, far superior to humans in every way. Normally, any human should be paralyzed with fear after encountering a magic beast. But this one not only confronted him, he was planning to toy with him until he got bored. In desperation, he thinks of his superior, Lord Face, praying to be saved. It's clear they completely misjudged this kid. With Davy towering over him, ready to strike, the vampire realizes he's not normal at all, just as Davy's blow lands. After pinning him down, our boy sits on top of him and declares he's finally docile, ordering him to stay still and not resist. The vampire starts screaming, demanding to know what he did. He's just an inferior species. How dare he sit on him? But our boy calmly states he should be grateful he didn't slice his body in half, adding that he needs to confirm something. The vampire, seething with rage, spits that he regrets to inform him, but Davy just apologizes, saying he never meant to hear it from his mouth anyway. In fact, he has the perfect magic for the job, and he can't wait to look inside the vampire's mind. The vampire claims a spell like that can't possibly exist, but Davy knows it does, and he knows exactly how to use it. Placing a hand on his head, he activates Samadhi ignition, and brilliant flames erupt from the vampire's skull. Then, he layers on black magic, the cursed stigma, and integration. Finally, he unleashes the flames of interrogation, and begins to burn the vampire's body and mind. The vampire screams, crying out that it's too hot and begging him to stop, but Davy just says he's fine and tells him to quit being so dramatic. From the sidelines, Perk says that even for an enemy, this seems a little excessive, but Davy shuts her down, saying the vampire won't die from this. She tells him he knows that's not what she's worried about. He calls her Miss Demon Lord and asks if he really needs to show mercy to someone who just tried to take his life. Looking down, she admits he's right, but says he still doesn't have to be so cruel. That's the first time I've ever seen a demon talk about mercy. After scorching the vampire's body, he deactivates the magic, letting the vampire breathe again. Our boy says he doesn't need to find out much, so they'll make this quick, starting with who he is. The vampire, gritting his teeth, asks who he thinks he is. Our hero just activates the magic again, asking if he wants another taste. Trembling with fear, the vampire says his name is Petit, a viscount. Davy notes he's middle-ranked and was definitely his target, asking if it was because of the vampire maid. He confirms it, and Davy thinks that for someone who claimed to be tight-lipped, he sure talks easily. Alright, on to the next question. He wants to know why they have the authority of immortality, which completely shocks the vampire. The vampire, shaking in terror, refuses to answer. Davy figures that since he's still not talking, maybe he needs a little more persuasion. After a bit more persuasion, the vampire starts foaming at the mouth with rage, surprising both Davy and Perk. He screams that he would rather die, and his body begins to glow. Perk yells for him to protect himself. Just then, the Viscount's body begins to swell, as Davy realizes this is a forbidden taboo. The vampire cries that he didn't want this and begs for forgiveness from Lord Face, a name that surprises our hero. After he says that, his entire body explodes, causing a massive blast. In the aftermath, Davy says that was a taboo, and the punishment for it is death, which is a cruel fate. It seems the vampire wasn't acting of his own free will. This sucks, since they learned almost nothing. Perk apologizes beside him, saying it was her fault, but he tells her not to worry about it, as he already suspected something like this would happen. When a curse is broken, the person who cast it can feel it, which means this Lord Face guy he mentioned must already know what happened. Davy says the curse he put on Callias has already been broken. To be precise, someone forced it into a dormant state. Although they were hard to track, they were found. And then there's the authority of immortality. The person behind all this is a formidable opponent. Now, back at the Dwarven village, they continue to rebuild while our hero helps out. From a distance, Perk notes that a single magic beast attacked and caused this much destruction. It's unimaginable. As our boy walks through the village, he sees dwarves running north. Instantly, he heads towards the dwarves, who all greet him as their master. Goguda apologizes for him having to see such an unpleasant sight, but Davy says it's no problem and asks if he was hurt. He says that as you can see, he's tough, but many buildings were burned and countless people were injured. The elder senses Davy's gaze and says perhaps he wants to talk about something. Davy confirms it, and the two of them head towards his house. Arriving in the Dwarven Hall, our hero says he saw the others running north. He asks what happened, and the two get nervous, unsure what to say. But Goguda says it's nothing major. Just a child from the orphanage went missing and the sentinels are looking for her, but haven't found her yet. Speaking of which, he doesn't think it's safe for him here, but Davy says he actually wants to show them something and asks them to please read it. They ask what it is, and Davy explains that it details how to restore their sacred item. Since it will take a long time for them to finish, he plans to return to his own land soon, which surprises the two elders. The two say they don't know how to thank him, but Davy says he doesn't want anything in return. In fact, he's the one who's grateful to them. He's already been well rewarded for it, pointing to his two swords. But more importantly, that beast came to their home because of him, since he was hiding in their village. So, once he leaves, their troubles should disappear. With that, he says his goodbyes, apologizing for everything he caused. The two say that's absurd, and that none of this was his fault. Davy thinks to himself that if they held any resentment, now would be the time to blame him. Now that things are cleared up, he explained that the magic beast came after him because of his stigma. But there's still one thing that worries him. The vampires might use this place to take out their anger later. His own situation doesn't let him worry about such things, though. The most he can do for them is find the lost kid, save him, and return him to the dwarves. The sooner he gets out of here, the safer they'll be. And now, back to the territory of Hein's territory. Guards are surprised to see a caravan with some dwarves approaching. They order them to stop and show identification. Our hero appears, saying he's their lord, and they immediately kneel, calling him a saint. But he says he's no saint. It looks like he's really home this time. After returning to his territory, he became extremely busy. Even while in a village, he was constantly receiving reports. And now, even more people want to move into his territory. In the next 6 months, they're expecting 4,000 people. That's 20 times the current number of residents, which is probably going to cause some problems. But he doesn't have to worry about that anymore, because now he's got some powerful allies. The dwarf by his side asks if this is the territory he was talking about, and Davy confirms it is. Even the mansion is a little old. The dwarf starts laughing, saying this will be his chance to thank him, and that he can leave everything to him. He's going to show this place exactly why they're called the master craftsmen of the entire continent, and he better not refuse his offer. It doesn't matter how great a leader he is. If he doesn't accept help, no one will follow him. Davy agrees, saying he won't stop him. In fact, he actually wanted to ask for a few things himself. Things he thinks the other dwarves will really enjoy. A guard in the back wonders what his lord had to do to get the notoriously stubborn dwarves to come to his territory. Because of this, the reconstruction of Rennes is going to go smoothly. Later that night, back in his room, he's completely wiped out from working so hard. Perse tells him he did a good job today. As our boy complains that he now understands why the kings of the Joseon dynasty didn't live for very long, Perse just says being a leader is no easy task. But he's just thrilled to finally rest, saying this bed feels amazing. But as he's enjoying the bed, he feels something wrong, patting a strange lump. Both he and Perse are stunned to see the shape under the covers, having no idea who it could be. Then, tiny hands emerge from the lump, followed by a pair of spooky eyes staring right at them. Naturally, they both start screaming their heads off, and after the shock passes, they just stare at the lump. Our main character wonders if he came into the wrong room, but Perse says that's impossible. He then realizes it must have happened again, and that bribes don't always come in the form of cash. As the region has started to develop, he's had more and more cases of people sneaking into his room with illegal requests. It's not uncommon in a world with a medieval hierarchy, but for him, it's different. His master, the Saintess, forbade him from using his little guy whenever he wanted. If he did, she'd hunt him down and castrate him, even if she had to leave her post. And he knows that a Saintess always keeps her word, so he has to understand that if he screws up, she's gonna chop his junk right off. He thinks that a threat from a depraved saintess like her is heavier than anyone can imagine, and he was getting every kind of bribe you could think of. So he never bothered tracking down who sent them, but it got to the point where his room was being invaded daily. He finally issued a warning that if they did it again, he'd tear up their contract and destroy their entire family. As the girls ran from his room, they just called him a total dud. Anyway, he had finally been able to enjoy his nights peacefully since then. He lifts the sheet, and when he pulls it, he gets incredibly worried, wondering what this is, and if they're really trying to bring out his generous side by using an innocent little girl. He calls out to her and asks who she is, to which she responds with extreme excitement, but in a non-human way, and the two of them are immediately shocked by her cuteness. As she literally glows, Perse says this isn't good for his heart, and our hero gets even angrier, seeing that they used an innocent girl to try and manipulate him. He slams his hand on the table and calls for Arya. Arya comes running to his room, but he tells her to cut the crap, demanding to know if he didn't warn her to never let anyone in his room. She insists she didn't let anyone in, asking if His Highness wasn't the one who brought her here. Davy denies it, realizing that if Arya doesn't know, then some other entity must have secretly placed the child there. He asks Arya if he's become some kind of joke to her lately. Flustered, she immediately apologizes, saying she should have guarded his room better and that she'll take full responsibility for the kid and get her out right now. But to their complete shock, the little red-haired girl points straight at our hero, calling him Daddy. The word stuns Arya, who whips her head to look at him, but it completely freezes our boy, who has no idea what's happening. The girl quickly scrambles off the bed and runs toward him, hugging his leg and calling him Daddy again, while Davy's mind races. Daddy? No way. She has to be confused. But just then, he hears a sound from his closet. When he looks, his jaw drops. Another cute little girl is staring right at him. He can't even process what the hell is going on, or where these two came from. So, the next day, a little girl is tearing through the garden, with Arya chasing right behind her, begging her to be careful. This girl's name is Crimson, and she's basically the spirit of Davy's red sword brought to life. Beside him, Per says he could have just checked her status from the very beginning. She calls him a total idiot, and hopes this whole thing is messing with his head, but he just asks how he's supposed to change their names when he already gave them. I mean, who would have thought those swords would actually turn human? Crimson and Azure. He thinks this is a huge problem, because they're way too cute. As Crimson keeps running wild, Arya tries to get her to calm down with some cookies. Our boy gets totally lost in thought, wondering if swords can even eat. Per se just deadpans that they're literally human now. Just then, Azure runs up to our main character and latches onto his leg, waiting for a pat from her daddy. He starts petting her, and she looks absolutely over the moon about it. Then, with the most adorable face, she calls him Daddy. The cuteness is a critical hit to both Perce and Davy, who think this is definitely not good for their hearts. Back in his room, he tells the two he needs to confirm something. He asks Crimson and Azure to revert to their original forms. They glance at each other and agree. Their bodies begin to glow, and they turn back into two swords. Davy gets pretty hyped seeing that their essence is still that of a blade. And Perce points out they have zero hesitation about changing back. Davy totally agrees. The transformation is lightning fast, like it's pure instinct. From what he can tell, the power density of the swords has skyrocketed, now that they have their own consciousness. He tells them they can change back, and they become human again in a flash. As Crimson calls him Daddy and Azure asks for cookies, Davy wonders if he should just declare himself their guardian. Perce replies that, technically, they're his daughters. Or adopted daughters, anyway. Davy just shoots back. Are you trying to get me married or something? But she asks if that wasn't the plan all along. He shuts that down with a hard no, and tells the girls eating too many cookies will make their teeth rot. He calls for Arya, who asks what's up, but before he can say anything, she announces a guest has arrived. This catches Davy completely off guard. Arya says the person just showed up, and it's the princess, his sister. The second Island sees Azure and Crimson, she absolutely melts. She starts gushing about how impossibly cute and adorable they are, then immediately asks, "Who are these children?" Our guy explains they're kids he's looking after, and that they're kind of like his daughters. Island is totally floored by this, asking if he's serious, and saying that every single time she sees him, something new is going on. He's just like, "Is that so?" And she excitedly admits she was super worried when he said he was moving to the middle of nowhere. She was completely blown away when his moongrass business actually worked out. She even saw his friends using it in the village. He confirms that yeah, they're his friends. She just says she never imagined they'd leave their homes and move to his territory. Model. Davy just says they're helping out, and she calls it incredible. He tells his sister he wishes he could give her a better welcome, but as she can see, the territory is in a rough state. But she pleads with him not to worry. Just seeing him enjoying himself is a relief. Am I? Really? He wonders. Percerk chimes in, saying Dav hasn't noticed because he's been so busy lately. But looking at the two girls, he admits, "You're right. Why don't we head inside?" But as Ellen dashes after them, Aimee is on the other side of the field, gathering a group of people. A tall man walks among them, flanked by his crew. Our boy stares, his mind racing. Who? Is that guy? Later, in his office, he asks his sister how their brother is. "And how did you find time to come here?" he adds. "When you're so busy with your own territory." She explains that the number of nightly bandit attacks has dropped. The territory has finally found some peace. "You don't seem very interested, do you?" she asks. He quickly apologizes. "Actually," she continues, "the real reason I'm here is, I have a favor to ask. Brother, do you know how to use the power of the stigma?" "The power of the stigma? What do you mean?" he asks. She hesitates, saying she shouldn't be asking when he's so swamped. "But there's something I haven't told anyone," she confesses, "and you're the only one I can turn to. Just say it," he insists. "I'll help if I can." But then he sees William's face, streaked with tears. "What happened?" "I'm so sorry," she sobs, utterly heartbroken. After she finally drifts off to sleep, the butler notes she seems exhausted. This must have been weighing on her for a long time. She'll be okay soon, Dav reassures him. He thinks about the vast distance between the Warden territory, where William and their brother live, and his own. She must have traveled without a single break. This person must mean the world to her. He remembers her desperate words. She has a friend who is on the verge of death. Even the doctors and priests have given up on her. Putina is William's best friend and personal guard. She was struck by a poisoned arrow fired by bandits. William was lured into a trap after being exhausted from a long chase. If Putina hadn't thrown herself in the way, William would have never survived. A priest removed the poison with a spell, but afterward, blue marks began to appear all over her body, and that's when the real nightmare started. After the arrow's poison was neutralized, she began showing abnormal symptoms. She's been suffering from raging fevers, and strange blue markings are spreading across her skin. Soon, Putina began coughing up blood, and her life force started to fade. The doctors and priests are clueless about how to treat this unidentified illness. Then, William overheard the priests whispering that perhaps the high priest could save her, with his stigma. The second she heard that, she raced to the Renus territory, clinging to that one sliver of hope. "It's my fault," she had cried to her brother. "My friend is dying because of me. I have to save her." After she cried herself to sleep, Davy went to her room to watch over her. As she sleeps on one side of the bed, Karmazin asks if she's sick, while Azura looks on with a sad face. "She'll be fine after some rest," our boy tells them softly. "Let's let her sleep," he says, but Karmazin refuses. "She can't be sick. I'm staying with her." She immediately lies down beside William. "They're so cute," Perserk whispers. Azura, flustered, declares that she's staying too. Soon, all three of them are asleep as he gently covers them with a blanket, letting them rest. After leaving the room, his mind fixates on her words. Blue marks, coughing up blood. Perserk asks him what's wrong. "It's nothing," he replies. "I just thought. Those symptoms sound familiar. Maybe it's just my intuition. Sometimes I just feel like something is about to happen, without any proof." He turns to the butler. "Are there any intelligence guilds in my territory? Please, find me the best and most reliable ones." He remarks to Perserk that things are about to get complicated. "I doubt it'll be a problem for you," she says with a smile. "You always manage to turn a problem into an opportunity." His expression turns deadly serious. "I know, but I don't want the number of patients to increase. Besides," he adds, "from the symptoms my sister described, only one disease comes to mind." Perserk repeats, "Blue marks, coughing up blood, and loss of vitality. Does such a disease really exist?" "Yes," he confirms. "The problem is," he says, his eyes narrowed, "that disease shouldn't exist on this continent. That's what's truly unsettling him." The next morning, William is playing with her two adopted nieces. As Karmazin runs around the garden, our boy's mind is hard at work. It's the principle of action and reaction. For every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. He needs to see this situation up close. The patient received healing magic right after being hit by a poisoned arrow, but now she's dying from abnormal symptoms. And it's an illness unknown to both priests and doctors. None of this makes any sense. "You look troubled," Perserk observes. "I've got a lot on my mind right now," Davy admits. "That's understandable," she replies. "There are so many questions about his sister's situation. And how did savages living on the kingdom's borders get their hands on a poison like that?" "I have a few suspicions," Davy says, "but it's too early to jump to conclusions. He needs more information." "Isn't that why you called the Intelligence Guild?" she asks. "Of course," he says. "To see the whole picture, I need intel. The cure for any disease lies in its cause. That's what my master taught me when I studied medicine." He pauses. And the timing is perfect. In that instant, he speaks to the empty air. "If you're there, you can come in." "Who are you talking to?" Perserk asks, confused. "Stop wasting time and enter now," he commands, pointing to a dark corner of the room. From that very corner, a shadow detaches itself from the wall. The figure speaks, its voice like shifting gravel. "I heard you were in need of something." "That's right," Davy replies coolly. "Thank you for coming, even on short notice. Please have a seat." The shadow remains standing. Davy thinks to himself, he seems to see through everything, and he's extremely cautious. "I'll get straight to the point. I want to buy information. Name your price. I can offer whatever you want, within reason." The masked man replies, "Every encounter has its price." Davy nods. "I agree. Nothing in this world is free. Pay me well," the man boasts, "and I can dig up personal information even in the neighboring kingdom. If you want, I could even bring you the royal family's underwear." Davy deadpans. "What kind of marketing is that?" "I see," he says, a glint in his eye. "What about the princess of the Farron kingdom?" "Don't you dare," Perserk scolds him. Davy's eyes sparkle as he stares the man down. The masked figure gets nervous. "I value my life, thank you. I'm not doing that." After the joke, Davy gets serious. He pushes a heavy pouch of gold across the table. "This is your payment." The target is a knight named Potina who serves my sister. William, he explains. I want you to find out everywhere she has been recently. The man introduces himself as Jack, or rather, Yena Helshana, age 124, a dark elf. And apparently, despite his masculine appearance, he's actually a she. The reveal even surprises Davy. The dark elf asks, so you want to check this woman's background? Think of it as tracking her recent activities. So, what do you think? Davy presses. Can you do it? After a moment of thought, she pushes the gold back. I won't accept the money. What do you mean by that? Davy asks. Are you doing it for free? No, the dark elf says smoothly. I'll receive my payment after the job is done. And what if I don't pay you then? Davy tests her. The dark elf smirks. Contrary to your appearance, you're quite sarcastic. But you're not the type to break a deal. So Davy figures this guy wants an alliance. He's got guts, but he doesn't seem like a bad dude. He asks if this is the guild's official position, but the dark elf says it's a personal offer. Davy's like, all right, we'll do it your way. And with that, the elf pops a smoke bomb, flooding the entire office. Meanwhile, Davy's just thinking, was all that really necessary? He'd hidden the fact he was a dark elf and a woman. Not only that, but she's apparently famous across the continent. Park chimes in that merchants aren't the only ones who can sniff out a profit. She then asks if he knows anything about a Helishana. He's confused. Helishana? Who's that? She says she's not sure, but it was that elf's last name, and asks if something's wrong. Park quickly backtracks, saying, nah, it's probably nothing. Just forget it. Fast forward 2 days. His sister insists on coming with him, but Davy knows how sick she really is. A few days of rest isn't enough, but she's stubborn and refuses to be left behind. He thinks to himself, I just finished all my prep to go to her territory. And she pulls this right as I'm leaving? He tells her to stop being so difficult. The journey will take days on horseback, and dragging a carriage along would just slow them down even more. Like he said, he needs to check on the patient as soon as possible, so there's no time to waste. She would just be a burden. As she pouts, he wonders if she can even handle riding a horse in her current state. On top of that, he's got a really bad feeling about what's waiting for them there. Park asks if it's his intuition acting up again, and he says yes. This just makes Willen more agitated. I'm coming with you, she shouts, calling him a fool and insisting she's not weak. But just then, a man appears, saying, it seems you're in a difficult spot. The princess calls him Sir Ulysses. The guy is practically glowing, and our boy just stares in silence. This newcomer asks Willen what the problem is, and she rushes over to explain the situation. Seeing them together just makes our main character even more pissed. Park asks if this is really his intuition. The new guy, all smiles, approaches our main character. A pleasure to meet you. My name is Ulysses. He's a tier 5 mage, and, as if that wasn't enough, an associate of the Red Tower. Our boy just replies coldly, Davy Elrani. Ulysses claims he's heard of him, calling it an honor, but Davy's thinking, I have no idea who this dude is, and I couldn't care less. There's no reason for us to even be talking. No matter how famous he is, he's from the Central Magic Tower. Guys like that are nothing but trouble. Ulysses then starts praising the region, calling it the jewel of the Eastern Continent. And on top of that, he says Princess Willen has told him so much about the place. So I just had to visit. Willen blushes at his words, which makes our boy even more furious. He thinks, this guy is dangerous. I should just end him right here. But Park steps in, telling him not to be rash. There's no reason to be hostile just because he's close to your sister. But he fires back. That's reason enough. He doesn't know who he's messing with. From what he's heard, this guy was a prodigy at the Magic Tower with a great personality. So he's a master, even at his young age, with undeniable skill. His background isn't bad either. So we're talking background, personality, looks, and talent. Basically, the perfect guy with 0 flaws. But the real problem is, why is a guy like that so chummy with Willen? So he asks him straight up, how did you meet my sister? Ulysses just smiles, saying he understands and that he'd act the same way. He explains that he ran into Princess Willen while traveling and decided to escort her. Our boy forces a smile. I don't know how to thank you for accompanying my sister. All while hiding his rage, his fists clenched tight. But Ulysses says there's no need. In fact, she was the one who helped him. When he was running from mountain bandits, Princess Willen saved him with her magic. Davy just mutters, of course she did. This Ulysses guy then says he's familiar with spatial magic and can create a small mana portal to transport things. Willen is completely floored, saying a mana portal is incredible. Davy asks what the big deal is. She says, of course it is. It's way smaller than the huge portals that have to be installed, and it's a super high-level artifact. Only people from the Magic Tower can use them. She goes on about a bunch of other boring stuff, and finishes by saying she never knew the Red Tower had something like that. Ulysses plays it cool, claiming it's a coincidence and he was just keeping it safe. She's amazed he can use two different types of magic, which just pisses our main character off even more. Park asks if this isn't a good thing, since even he has trouble with long-distance teleportation. Davy gets even more pissed. He tells Ulysses, "All right, we're in your hands," and Ulysses agrees. In a flash of magic, they're teleported. But left behind, Ulysses notices his hand is bright red and swollen from our boy's handshake. Ulysses feels something is off and asks, "What's that smell?" Davy grimly replies, "The smell of burning protein." The stench seems to be coming from charred bodies, and he wonders if there was another invasion. He says that's impossible, since it hasn't been that long since they drove off the bandits. But to their surprise, someone appears before the princess, saying, "So, you've returned." The princess asks who he is, and the old man says he was sent by the Disease Treatment Corporation. He's Count Lincoln, and adds that she's even more beautiful in person. The rumors didn't lie. Davy, already suspicious, apologizes, saying they're in a hurry. He suggests they continue their talk later. But just like that, guards block their path. The old man says he'd love to, but unfortunately, the current situation doesn't allow it. She demands, "What is the meaning of this?" He just asks them to please come with him. The castle where Princess Willin was supposed to stay has been isolated using an artifact from the Holy Kingdom. The three of them are stunned as he asks them to follow. Now, inside a room, the old man says he'd first like to apologize for moving his knights without permission, but he asks her to consider the situation. Willin says the lord of this territory is Barris, but if he's not here, authority falls to her. The old man says he's aware, and that asking for something like this without notice is awful. But before that, he reminds her this is the Disease Treatment Corporation. He's sure someone of her status knows about their authority. And with that, she gets visibly nervous. It's explained that the Disease Treatment Corporation is an organization approved by the emperors of the continent's three great powers, the Western Counts, the Eastern Kingdoms, and the Paladin Empire of the Sword God. Backed by all three realms, they have special authority. Their main goal is to provide medical aid across the entire continent. The old man says he's sure she's aware of the terrible disease in her territory. His organization calls it Demon's Blood. She asks, "Shocked? Demon's Blood?" He explains that dark blue marks appear on the patient's body. In the end, they start coughing up blood, and eventually, the patients die, and it's extremely contagious. In that instant, the princess remembers something and says, "This is no time for talk." She tells Davy they have to go to the apothecary now. But the old man cuts her off, giving his belated greetings to Prince Davy. He says he's always wanted to meet him, and that he's heard he possesses a stigma that successfully cultivated the moongrass. Our hero brushes it off as pure coincidence. But the old man claims nothing in this world happens without reason, and it's all possible because of his incredible power. And now that he thinks about it, everyone he knows is famous. As he glances at Ulysses and the princess, she slams the table and apologizes to Count Lincoln. She insists she has to leave now for an urgent matter and calls for her butler, but no one answers. The Count apologizes, explaining that everyone is under quarantine. Her voice trembling, she asks, "What do you mean?" He explains they had no choice. The demon blood disease is extremely contagious, and this is how they can avoid the worst-case scenario. But if even a few people get infected, the situation could spiral out of control. While our hero thinks he's not wrong, Willin is becoming absolutely furious. She declares that he's overstepping his authority. He agrees, but reveals it's an arrangement under the Alliance of Kingdoms, and that her own queen has already approved it. The news completely stuns Willin. He continues that this disease is impossible to cure, and that even divine power has no effect on it. And with a sinister smirk, he says that's exactly why they are there. He asks them to leave everything in his hands, promising they'll find a cure and bring back good news. Davy says nothing, just staring daggers at the man. The scene shifts to the treatment hall, filled with the screams of the infected. The princess asks Davy, "What is this place?" Prince Davy replies that it looks less like a treatment center and more like a quarantine zone to prevent a catastrophe. And even though it's a disaster, it's a logical move. She says this is absolutely horrifying and she's never witnessed anything like it. As she wonders about a strange smell in the air, she walks towards a patient. He recognizes her as Potina and notes that it seems they found her. Our main character says the smell is from the renite flower, and she asks what that is. Our hero says that if he remembers correctly, they call it the twisted flower in this world. She says she's never heard of it, while he explains it's a rare flower that only grows in extreme environments. This flower contains a lethal poison, and he immediately begins checking the patient. Her fever is 39.7 degrees Celsius. Her brain cells are going to fry. Her body is dangerously unstable. Her skin is cold as a corpse, but her internal organs are still burning hot. These symptoms are a living nightmare. And the way they die is just as brutal. He knew this would be the case when he heard about the plague, but seeing it up close, It's far more complicated than he imagined. He truly doesn't understand why a disease like this exists in this world. Willen asks, "What do you mean?" He calls it the melt acceleration virus. She asks for more details, and he explains it's a lethal virus, one that ran rampant in another world and was created for a very specific purpose. It's completely different from the flu, cancer, or even the Black Plague. This sickness is infinitely stronger and far more contagious. From just a single infected person, millions can die in an instant. And it took 10 years just to develop a cure, and 280 million people died while the plague raged on. After the cure was finally developed, 18 million more lives were saved. They have to create an antibiotic before it's too late. In that instant, he pulls out a blade and moves toward Patina. Activating his power, he prepares to strike her. But an arm grabs his, stopping him cold. "What do you think you're doing?" a man demands. He says this area is off limits and asks, "Who are you to be here?" This is Baron Gornell, an official from the Disease Control Center. Our hero replies, "My name is Davy Alron, the first prince of the H-Kingdom." The Baron eyes him seriously and says he got the report about his arrival, but this place is off limits even for a prince. He apologizes, but insists that Davy will have to leave. Our hero asks why he can't be here. The Baron states that, as he surely knows, a pandemic is in full swing. From what they've discovered, the disease spreads through the respiratory system. He orders Davy to cover his nose and mouth right now. The Baron says he's aware of the stigma on his body, but it's useless against this disease. The High Priest, who possesses immense divine powers, has already been here. At that moment, horrible screams erupt from another patient as everyone tries to calm him down. The Count rushes over to him. As one of the doctors trembles in fear, trying to inject some medicine, our hero shouts that the patient will die if they use that now. They ask, "What do you mean?" He just orders them to give him the tube. The Count tells him to stop this nonsense and demands to know what he's doing. In a flash, our hero rips the patient's clothes open and sees that blood is clogging his lungs because of the virus. He's about to go into cardiac arrest if they don't get it out. 8 millimeters from the back and 3 millimeters from the right. This is going to be close. He activates a divine coating and then pain relief magic. With his tube, he strikes the patient's body with perfect accuracy and thinks there's just a little more to go. The Count, enraged, screams, asking why he just murdered that man. He grabs our hero, shouting for him to stop. "What do you think you're doing? Do you really think a person's life is a toy?" But to the Count's astonishment, something begins to drain from the tube, and the medics shout that the patient's pulse has returned to normal. The Count is speechless. How? Our hero shoves him aside and asks for a container. He collects the sample and says, "There. Now we need to stop the bleeding, and you need to stitch the wound. If you inject a painkiller in his current state, he'll die from the shock. So please, keep that in mind. And since my work here is done, I'm leaving." Before walking out, he turns to Baron Gornell and says that people with a stigma have been blessed with immunity. We're immune to most diseases, so please, don't you dare compare me to someone like a high priest. The words leave Baron Gornell completely shocked. Back at Willen's castle, our hero announces he's returned. His little sister asks if he's back, but his sharp tone leaves her feeling quite embarrassed. Willen tells him that she's his sister, not his daughter. Changing the subject, she asks if he was able to get in touch with Boris. He says yes, but the situation there isn't looking good. She asks how the treatment center was, and he replies that it was much worse than anyone could possibly imagine. Ulysses reports that he did some checking, and currently 2 officials from the disease treatment center have come, Count Lington and Baron Gornell. He adds that their noble titles are a thing of the past. Their current ranks are officials of the disease treatment center. Willen asks with surprise if they're government officials. The guide claimed he retired years ago, but it's like he was just there. And Willen swore if she'd known it would get this dangerous, she never would have dragged them into this mess. But Davy just tells his sister not to worry, promising everything will be fine. He's concerned about bothering Ulysses, but the old man just brushes it off. Turns out, the woman named Potton is a mage from the Red Tower, so he's just there on official business as an elder. Our boy scoffs, thinking he's a Red Tower elder too. Later that night, Percy asks why he didn't stay at the treatment center to help. He explains that just hanging around would be useless, because what he holds is the real key. And with the plague spreading like wildfire, he has to create the antidote before it's too late. In other words, he needs to engineer a cure. Percy admits that's a little hard to grasp, but Davy says it's common knowledge in the medical field. The center must have tried to create an antibiotic over and over, but a cure for this disease is unconventional, so they're completely stuck. And Percy asks how he's going to pull that off using only a blood sample. He says that since he's here, he might as well call in a favor. She asks what he's up to, and he just tells her to come closer. Suddenly, a dark elf materializes, saying he's found him again. Our boy smirks that it's because he can actually see him, while the elf knows cheap tricks don't work on him. He's brought the information Davy requested. Our main character says he did good work and asks if he still wants payment, but the elf says not yet. The dark elf tells him to take something, and our boy asks what it is. He says he brought it because he figured Davy would need it, and Davy warns he'll get fired for acting on his own. But he stares at the item and knows for sure it's not from the guild. He begins to read the scroll, and after a moment, asks if the intel is reliable. The dark elf says it is, and he figures that for informants, reliability is everything, so he wouldn't be lying about this. So he apologizes and says he has one more request. The dark elf tells him to name it, and our boy asks him to please bring a huge amount of the items listed there, at least a full wagon's worth. He thinks it's better to ask him than to hire mercenaries, and that he should put the purchase under the name of the Disease Treatment Center. The elf asks if he can really get away with that. Our boy says it's no problem and that he'll just claim the fat baron bought it. The elf tries to stop him, but Davy pushes forward. He says that even if the elf is from the underworld, he doesn't take him for a psychopath who'd just stand by and watch people die for nothing. So he asks him to please hurry and consider it, since it's for the good of humanity. That is his request. The next day, with the three of them in his office, the Baron declares the situation unacceptable. He says Davy is stepping all over the treatment center's authority and asks if he thinks this is some kind of joke. The patients need treatment as soon as possible. They don't have the luxury of wasting time by leaving this to someone else. Our boy fires back that yesterday's patient would have died if he'd been 2 minutes later. He's grateful they prevented the worst from happening, but he wants to ask something. Do they really have a way to cure this disease? Lincoln notes that it seems His Highness has a method to treat it. Our boy declares that if there's even the slightest chance, he has to take it, and he isn't there to steal their work. This place is his kingdom's territory, as well as his younger sister's. He believes he's more than qualified to ask about it, and the Baron shoots to his feet, absolutely furious, while Lincoln calmly says it's all right and that he should consider what happened. In the kingdom's territory, all the residents were wiped out, and dozens of members and knights from the treatment center sacrificed themselves too. Baron Gornian was there. Lincoln asks for his opinion, while the Baron stays silent. Lincoln says that if there is even one chance, they can take the risk. The Baron calls him a damn arrogant brat, and Davy continues sipping his drink, completely unfazed by him. That night, in the office, a guard asks Lincoln if everything will be all right. Lincoln asks what he's talking about, calling him Count Kolel. Kolel says he's talking about the first prince, in case he actually does something, but the old man cuts him off, saying the center would be shamed and some people might even question their qualifications for their jobs. The Count says he could have just refused, like Baron Gornion. Lincoln says he's right, but wouldn't it be great if they could discover how to cure the disease one way or another? And now that it's come to this, he hopes the prince can actually find the cure. It would be beneficial for both of them, especially for them. The Count says he understands. Back at Willen's house, our boy filled her in, and when she found out he'd be officially joining the hunt for a cure, she was overjoyed. He thinks Willie trusts him more than the disease center, which is plausible, since he's her reliable big brother. Now our main character is at the research center. That Baron keeps talking, saying that as Count Lincoln ordered, the disease center will follow his directives in developing the cure, but he must keep in mind that he'll be watching him constantly. Our boy thinks that a rolling stone can push another to take its place, and to them, he seems like a speck of dust instead of a stone, so he doesn't expect them to like him, and some of them even said they wouldn't follow his orders, which is honestly exhausting. He walks up to a patient and explains that this disease is caused by a virus that triggers uncontrollable changes in body temperature and melts the body from the inside. He thinks the symptoms aren't very specific and are similar to other viral illnesses. The disease becomes active after a period of hibernation. First, it begins to melt the muscles, then moves on to the joints, cartilage, and then the entire body. And it would be a mercy if that's all it did. When the bones melt, the internal organs begin to liquefy, from the rectum to the testicles, kidneys, and the large and small intestines. When that happens, the liquid from the melted parts begins to seep through every pore in the body. That's how the blue marks appear, and the Count is completely stunned. He thinks he perfectly understands the development process of the disease. The plague he calls Devil's Blood is one the center considers incurable. And to think the prince who just arrived would know so much is truly surprising. He wonders if he actually knows the cure for it. Our boy stares him down and asks if he understands why he's explaining all this. The Count asks if he really knows, and our boy cuts him off, saying yes. He says that where he's from, this disease has another name. The Count asks, what place? And our boy says that's the important part. Normally, when doctors see this disease, they try everything before concluding that it can't be cured with medicine alone. In the worst-case scenario, they have to find the root of the problem and remove it from the rest of the body. The Baron says that's true, and our boy asks where that got them. By his calculations, 9 out of 10 patients die during that process, and the one who survived the process died from the virus anyway, which completely floors the old man, who wonders how he knew so much about it. The patient says he feels a little better now. Prince Davy says he knows it's painful, but he must hold on a little longer. If he has the will to live, he will save him. At that instant, behind the Baron, his informant appears, saying he's prepared the items at the agreed-upon location. Our boy just says he did a good job, and to put it on his tab, they'll have this mess cleaned up in 4 days. And 4 days later, the patient starts recovering, calling it incredible. Her skin is healing perfectly, and even William, overjoyed, runs to hug her, saying how relieved she is. The Baron demands to know how it's possible, how he pulled it off, but our hero just tells him, like I said, 4 days. The Baron is in total disbelief. He sputters that even their medicine didn't work against the virus, antibiotics. Everyone who attempted a cure tried that route, but they all gave up. Davy admits it wasn't exactly easy, but the Baron retorts that they spent 3 long years trying to find a cure for this disease. Who knew it could be fixed so easily? Then our guy asks Baron Gornell if he wants to see something interesting. He holds up the patient's blood he collected and injects the cure he developed right into it. This is the same medicine he used in the vaccine. A few days pass, and William finds her brother, telling him he's amazing. The people outside are calling him a saint for saving everyone. Even Euless chimes in that he's truly incredible, saying he never realized he was so familiar with medicine. But Davy just plays it cool, saying he knows a thing or two, no big deal. But he really doesn't want to be called a saint. William insists it must feel like a miracle to them. The treatment went off without a hitch, and he developed the cure in 4 days as promised. The patient's conditions began to improve immediately. And even though none of the medical staff doubted him anymore, he decided to leave most of the treatment to Baron Gornell. He mentions it's hard to find someone with such good faith these days, and William agrees. On the surface, Count Lincoln seems like a really tolerant guy. However, Davy got a strange feeling, like something was hidden behind his smile. It was just a gut feeling. William tells him he shouldn't judge people like that. But on the other hand, he says that even if Baron Gornell is stubborn, his dedication to the patients is something to respect. Maybe that's why he was so nice to him, even if he had overestimated him. With that, Euless asks if there's anything he can help with. William also says she wants to help with his work. As their eyes sparkle, Davy thinks they're definitely ambitious, so he asks them to please control the temperature of the solutions being heated. And since they both know Red Tower magic, it shouldn't be hard for them. They need to maintain the current temperature with fire magic, because he's going to see Baron Gornell in the treatment room. The two of them agree, saying he can leave it to them. Now alone, Euless asks William if she really likes her brother, and she immediately says, of course she does. He's always been an amazing person. Euless presses, always? And she confirms it. Even with different mothers, he was always by her side, treating her like true family. And even though he could be a bit hot-headed, she and her brother never forgot his kindness. She still remembers the stories he used to tell them under the moon when they were kids. Euless just stares at her, satisfied with her answer and glad to see her happy. He starts to say, for her highness's sake, but he stops when she looks at him. He apologizes after something in his clothes starts vibrating. He asks to be excused for a moment, and she agrees as he nervously hurries away. She remains cheerful, thinking she'll bring some cookies for her brother once things calm down. Now, outside, Euless begins speaking with his master. The master asks how things are going, and he replies that Prince Davy is an incredible person. Who would have thought he'd solve the plague dilemma in just 4 days? The old man asks if that's so, and Euless adds that his most notable trait is his confidence. It's a confidence that can only come from someone with vast experience. To have built that much confidence so young could mean there's something they don't know about him. His master says if that's what he felt, then he must be right. Euless says there's so much to learn from him, and, just as his master predicted, he's starting to get greedy. His master asks, greedy? How so? And Euless confirms it. If he's truly that kind of person, then maybe they could become true friends, regardless of age or personal interests. The old man starts to laugh, saying he must have met someone truly amazing. He says there are many things in this world where age doesn't matter, and lessons can be learned even from a 3-year-old. He tells him to keep that in mind. He also looked into the things he mentioned and asks if he found anything. The old man says yes. He now knows who was responsible for the special plague project. Most of the information was lost, but he managed to uncover a few things and get straight to the point. Just as he thought, he's a rare talent in the current generation. However, the person he's with is a bit different. He begins to reveal several things that completely shock Euless, but just then, something happens. When he looks up, he's terrified. A massive explosion has ripped through the area near the mansion. That's where William was. He's in total shock as he starts sprinting toward the site. He bursts into the research center, screaming for the princess. He immediately activates his magic. Sympathize, then communicate. And then, the spell Water Cyclone is unleashed. He scans the wreckage but realizes she isn't there. He wonders how this could have happened, questioning if this is exactly what his master warned him about. As he runs, he thinks that even if his actions weren't normal, he never imagined he would cause trouble here. Only he could do something like this. And even though Prince Davy has the knowledge of a genius doctor and a stigma, he can't fight, so he can't be dragged into this. He just prays that Princess Willian is okay. Meanwhile, in the treatment center, our hero and the others are surrounded by a squad of guards. Still cool as ever, he asks Baron Gornell what's going on. And now, elsewhere in the middle of the forest, a huge explosion erupts. This same fireball was cast by Eulis, who is holding off several guards while channeling magic into his staff. He wonders if he's ever used such high-level magic to fight someone before. Magic can easily take another person's life. That's why the caster must be extremely careful. That's what he was taught. But now is not the time for that. He learned magic to study mana and protect people. So what good is it if he can't use it when it's needed most? With that, he unleashes another explosion, yelling, to think they would pull something like this in their own territory. This is way bigger than what his master told him. He says this directly to the Count, demanding, "Where is Princess Willian?" Now back at the other location, with our hero surrounded, the Baron demands to know what they're doing. The guards reply that it's nothing personal, they're just following orders. And the order is for Baron Gornell to die and for Prince Davy to come with them. The guards tell them not to try anything as they close in on Baron Gornell. They sneer that it will only be more painful for him. As the Baron sees the man attack, our hero defends him, shattering the sword in half and shocking everyone, asking if he was hurt. He unleashes his magic, blasting the knight off his feet. As the scorched body hits the ground, the other knights just stare in utter shock. Our boy coldly tells them that when you try to kill someone, you accept the risk of being killed yourself. It's the bare minimum you should know before taking a life. But then Perce cuts in, telling him he shouldn't be shedding blood in a place like this. Davy just scoffs, saying that's exactly why he isn't using his sword. He's just gonna fry them all. After finishing the job, he calls out for Jack. When Jack asks what's up, our hero tells him to handle the bodies and kill anyone else who shows up. Jack asks if this is going on his tab, and Davy confirms it. With that, he says he's gotta go. He finds Baron Gornell, telling him to stay put and focus on treating the patients. But when the Baron asks about him, our boy just says he needs to put an end to these heartless bastards. The Baron asks what he's going to do, what he means by that. But in an instant, our hero vanishes, and the entire area explodes, taking the guards with it. Perce desperately chases after him, trying to make him stop, but he's already moving at full speed, tracking his sister with the magic he left on her. So this confirms it. Willian has been kidnapped. He'd used tracking magic because a defensive spell wouldn't be as effective. But it happened anyway. Perce warns that these guys are, at minimum, swordmaster level, maybe even higher. Davy agrees, saying they used to work for the Empire. He thinks to himself that even a defensive spell would have been useless against a swordmaster. In the end, it's still his fault. He appears before the knights, who mock him for being unarmed in order to eliminate the target. But Davy just smirks. "Who said I don't have a weapon?" as his twin swords materialize in his hands. "Now then," he says, "we're about to have a little workshop on how to use a sword." In a flash, Davy lunges forward with his blades, cutting down one knight after another. After two of them fall, the one in the center panics. How could he kill them so easily when they're all swordmasters? The last one standing wonders if the sword itself is alive. Our boy taunts him. "It moves on its own? You got it. You're a smart one." He explains that this technique, the air sword, allows the blades to fly and feast upon their souls. And with that, his dual blades slice through the knight's body. He mutters that there are still a few more, activating his constellation sword dance skill as the two blades become a whirlwind of death. Davy then asks Perce if she wasn't the one who said they were all experts, that they were so strong. He says he can't even bring himself to laugh at it. How are they any different from the pathetic assassins he ran into on the way to the Pelist Kingdom? They're all just trash. He takes off at a run, his swords following close behind. Perce asks why they would go after a girl like Willian. Davy replies that he's not sure, but it's probably just an excuse. An excuse for what? She asks. He explains that they can't get rid of them easily because they have titles. Eulis is from the Red Tower, and both he and Willian are royalty in this country. If anything happens to them, an official investigation has to be opened. So the best cover story would be an attack by bandits or monsters. And if it happens in Orden territory, there won't be any problems. But Perce is still confused, asking what that has to do with Willian being kidnapped. He admits he doesn't know all the details, but if he had to cook up a story, that's how it would go. Another knight rushes in to attack, but he dodges the blow as his sword, Crimson, pierces through the man's head. Our boy continues, saying they could claim they discovered Willian had disappeared after an attack in a territory where the night guard was absent. As the body falls, Crimson comes to a rest on his head. He concludes that if they do that, they can avoid taking any responsibility for what happened. He keeps following the tracking magic, but Perse is still hung up on something and asks him about it. She asks that if that's the plan, why would they take Willian? Just then, they finally arrive at an underground cave. Inside, they find a horrifying scene of skeletons and dead bodies floating in large capsules. Perse is completely shocked, asking what this place is. Our hero asks if she remembers the knights. They only asked him to come along for Baron Gornell's execution because they were already doing all of this. They couldn't risk him getting in the way of them capturing high-level mages with a stigma. They just got too greedy. And deep inside that cave, Eulis appears, his arms completely mangled. A man named Count Cole remarks that he's holding on longer than expected and that he never should have come here in the first place. Eulis retorts that he came to protect someone. Cole scoffs. Protect who? The princess of the Hiltos Kingdom? The citizens of this territory who are about to die? Or the prince who had to be dragged here? Eulis demands to know what he's talking about. Cole just laughs, asking if he really thought they came without a plan. The Night Horde has likely already killed everyone in the territory. As Eulis stares in shock, Cole draws his sword, plunges it into his gut, and says it's already too late. With the mage collapsed on the ground, the Count says that if he really wanted to protect someone, he should have just run away. At least then, he might have been able to get one person out of this place. Through the pain, Eulis glares at him with pure, unadulterated hatred. Just then, another voice echoes through the cave, asking if he really thought he could save everyone. The voice sends a chill down the mage's spine. It continues, asking if perhaps he has feelings for the princess. If that's the case, you are a fool. Eulis recognizes the voice and is horrified. The speaker is Count Lington, who smiles as he touches the princess's face. He remarks that she is truly beautiful, making Eulis's blood boil. He tries to attack with his magic, but the Count slams him to the ground, knocking him unconscious. Lington tells him not to worry. They'll be kept alive as test subjects for their upcoming experiments. It's revealed his real name is Lington Bornshaft. He was born in the Hiltos Kingdom, a medical nation that later became a vassal state of the Lindes Empire. He was a genius who showed incredible potential in medicine from a young age. However, because of his horrific personality, the Hiltos Kingdom punished him, forbidding him from ever conducting any medical activities again. And that was that. But to develop a cure for a rare disease, he kidnapped 200 people from a small territory to conduct countless experiments on them. This all happened when he was only 15 years old. And although he did develop the cure, only 10 of the 200 survived. They were sent to a hospital in a horrifying state, and all 10 of them died within 3 months. In other words, he's a man who will do whatever it takes to achieve his goal. A man who kills another is a murderer. A man who kills 10 is a serial killer. And a man who kills 100 is a psychopath. But a man who kills 1,000 is called a hero. What Lington did to develop his cure, however, can only be seen as a demonic act that killed 190 people. Lington says he never thought his target would bite the bait so easily. He then asks if the old man can see what he's doing. The old man replies that they won't stress over it, as these things will benefit them both. What's good is good. Prince Davy will die, medicine will progress, he will take his achievements and become more famous, and Davy will become a test subject and contribute to humanity. He asks how that couldn't be the best possible outcome. Eulis, burning with rage, calls him a psychopath. Lington just thanks him for the compliment and says that now they will end this. He orders Baron Cole to finish the job. Cole just says that he'll be fine without his 2 arms. Just, don't let him die. The Baron steps up, telling him to leave it to him, but the Elder knows this whole thing is a total mess. His thoughts drift to Winley, his master, and finally, Prince Davy. The Count just starts laughing his head off. He sneers that some disasters are just too big for one person to handle, and your mistake, he mocks, was figuring that out way too late. With that, the Count moves in on Eulis, ready to end it all. But just then, a voice cuts through the chaos. You're wrong. And honestly, it's pretty disgusting. Bam! Davy lands a solid punch on Count Colio. He glares, saying they're no disaster-class pushovers, and this is totally unacceptable. He unleashes the Demon King Yuke-style Fist of Destruction. A brutal flurry of punches slams right into the Count's gut. After that savage beatdown, Count Colio collapses. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Baron Gorno is freaking out, wondering what's going on. Why are so many knights suddenly flooding the area? Jack's like, dude, what are you doing? You don't back out of a deal halfway through. So get back to it and do what you gotta do. The Baron shoots back. Can't you see how messed up this is? But Jack isn't having it. So what? You gonna ditch your patience because some soldiers are making a scene? That's not it, the Baron stammers. Then why'd you stop? Jack demands. Davy already told you to keep working, didn't he? So just do your thing while he carves a path through these knights. These are the Knights of Destruction, the Baron warns. If Count Kaleo finds out Prince Davy is toast, shouldn't we help him? But Jack just scoffs. Seriously? You're actually worried about that times guy? Sure, these knights are top tier, Jack admits. And yeah, their captain is some legendary swordmaster. But trust me, worrying about Davy is the most pointless thing you could possibly do. Back with our hero, he shatters the villain's ribs. Standing over the defeated Count, he smirks. Now this is a pretty nice view. Count Lington. He thinks to himself, whoa, I didn't even realize I hit him that hard. Yeah, if he ever found out how that technique was made, he'd probably lose his mind. Just then, Eulis shows up, calling out for Davy. When the prince turns, Eulis just stares at him intensely. Our boy just sighs. You're still calling me prince at a time like this? He walks over, thanks him, and then unleashes his magic. It's Tier 7 sacred magic, healing the elder instantly. The old man is stunned. This is incredible. I'm shocked. Davy just shrugs. I always pay back my debts. What do you mean? The elder asks, confused. Davy's eyes turn cold. And I never forget my enemies. As Count Lington glares back at our hero, a massive explosion erupts right behind him. In an instant, Davy is on the guy with glasses, slicing off his arm. The dude screams in agony, before Davy boots him off the ledge. Get lost. Your filthy blood is getting on Winley. Just then, his little sister wakes up. She finds herself in her brother's arms. What happened? He looks down at her, worried. Are you hurt anywhere? I think so, she says, looking around frantically. Wait, where's that person? But her eyes go wide with terror. A knight has appeared right behind Davy. Brother, look out, she screams, as the knight strikes. But Kalman instantly materializes to block the attack. You damn brat. The knight rages. When did you get a magic sword? Our hero just grins. A so-called sword master with a sneak attack? Kinda lame, don't you think? Aren't you embarrassed? Davy taunts. As the old geezer gets tangled up with Kalman, our hero leaps toward the mage. The mage is totally bugging out. What was that? Dude, what is that sword? But Davy just tells him, look after Winley. Just stay with her. Make sure she doesn't get hurt. The mage protests. What are you talking about? We have to stick together. No, Davy says firmly. And don't worry, I'm not as weak as you think. And just like that, wielding 2 blades, he faces the sword master. The old man scoffs. That sword is way too dangerous for a rookie like you, which is why I'll be taking it off your hands. But our boy just smirks back, totally confident. Shouldn't you ask the swords what they think first? Guess I'll start now then. He vanishes, reappearing right in the old man's face. A powerful punch slams into the knight's chest, sending him flying back, coughing up blood. Wow, you're pretty tough, Davy says casually. If you're that eager for a beating, who am I to say no? And then he just starts wailing on the knight. Punch after punch lands in his gut. The guy is getting seriously ticked off, but he's somehow taking the hits. But the more hits he takes, the more messed up he gets. Literally foaming at the mouth with rage, he screams, "You cheating little punk! Stop hitting my stomach!" Davy just shrugs. There's no such thing as cheating in a real fight. All that matters is winning. The how doesn't matter. And honestly, for a supposed sword master, this is kinda disappointing. The moment Davy saw him, he knew this guy was different. His sword chimes in, looks like he tried to force his way to more power, and failed. Davy replies, this world doesn't have key overload, but I'm sure he went through something just like it. This is a guy who's hit the absolute ceiling of his swordsmanship. He turns back to the knight. I don't even have to ask why you're working with a scumbag like Lington. On my way here, I saw you guys, transplanting monster cells into people. Did you do all that? He asks. Just to fix your broken body? The knight absolutely loses it. Shut your mouth. But Davy keeps going. It was insane. And the one who gave the virus to those bandits to spread everywhere, that was you, wasn't it, Count Lington? The old man's shock is written all over his face. Davy notes how carefully they planned it all. Info he got from Jack. The sword confirms, you hit the nail on the head. You guys are absolute garbage, Davy spits. If this ever gets out, just shutting down your little club won't be enough. The entire disease control center's reputation will be toast, and a whole lot of nobles are going to be pissed. He might just be the prodigy of this generation. Someone who'll go down in history. Then Davy says to the knight, all right, I'll stop hitting your stomach. If that's the deal, I've got to take you out before you get any stronger. Just like that, the knight powers up his sword. With insane speed, he lunges straight for Davy, ready to strike him down. Our boy just watches him come, as expected of a sword master. Even covered in mud, a diamond's still a diamond. The enraged old man swings, thinking there's no way Davy can block this one. But to the geezer's total shock, Our hero dodges the attack with a single, effortless move. He just starts laughing right in his face. Ha! Gotcha again. He charges up a massive punch, Demon King Ogre style, double punch. 2 hits land at the exact same time, right in the old man's gut. He's sent flying, crashing through the surroundings. Davy is totally hyped about that move, but his sword is freaked out, saying, "Dude, that was just mean." The knight is on the ground, spitting up blood. All he can manage is, "You, damn brat." But our hero couldn't care less. "Is it my fault you fell for it?" The knight just gasps for air, glaring up at him. He grits his teeth, his mind reeling. He's better than me. Even in the basics? Even though I was captain of the Imperial Knights. This is insane. "What the hell are you?" he gasps, before finally collapsing, totally defeated. His sword, Nosora, chimes in. "You should be surprised. That last attack should have blown him to bits. He's way tougher than he looks." Just then, his sister calls out to him. He rushes over to her side. "Are you okay?" "Yeah, I'm okay," she says. The mage next to her is just shaking his head. "Man, you really stirred things up. I never imagined you were this strong." He's looking super awkward about the whole cure situation, but our boy just cuts him off, telling him not to sweat it. It was his own fault for being so careless. The princess is like, "Wait, what?" Davy just lays it out. If the mage died, they'd be totally screwed. So there was no way Leto was going to let that happen. He tells them both to get going. "Just please take care of Willen." He promises to catch up right after he deals with the last guy left. She's suddenly shocked, realizing the guy actually bolted. He just tells them to go on. He'll be the one to hunt him down. The mage apologizes, admitting his mana is too drained to give chase. He just orders them to stay right there, and in a flash, a massive magic circle erupts at their feet. As they wonder what the hell is happening, Davy says he'll let the Red Tower decide his fate. The two are completely stunned, asking if he can actually use magic. Our hero just thinks to himself that the rune portal Yuli's had was small enough for someone at his level to control. He knew it would come in handy, so he'd been working on it beforehand. With a snap of his fingers, he gives them a little wave, and the 3 of them vanish without a trace. Our boy rushes over to Crimson and holds her close. He growls that the man actually ran after disrespecting his children. He's absolutely furious, wondering how he dared to drag Willy into this mess. That guy shouldn't expect a painless death. He's going to utterly destroy him. Meanwhile, after running for his life, that scum is getting exhausted. But then our boy appears right behind him, like a phantom. The man screams that he's a total monster. Davy just asks, "A monster?" Between the two of us, who's the real monster here? With a single sword strike, he tries to end Lincoln. But a protective barrier flashes into existence, stopping the blow cold. Davy is completely taken by surprise, staring at it and wondering what that is. Lincoln, who was terrified a second ago, now grins confidently. He gloats that this is why he always has a plan B. Our hero analyzes that the barrier is seriously tough. It's a shield made by forcing a massive amount of mana into one spot. He must have paid a fortune for it. The old man taunts him, calling him a monster, and presses a button, realizing he's trying to escape. In that instant, Lincoln crushes the controller and declares his victory. "This is a teleportation portal, one of my many relics. It may be slow, but once it's activated, it can send me to another dimension." He mocks him. "So why don't you try cutting this with your damn magic sword? I don't let people who get in the way of my research off so easily. You just wait. I'm going to capture you alive and make you my new test subject." He tells him to look forward to it because he has all the remedies he's ever made. "Everything you've done will be thrown in the trash. You won't be able to save anyone, not now, not ever." As he completely loses it, he screams, "How does that feel? Did you hear my final words?" Davy, with a look of pure boredom, just asks, "Are you done yet? Because this is getting really old." In that same moment, he raises Azuri and gives the old man a little wave goodbye. The confident geezer is like, "What do you mean?" But then he notices something is wrong. His barrier is completely shattered, and his body is sliced clean in two. With a dead serious look, our hero explains that a mana barrier or a portal, none of that even matters, because Azuri can slice through anything that doesn't exist on the physical plane. Yeah, it's an insanely broken power. After the old man is dead, Berserk remarks that he just ended up as another corpse. But Davy says it's the obvious end for him, considering his inhuman actions. He wasn't going to let him die that easily anyway, but he was basically asking for it. Just then, the entire cave begins to shake. Berserk asks what's going on, while Davy glares at the dead Lincoln. This old fool. He was trying to erase the evidence. What a pain in the ass to the very end. The scene then cuts to the surface, where a group of knights is riding hard. Their mission, to arrest Count Lincoln and Captain Kolol. Leading the charge is their captain, who is none other than Davy's own brother. He declares that their mission isn't to risk their lives. Their top priority is the safety of the civilians. They must save as many as they can. As soon as they enter the city, the prince notes that the whole region is a disaster. It wasn't nearly this bad when he left. A few days after he departed from the Heinz Territory region, Count Lington arrived. He was the new chief of the Disease Control Squadron. According to their agreement, he was supposed to wait for a response from the Central Authority. But after meeting with Baron Gorn, he received suspicious reports. News that someone might have intentionally spread the disease. And just like that, all the city gates were shut, with bodies lying everywhere in the streets. The prince wonders about the dead knights, asking what the hell happened here while he was gone. He starts sprinting towards his mansion and bursts through the doors, shouting for Baron Gornell. The Baron recognizes him, calling out to Prince Boris, and says he's finally back. He's incredibly relieved that he's safe. But Boris says he was the one who was worried. He demands to know exactly what went down here. The Baron explains that Prince Davy, the young lady, and Will were also there. He asks if his brother is really here, and the Baron confirms it. In fact, Davy was the one who developed the cure 3 days ago, which completely floors Barris. Gornell admits he was honestly shocked. This was a disease that even the official disease control unit had given up on. Yet Prince Davy managed to create a cure so easily. Boris asks about the bodies outside. The Baron grimly says they're probably Count Kolal's subordinates. It seems they tried to get rid of them as soon as the cure was made, which shocks Boris all over again. He demands to know what happened to his brother and sister. The Baron tells him to calm down and that there's no need to worry. But Boris explodes. What do you mean, don't worry? The cure is important, but my siblings are way more important to me. He's getting seriously agitated. He just needs to know if they're okay, because he's sick with worry. And Will is such an idiot. She trusts people way too easily. If something happened to that fool, I don't know what I'd do. But to his complete shock, a voice pipes up right behind him. Who are you calling a fool? Euless, standing in the back, comments that it seems Prince Boris likes her more than she was told. Will gets super embarrassed and tells her to shut up and stop talking nonsense. In that instant, to everyone's surprise, the entire city is rocked by an earthquake. They shout, asking what the hell is happening and what's with the tremor. The scene snaps back to our boy, who's escaping the collapsing underground hideout. He starts laughing, saying it was right on time. This was almost too easy. I'll just destroy everything. But Berserk tells him to look over to the side. A horde of monsters is escaping from the wreckage. Davy realizes they're chimeras. He wonders where they're headed, but then he sees they're running towards the Orden region. Damn it, he thinks. It'll be a nightmare to catch them in the forest. She then asks if they should just head back and set up defenses, and he agrees that it sounds like a good plan. He starts bolting through the forest. He appears in front of the monsters, remarking that the humidity here is just perfect. A small spark crackles on his finger. He then calls to Crimson, apologizing, but says he'll need to borrow a little of her mana. He thinks to himself, if there's no way, then I'll just have to make one. Berserk, completely shocked, asks him what he's doing. The narration states that common sense says a mere tier 5 mage can't use large-scale magic, but with what he has now, by combining his mana with Crimson's, he should be able to pull it off. He points his sword to the sky, and massive magic circles materialize. He explains to Berserk that he's going to use lightning. He then begins chanting, determine range, level expansion, reorganize, and constitute. Model. Perce's jaw dropped. What language was that? It was the first time she'd ever seen it, and she wondered if it was runic script. But our boy didn't answer, already calculating that his range would cover the whole region behind him. He didn't need to chase the ones who took a different path. He just had to deal with anyone who crossed him. He just realized something he wanted to test. When she asked what, he told her it wasn't fire. It was thunder. His sword flared with magic as he commanded, "Die, you miserable monsters," unleashing immense lightning bolts at every last one of them. The scene cuts to another location, where a carriage is being chased by knights riding at full speed, while one of them cut down anyone who looked suspicious. As one knight muttered that this whole situation sucked, others called out to Servant Belios, saying they couldn't hold out much longer. "They're gonna catch us," an old man cried out. "Those damn assassins behind us never get tired." But right then, to everyone's utter shock, those massive lightning bolts appeared in the sky. Everyone froze. The old man could only ask, "What in the hell is that?" He yelled for everyone to head toward the forest. The electric forest. Inside the carriage, people were panicking, wondering what was happening and why the storm wouldn't stop. But the knight yelled back that this was no time to hesitate. They had to go now. The person in the carriage apologized, whispering how sorry they were as they all raced toward the woods. Meanwhile, up in the sky, our boy was looking exhausted. Perce pleaded with him not to overdo it, warning that his brain would take the hit. This wasn't something even Campson could easily control. She said he had to know his face was pale and he looked exhausted, but he insisted he was fine. If something like this could kill him, he'd never reach the ninth circle. He figured the mana consumption wasn't the issue. It was the mental strain that was wearing him down. "This sucks," he muttered. He felt like he was going to lose his mind and just wanted to rest. But right at that moment, to his surprise, he saw a carriage heading straight for the forest. He wondered what that was all about. Why the hell would a carriage be out here? Perse pointed out the symbol. That's the mark of the royal family, and since it's silver, it has to be from the Empire. He noticed a bunch of guys chasing the carriage, but he figured they couldn't be the lesson counts. This had to be the Leeds Empire from the Eastern Continent, but she told him to forget it, warning that they were hunting royalty and were no ordinary thugs. If he got involved for no reason, he'd just end up in even bigger trouble. But Davy kept staring at the carriage, and the person inside happened to look up at the sky. She saw our boy flying there and was completely stunned. At the same time, Davy was shocked, staring back at her. A refreshing clarity washed over him. His mind cleared. It was an almost spiritual feeling. And just like that, he locked his gaze on the carriage and aimed his fingers, targeting the assassins. As Perse yelled, "What are you doing, Davy?" a massive lightning bolt formed and crashed down right on the assassins' heads. He just said, "Oops." My hand slipped. Percy freaked out, but he just claimed he didn't see or hear a thing. But in that same instant, the exhaustion finally hit him, and his body gave out as he fell from the sky, unconscious. At that moment, the heavens cleared. Now, back at the carriage, a knight threw the door open, calling for the princess. He was overjoyed, announcing, "We survived! This is the Empire! We've crossed the border, and the Imperial Knights are here to greet us." But as she stepped out of the carriage, she said she didn't see Sir Halos, Sir Luxa, or Sir Ravenna. She apologized to them, saying she was so sorry, that everyone suffered because she was a hybrid. But they got flustered, telling her not to say such a thing, that it was absurd. Who cares if she came from a humble background? Then, Servant Belios bowed, saying it was his lack of skill that made her suffer. He begged for her forgiveness, but she told them to stop. She just didn't want any of them to get hurt because of her. "That's right," she said. "I have to at least be strong for His Majesty, the Emperor." But she was still shaken. Then a knight declared, "I swear on my name as a sword master of the Imperial Belios family, I will investigate and correct the resentment people hold against your highness." And the princess, with genuine sincerity, thanked the Belios family. But another knight behind them asked the captain about that lightning. No matter how I think about it, that couldn't have been a natural phenomenon. The other knight asked if that was even possible. But Belios said the most important thing was that they were alive and could figure out the reason later. But if that lightning strike was caused by someone's will, he added, that person will one day become the greatest mage on the continent. Although, he doubted it could happen. If someone really did cause that, they wouldn't be a person. They'd be a dragon, a master of magic. But the princess up ahead was lost in her thoughts, remembering that pale, black-haired man who radiated such confidence amidst the blooming chaos, all while our boy lay unconscious deep in the forest. A few hours later, our hero finally woke up to a very worried Perse. As he sat up, she immediately told him to take a sip of water first. While he remarked that it had been a while since he rested that well, he asked her how long he'd been asleep. She told him for about 2 hours. She was sure that was long enough to send the Odem territory into a total frenzy. He agreed that it probably was. As he lay back down, he said he just wanted to sleep a little longer. Panicked, she asked what he meant, telling him he had to think about the people who were worried sick about him. A little while later, our boy met up with his brother, Barris, and asked him when he got back. "I just arrived," Barris replied, but then immediately started checking him for injuries. "Unfortunately," he said, "you don't seem to be hurt. You have no idea how worried I was about you. You were left all alone at that bastard count's facility." Davy just thought to himself that his brother was way too overprotective. And so, Barris said they did their best to form a rescue team with Will and Euless, but they couldn't come. Entering a forest with hundreds of lightning strikes would have been suicide. And considering Barris's personality, it was a miracle he'd waited for 5 hours. At that moment, Will finally saw her brother and ran right up to him, asking if he was hurt anywhere and begging him to be okay. He just told her he was fine. Meanwhile, Barris yelled at her, asking why a patient was all the way out here. He told her to stay in bed, but she just told him to shut up. How could she possibly relax in bed when her brother was missing? And so, Euless commented that he was really loved and that it seemed like a good thing. Davy just deadpanned, "You think so?" He asked Euless what happened when he returned first, and Euless said it wasn't much, but it looked like they had been completely wiped out. They would have been in real trouble if it wasn't for him and Prince Davy. As the master of the Magic Tower, this situation was pretty embarrassing, and the lack of medicine was also a real concern. But at that moment, Davy held up a vial and said that scumbag Connington was hiding it in his clothes, and he'd snatched it before escaping. So he told him not to worry about it and to go inside, since they had already taken care of first aid. but just in case, he still needed proper treatment. After a few hours at the mansion, Davy found out everything that had happened from Barris, and none of it was surprising. Connington was behind the whole scheme, and the disease started when he used bandits to spread it. "That's it," Barris said. "That's the cause." Our hero thought to himself that this was the corporation's disease control symbol, and Barris said they found everything after searching the bandits' base a few days ago. They had basically invaded and acted like they owned the place. And our hero realized Barris must have used the disease as an excuse to leave his territory and hunt for evidence. Baron Gornell wasn't on board with him doing anything in the prince's domain. Maybe he was just trying not to cause problems for a stranger. He even felt a little bad for him. But Barris shot back. "Now it's my turn." He asks his brother if he can pose a question, and our hero agrees. Our guy could tell they were bursting with questions, and who could blame them, since he'd obviously told them nothing so far. It'd be one thing if this was his usual routine, but what he just pulled off was completely unbelievable to them. Sword arts that channeled raw aura, combat techniques good enough to take down a Jin swordmaster, carrying a stigma, and having medical knowledge that came out of nowhere. The fifth-class magic he used to warp William Uris back to the territory. He wondered himself if these were really the skills of a kid not even 20 years old. Even Alina Defala, the prodigy who held a sword before a pen, had yet to reach the level of a Shin swordmaster. And Ulyss, the continent's greatest genius, was currently only at the master level. The thought that a mere 17-year-old kid who was in a coma for a year could easily surpass them was insane. Even he knew it sounded impossible to most people, but he'd already lived through it all over a 1,000-year period. Just then, Willie starts shouting, telling them to stop it. She demands to know why they have to interrogate him, but Barris says she must be curious too. Will cuts him off, saying, "Honestly, I can't believe you can use magic without chanting. On top of that, the amount of mana I sense from you is just that of a normal human." "How is that even possible?" he asks. Our guy figures they're bound to be curious about that. He should just be thankful they don't think he's the one who caused the forest storm. Perrick just says it's because it would be way too impossible. He then tells everyone the reason is that he worked really hard. This immediately pisses everyone off, as they demand to know what he means. Our main character just repeats what he said. He worked his butt off in a short period of time. Perrick adds that technically, he isn't lying, and it was a very short period of time. Not even 1,000 years would be enough to learn all of this. From dusk until dawn, he would wake up mid-sleep just to ponder his techniques and training achievements. The heroes ran him ragged until he got sick of them. And still, he put his all into it. Back then, even a passing goblin would have laughed its head off. And so, Barris says he has to be joking. No matter how hard he trained, there's no way he achieved all that in a single year. He just replies that there are many things in the world that have yet to be proven. Besides, he adds, "I never said it only took a year." This completely stuns Barris, and just like Ulyss said, you can only feel a normal amount of mana coming from him. So how is he able to create such a dense aura blade? That's probably what he's thinking. Barris blurts out, "Yeah, that's right. How is it possible?" Our hero says that one day, when the time is right, he'll tell them everything. This really surprises Barris, who just stares at his brother. Our guy just smiles back at him. He thinks to himself that he can't tell them about the Hall of Heroes yet. Even if they refuse to believe him and demand the truth, all he can tell them now is that he worked hard to get here. And there's only one person who knows the truth, Perrick, who is now taking a nap on his lap. He thinks that this is enough for him. And maybe it's because they believe he'll tell them everything one day. But the important thing was that they accepted his insane explanation. And that concluded today's conversation. But as they say, when one problem is solved, another one pops up. And now, at night, it's time for bed. He asks if Crimson is still mad, and she, looking absolutely adorable, is totally furious with him. He just asks her not to be like that, but she hides under the sheets, refusing to talk to her daddy. He starts to laugh, thinking how cute she is, but he realizes now is not the time for that. So he starts playing with Crimson, trying to calm her down, but she's still super angry. After he starts playing with her, she's finally happy and lets her guard down. Meanwhile, he thinks about how Crimson isn't even a month old yet, and the amount of mana she used during that series of disasters must have been a huge strain on her. So he starts playing with her again, and she gets really happy, but then gets really mad all over again. But at that instant, Zuri appears, asking her to please stop now. At that moment, he takes out a very pretty cookie and shows it to the two of them. He asks if this isn't their favorite cookie, saying it's delicious. He asks if she wants it now, but she furiously says she doesn't. But he knows she actually really wants that cookie, and she just keeps staring at Zuri. As she inches toward the cookie, our guy thinks that she really wants it, but just won't take it because she's too mad. And so he says, "Well, I have no choice then. If you don't want it, I'll eat it myself." He starts saying how tasty it is, while the two of them just glare at him. Perrick thinks to herself that he's the real Demon King, And seeing this, Parrot gets really mad and asks a question. She calls the two of them over to see the screen, while he's completely floored watching that scene. He asks if she could really make her body bigger this whole time, as she's there petting the two of them. And she asks, "Why would it be so hard to make my body bigger using my demonic powers? I can even change my clothes if I want to." While our guy thinks that there's a special connection between the two energy bodies, Parrot pets her and says she's a good girl, while the two of them are crying. At that moment, they both call her Mommy, which totally shocks Parrot, and the two of them run to her, calling for their mommy. Meanwhile, our hero says he's the one who made them cry. They start saying they hate Daddy, but Parrot, finding this super cute, just tells them not to worry because Mommy is here. Meanwhile, Davy thinks that, as expected of a former demon king, she understands things really fast. And currently on the continent, demons are known as evil creatures that only appear in old books. But looking at Perek, he thinks it must have all been a misunderstanding, because she doesn't seem so bad. And so he goes to them and says he has a cookie and asks if Crimson wants it, but she just turns her face away, saying she doesn't want it. As he starts to eat them, he thinks that the cookie tastes really bitter. And after a few days, the case was officially closed, and they began to distribute the treatment throughout the territory. But of course, they didn't stop there. They even established a vaccination system to prevent future outbreaks. And even though the treatment is available, they can't do anything about a virus like that already in the territory. But the rest depends on how Lord Barris will handle all of this. And back in the office, that dark elf starts to say that with this incident, more than 300 people died in the Order's territory. Meanwhile, our hero asks if that's all, thinking that it's less than expected. But the dark elf asks if he isn't bothered. But our guy says that he's just grateful things weren't worse with a disease as lethal as this one. And he asks how many people he thinks live in that territory, while he himself knows that this disease killed tens of thousands of people on the continent. And if he hadn't gone to that place and it had spread to other territories, with the Order as ground zero, half of the eastern continent would have been affected. And it could have been much worse. Because of that, what Lincoln did was ridiculous, which is why he can't help but feel relieved that they managed to stop this damn disease with only a few hundred deaths. And this dark elf says the prince must have known about this disease. And Davy says yes. He wants to know just how much he knows. He asks if this is part of the payment. Karin simply says he's an informant, and that everything is being converted into points, of course. Meanwhile, our hero asks if he's going to have to offer up his organs. He really can't figure this guy out, and asks if it's finally time to say what he wants from him. But the mysterious man says no, he still needs to accumulate more points, and he's certain that, in the end, there will be no choice. Davy is seriously creeped out, wondering what this maniac is going to ask for. And since he won't leave, why doesn't he just agree to work for him? The dark mage asks if he'd accept. Our hero scoffs at the other man, as if he'd ever accept someone like him, but in his mind, he couldn't care less about his past or his associates. But if he wants to be accepted, he must remove his cloak first. Just then, Davy walks towards a drawer, pulls out a communication crystal, and wonders who it could possibly be. He can't imagine who would contact him at an hour like this. But then he recognizes the face in the crystal. It's his maid, Am. From her expression, something terrible has happened. The next day, William says goodbye to his brother, thinking that all the preparations have been made. After that, a week passed in a flash. After eradicating the virus, most of the patients were able to return to their normal lives. Of course, some didn't survive and ended up passing away. But overall, the Orden region returned to normal, and everyone began to hail him as a saint. After a while, he was finally able to head back home. While his sister asked if it wasn't too soon, he replies that he should easily make it home in 4 days. He'd thrown himself into a massive project just to live a life without worries. He never wanted a life where he'd have to grind away at work, like what's been happening lately. Besides, it would be great to enjoy some laziness, even if it takes a while to arrive. As the carriage moves forward, they head back toward our hero's territory. His sister strikes up a conversation, asking if there's something wrong with him, but he tells her no, that she doesn't need to worry. But she presses on, asking if it's really okay to leave Barris there all alone. And why did he send her to the Rhenish region as well? Ulysse tells her to imagine the reason, perhaps because he wanted her to rest a bit somewhere else. She asks, "What do you mean by that?" But of course, our hero knows the real reason. It was from a prior conversation with his brother when he asked him to keep Winnie with him. It was far safer for her to stay there instead of with him, but Davy had told him he didn't look well and asked what was going on. Barris reveals that there have been some disappearances recently. A few children have vanished from the orphanage that's managed by the territory. The news hasn't spread, but if he finds out, he doesn't know what he'll do. Our hero thinks it's only natural for Barris to be concerned. He heard from Am a few days ago that the same thing is happening in the Rhenish territory. After a few days of travel, William remarks that it looks totally different from the outside, and that it looks like they're almost in the Rhenish region. Meanwhile, our hero, crestfallen, says he didn't want to get here so soon. Euless asks if something happened, and he explains that a very troublesome person is there. The mage asks who this person is, but in that instant, their carriage grinds to a halt. Will, inside, wonders who in the world they think they are to block his carriage. A knight approaches, saying, "Excuse me." The mage steps forward, immediately recognizing the crest on the armor. The knight approaches the window and says, "Please forgive our rudeness. We came to escort you. This is Diluc, the captain of the Red Dragon Knights." Our hero then recalls that a week ago, he heard some very disturbing news from Am about the state of the territory. That's because she's such a hasty girl, and the princess says that if she remembers correctly, the contractor of Caldaris is her age. The precious daughter of the Pala Empire was on a journey, and now he awakens in another location, a kind of greenhouse, with a person using a bow and arrow to hit a target. A knight says that His Highness is incredible and asks if he would like to try, but the old man asks how he could possibly defeat a master of archery with only his skills. This man is a prince, Albus Alindus, and before him stands the old emperor of the Lindus Empire, Theorindus. The old man says the future king of this empire is certainly a crybaby. If he continues like this, he'll lose the throne to his brothers. The prince replies, that's only if they have the courage to try anything. The emperor then remarks that he sees the crown prince is doing very well. The prince says yes, he has lived well thanks to him. And the old man says that, of course, if he is a true man, before spreading his wings in a bigger world, he must know how to value his family. Even if those idiots focus only on status and fame, ignoring him completely. But changing the subject, he says he doubts he came here to listen to complaints, and asks why he came. The prince states that he received information from the Mieri Guild. The old man says that he's made some progress then. And the prince says he has good news and bad news too. He asks which he would like to hear first. The emperor just tells him not to provoke him. The prince says very well, he will start with the bad. Count Lincoln has passed away, Count Cole has been arrested, and their inhuman actions have been revealed. A fitting punishment will be applied. The emperor says that he's heard the situation. The prince continues, saying it seems he was conducting unauthorized experiments in the Orden region, near the H Kingdom. The emperor says it seems he really went mad. He is too greedy. He then asks who took care of him. The prince says it was the first prince of the H Kingdom. The emperor asks if he's talking about that young man who is the talk of the town, but the prince cuts him off, telling His Highness that he need not feel guilty about it. Again, the emperor changes the subject, now wanting the good news. The prince says, all right, this news is about Count Lincoln and Baron Gornell. They were researching demon blood along with him. According to the report, a cure has been developed for demon blood, which startles the emperor. Moreover, it wasn't developed by Baron Gornell or Count Lincoln, but by the first prince of the H Kingdom himself. People would start rumors about him getting close to some inferior beast like her, but Prador explodes with rage, shouting, "Inferior? What did you just say?" He immediately summons Albos. Albos asks if they should just execute them to find out who they are. To dare say such a thing about the imperial family. He declares he will crush and torture them until they can never recover. The prince agrees, telling him to handle it. The girl gets frantic, saying he can't do this just for her. He can't hurt other people because of her. The emperor is furious, and the prince behind him is just as angry. But then their expressions shift completely, and they stare at her with huge smiles, like she's a precious doll. The emperor calls her his dear daughter, promising that if anyone dares to speak of her so cruelly again, he will obliterate them until nothing remains. But she says it's okay, insisting that if they act, it will damage their dignity. She wants them to just pretend they never heard it, asking if they can promise her that. The emperor agrees, telling her not to worry. But then he calls for Albus, and the ever-sharp Albus understands immediately, promising to handle it without raising suspicion. Finally, back in the Heinz territory region, our main character is being escorted by a squad of knights. Now that he's back home, he reflects that when he left the Pellis Kingdom, he basically dumped all his problems on that girl and just bounced. If the roles were reversed, he would have hunted them to the ends of the earth and torn them to shreds. Considering that, things must have taken a while to blow over. But in the end, it is what it is. He heads to his office, where an attendant reports that Alina of the Palan Empire has requested a meeting. He scoffs. Requested? The nervous woman then asks if she should guide the princess to the reception room. Our guy thinks to himself that even if the Heinz territory region is a rising star, it's still just a developing territory. On the other side is a full-blown empire. It's way too early for the precious daughter of Palan, the most powerful nation on the continent, to visit a place like this. Of course, with Eurus being the one exception, when it comes to pure influence, the empire's power is absolute. So he just orders her to refuse the request, shocking the attendant. What? Why are you making that face? He asks. She just says she'll inform the princess. After she leaves, Azuira Carmezan starts screaming at him. Perek asks if he isn't afraid of the consequences, but he says he's not just acting recklessly. After that first rejection, they shamelessly kept coming back to request a meeting, and each time, he refused again, and again, and again. He might have started this, but he was prepared to act even more childishly. They continued this game, and poor Anna got caught in the crossfire, taking all the heat for it. He heard that on the princess's orders, the Red Dragon Knights were furious, feeling like his constant refusals were a direct insult. Still, they must have some self-control, since they didn't actually cause any real trouble. Walking through his home, our main character says, "Perfect. They aren't getting anything valuable out of this situation." Perek asks what he means, wondering if this is his idea of buzz marketing. He tells her that with a famous princess involved, there's no better publicity than this, especially now, with the Informants Guild and the Great Echelon focused on them. He can already hear the value of his territory's stock rising. But Perek says life isn't a game and asks if there's a reason they can't just stick to their original plans. "Why are you being so arrogant?" she demands, but he just tells her it's fine. She's a princess. Just wait and see. As long as this continues, the name of the Hines territory region will spread far and wide. But to our guy's total shock, a figure suddenly appears right in front of him, blurring past his guards. She stares him down and says, "Finally found you, Prince Davy." As our main character wonders if all princesses learn parkour these days, she marches right up to him. "Don't you think we have something to discuss?" He just tells her to calm down, which only results in her grabbing him. "Where are you even looking right now?" she demands. He coolly remarks that she seems to have gotten pretty hot-headed since they last saw each other. The scene then cuts back to the Emperor, who asks his daughter if she has something she wants to say. Looking extremely nervous, she admits that she does. Yes. The smiling Emperor tells her she can speak freely. She nervously brings up a promise from long ago. "What if my illness is one day cured? You promised you would let me marry whoever I wanted." Trembling, she asks if that promise still stands, making the Emperor's smile instantly vanish. She continues, talking about the person who saved her in the forest on her way back to the Empire. She doesn't even know his name, but she wants to see that man again, leaving both men completely stunned. The Emperor turns to Albos and asks for the most important motto of the Lindes family. Albos replies, "One who cannot protect their people can achieve nothing. I believe that is it." "That's right," Praetor says, "and it seems a pest has attached itself to this flower." Albus agrees to take care of it, leaving the princess totally confused and asking what they're talking about. Albus declares he will uncover the truth about this pest and orders his men to find and kill that man now, as the princess begs them to calm down. Of course, they had no idea that the man who saved the princess was the same one who cured the demon blood. The scene shifts to the training arena in Davy's mansion, where a mech attacks the princess, but she manages to defend herself and fight back against the golem. She then lunges forward with her heavy sword, unleashing a multi-directional cut and landing a flurry of consecutive hits directly on the golem. Going in for the final blow, she aims to destroy its head, but to the princess's shock, the golem counters, firing a beam of energy right at her, which she barely manages to dodge. Panting heavily, she says, "This is the last one, and it's much stronger than I expected. This is definitely not a normal golem." Meanwhile, on the other side, our main character watches her with a huge, excited grin. Suddenly, the golem behind the princess whirs to life again. A targeting sight locks onto her face as a voice announces, "Prototype Megatron switching to marksman mode." Target locked. It begins firing projectiles at the princess. She panics. "It can use long-range attacks too? That prince is insane. What the hell did he create?" He just yells back that it's just a normal golem, of course. After getting trapped by it, the princess is furious, screaming that this is cheating. He asks her, "Aren't I nice?" But she yells back, "Nice my foot. Are you kidding me? And an automatic barrier? What the hell did you do to this golem?" He smugly corrects her that it's not just a shield. She keeps yelling that this is a total exaggeration and asks what kind of golem uses third-tier magic or higher. He just pats the golem on the back and says it did a good job. "You should release her now," he commands it. She asks if he really plans to use this weapon to destroy the continent, but he says, of course not. He loaded it with magic crystals, so it can't do that. Fuming, she realizes it's impossible to have a normal conversation with him. Willie rushes to help her up, telling her that she fought very well. Meanwhile, a spirit next to Davy scoffs that its master is too weak and that he wouldn't have lost, no matter what. But Davy says it was still a good test run, and thanks to her, he got some great data. It seems, however, that it's going to need several repairs. This is his personal workshop, his brand new basement, and it is incredibly bright. He thinks about how, until now, he had lived in the mansion that Baron Alias and his mother had lived in for generations. When he came to the territory, he decided to build a new one, since the old place had been neglected for far too long. So fixing it up or adding more floors would have been a total pain. And now, this is her new home, a brand new, custom-designed mansion. Inside, the precious princess of the Pal Empire is duking it out with his golem, while also trying not to puke from motion sickness. This whole mess started when she visited him that night, getting right in his face. She told him that even though she wasn't welcome, seeing him was harder than getting an audience with a king. He just told her he'd listen to her complaints. She then asked if he knew about the rumor spreading through his territory about them. He coolly replied, "That's exactly what I wanted." Absolutely furious, she demanded to know if he was really using her just to raise the value of his land. He shot back with a smirk, "Of course, you're a sharp one." She snapped back that he had some serious nerve, and he just agreed, "Yeah, I guess I'm a little audacious." Persek, standing right beside him, chimed in saying, "Elena is a total hothead, just like her sometimes, but he shouldn't be surprised, because deep down, she's actually really kind." He wondered if that was really true. Even though Princess Elena couldn't see Persek, she had seen the princess grow up while she was sealed in Calderas. The princess then said she wanted to start by thanking him. She owed him her life for what happened before and felt she needed to make that clear. But he brushed it off, thinking it was just a coincidence since he was really trying to save Willen. But she wasn't done, adding that she awakened Calderas because of him. She placed a hand on her amulet, and the sword Calderas materialized. He realized that even though Elena was the contractor, she had only just become Calderas's master. She hadn't been able to awaken its sword form before. There were probably a few reasons for the sudden change. For instance, she got way stronger after that incident. Or maybe something else entirely had happened. Just then, the sword spirit formed and immediately grabbed Davy, screaming, "You jerk! It's all your fault I've been suffering. Because of you, I got temporarily weaker. Now you better take responsibility for me." Calderas kept screaming, demanding why he didn't say something before trying to use her. Davy shot back that people were dying, so he didn't exactly have time for a chat. That just made her angrier. "Where is Persek? And don't you dare tell me you don't know." But our boy just glanced at Persek, realizing Calderas couldn't see her. He just told her not to worry, because she was doing just fine. Our boy explained that she came to his side because of the stigma that had appeared. Calderas yelled, "You're unbelievable! What about my friend Persek? You didn't do anything to her, did you? Answer me right now!" But he calmly replied that he wasn't that kind of person. She started screaming for Persek, while the other spirit simply pointed at her. Persek asked if she could borrow some of his mana. He told her to take as much as she wanted. She touched Davy's head, drew out some of his mana, and finally materialized, leaving Calderas completely stunned. Her expression softened into sadness as she recognized her old friend. Calderas whispered that it had been a while and jumped forward to hug Persek, who was overjoyed at their reunion. She asked, "What is it, Calderas? What are you doing floating around by yourself?" Our boy explained that she was in the middle of something important and should be left alone. Elena then cut in, saying that she had a lot of questions, but she knew he wasn't the type of friend who would just answer them. He sighed, saying that since he felt bad, he'd answer as best he could. "Ask me anything." So she went for it. "Who in the hell are you?" He remarked on how direct she was, then said, "As you know, I am the Prince of Rani, the legitimate son of the last Empress, Devi Dharani." But she got pissed, slamming her hand on the table. "That's not what I'm asking." All he did was give her an innocent, clueless look, which just made her even more furious. "Fine," she said, leaning in. "We have plenty of time." This surprised our hero, who wondered what she meant. She stared him down and declared, "I'm going to drag it all out of you, piece by piece." Then, she stood up and grabbed a sword. As he asked what she was doing, he touched the blade and realized how incredibly heavy it was. For a normal person, using a sword this heavy would be pointless and difficult. Elena explained that it was the sword she usually trained with. Our boy thought that if the quality was just a bit better, the weight wouldn't even matter. Then she got straight to the point with her request. Looking him dead in the eye, she pleaded, "Please, teach me the sword god's technique." He asked if he could refuse, but she just said she would ask again. "And if I refuse again?" She smirked, telling him she had a way to make sure he couldn't run away. "And what's that?" he asked. She then presented him with a marriage certificate. "You might not care about this, but the imperial family is a different story." She had already thrown away all her pride just to come here. "So, what do you think?" she challenged. "I'm confident I can be spoiled until the very end." "Want to test me?" she taunted. Persek whispered to him, asking if he was really not going to give in, but he just told Elena she had it all wrong. Calderas scoffed from the side, saying he wasn't fooling anyone. He handed the document back to her, but she warned him, "If you keep avoiding this, I'll officially send it to the H Kingdom. My father will let me marry whoever I want, even if he's a slave. So you don't need to worry about that. Not to mention we're talking about the great lord of the Hines territory of the eastern continent." But he countered, What if your side actually accepts it? She scoffed. Don't you think you love yourself a little too much? I really wouldn't mind marrying someone as clever as you, he just thought to himself. Yep, she's totally insane. He just told her to leave, saying they'd talk about it later. He then patted her head like a little kid and said they'd have a more productive chat next time. She shot back, I'm not giving up. She really did have a bad temper and was incredibly stubborn, not the type to hide behind others or care about their feelings. Yeah, I know, he said dismissively, but she grabbed him instantly, declaring, we'll just have to wait and see who's more stubborn here. Later, back in her room, the princess was combing her hair. She muttered that she never thought he'd actually send the marriage certificate back to her. Calderas, her aide, asked what she was going to do about her current fiancé, but she said he would be fine since they were just childhood friends. The real problem was the other party. Calderas asked if she still hadn't heard from her partner, and Alina confirmed she hadn't. Now that it had come to this, she had no choice but to convince him, no matter what it took. But she pushes back, asking if she's really that close with her own brother. The princess then scoffs, asking if that's all she's got. So what? Should she just drop all her duties for him? Davy just deflects, saying he can't talk with her right now. Perserk whispers from the side that she's totally playing right into Helena's hands, and our hero has to agree. But Ilina changes the subject, saying the most important thing is, she's dying to know why Eulis is here. Eulis himself claims he has no idea. Since he's a close friend of Davy, there's no problem with him being around. The princess demands to know since when, but he just shrugs it off. Even our hero thinks to himself that they really don't hold back. Eulis then asks Davy why he's okay with him being here, but not her. Helena chimes in, asking what she did wrong. But Davy knows that getting careless around her could make him enemies with some very powerful people. She tells him it's fine. They're friends now, so he can speak casually. But he turns to Eulis instead, noting how close he and the princess must be, and asks if they knew each other before. Willen adds that their relationship is actually famous. People have even been talking about a potential marriage between their families. And even if it doesn't seem like it, she's been to a few social events, so she's heard the rumors. But Helena insists they're just old friends, and Eulis quickly agrees with her. She thinks for an elder, he seems awfully lazy, just hanging around. It makes her worry about the fate of the Red Tower. Eulis fires back that she's hardly one to talk. Davy clarifies that it's not that he dislikes him being here. But shouldn't he be busy with his duties at the Red Tower? Eulis just waves it off, saying he doesn't really have to do anything. Besides, he has some business to discuss with Davy. Like things related to magic, he says, looking away awkwardly. It seems among the spells Davy showed him, there were some he couldn't comprehend. Eulis is extremely interested in chantless magic. But even with the hints Davy gave him, it's not something you can learn overnight. Davy smirks, realizing Eulis hasn't given up yet. Eulis says that for a mage obsessed with research, that's the highest form of praise. Our hero thinks to himself that he should be glad. Eulis understands his position and is helping him keep his abilities a secret from the Magic Tower. For that, he's truly grateful. Just then, Arya rushes in to tell His Highness that the items he requested have arrived and are in the underground warehouse. Helena immediately glares at Arya, demanding to know if she's a maid or not. Winnie explains that this is Arya, her brother's personal maid. She helps him manage the territory and even received the title of Baroness, which shocks the princess. Arya gets super flustered and quickly excuses herself. In the background, Helena mutters how impressive that is. Our hero explains that the kingdom is a mess, so he can't pay attention to every little detail. He reveals that a political war is brewing in the imperial palace between two opposing factions, one led by Marquise Palistus and the other by Duke Barrietta. On top of that, he's received reports that Duke Barrietta is making some secret moves within his territory, so he's trying to predict what's going to happen next. He plans to observe the situation a little longer. As he walks out, the princess asks where he's going. He invites her along, saying that while alchemists would go crazy for it, he's sure she'll find it interesting too. Helena's curiosity is piqued, and she declares that she wants to come along. He says fine, she can come, and she eagerly follows him outside. Out in the castle grounds, his dwarf friends greet our hero with a cheerful good morning. Davy comments on how much bigger the workshop has gotten. The dwarf boasts that their skills are way better than their size. Eulis is surprised, recognizing them as dwarves, while Helena admits she's never seen one in person before. Davy explains that they're his guests. He then introduces the dwarves to his brother, Willen. The dwarf approaches her, saying so this is the person he's always so proud of. He takes Willen's hand, saying he's heard so much about her elegance. Willen is totally flustered and can only manage a small thank you. Davy then introduces the Red Tower's elder, Eulis and Alina of the Pal Empire. The dwarf glances at them, noting their high status, but says he couldn't care less. The princess mutters that this is the first time she's ever felt so pathetic. Eulis agrees completely. The dwarf then says that their elder wants to see him. Our hero asks if he means Golgotha, and the dwarf confirms it. He says the divine item is almost complete. Our hero is thrilled. It's a new divine item connected to the Flame of Beginnings. He did the basic groundwork on it and left the rest to the dwarves. It looks like it'll be completed as the Flames of Light without any issues. But the dwarf says he has something else to show him. Our hero is ready, saying he came because he heard the materials arrived. The dwarf asks if he means the giant soldiers and leads the way. The three guests wonder what he means, until they enter the warehouse and see a colossal golem standing before them. As they stare in shock, asking what the hell that thing is, Davy simply says it's a guardian, a golem, and it's his creation. A golem, usually made of hardened clay or steel, is an excellent weapon for mages and alchemists. In fact, some countries even use small golem units in actual combat. Eulis, filled with curiosity, notes that based on its height, it's a top-tier golem, and the maintenance costs must be insane. Our hero casually asks if it was really that expensive. The materials for Megatron came from an ancient magic golem that guarded the source of the curse that plagued the Heinz territory. It didn't cost much since it was all recycled and reused materials. Plus, he got the workshop along with it, so the cost doesn't even matter. Perserk just says that, to put it simply, he's basically bragging about someone else's achievements. Davy just grins, saying it's every boy's dream to have his own workshop. He orders the golem to attention and starts issuing commands. Eulis watches, totally blown away, wondering what he's seeing. He's never witnessed such fluid movements, and it even has the ability to recharge magic. He wonders if there's anything Davy can't do. Our hero just says that once you start something, you might as well do it right. Even the princess is captivated by the display. He turns to her and asks what she thinks. Since she's here, how about a little demonstration? He challenges her to a fight against it, and if she wins, he'll grant her wish. She gets fired up and agrees, but then worries she might destroy it. Davy just smirks, saying if she can break it, that just means it wasn't good enough to begin with. He tells her to go all out and destroy it if she can. She touches the golem, remarking that it looks expensive, but he warns her that it won't be that easy. She gives him a suspicious glare, then changes into her training gear. "All right then," she says, "but don't come crying to me later." A few hours later, she's completely exhausted on the ground, muttering about being defeated by a pile of metal. Our hero says that thanks to her, he gathered a lot of valuable data, since there's a limit to what he can test alone. She snaps back, annoyed at being used again, but she reminds him that a promise is a promise, and now he owes her a favor. He agrees to anything, except a sword-fighting lesson. She says she'll have to think about it then. In the background, an ecstatic Eulis calls out to Davy, but Davy instantly shuts him down with a firm no. As he walks over to Willen, he's like, "How'd you know what I was gonna ask for?" And obviously, our boy knew he'd want a golem, so Elena chimes in, asking if he's going to crank out more of these things later, and he confirms it, saying this one is just a prototype and he's thinking of building 5 more after it's finished. She then asks if he can just give one to her, and he hits her back with, "Do you have any idea how much these cost?" She just deadpans that she didn't ask for a freebie. So he's like, "Are you saying you can actually afford it?" She just tells him she's loaded with cash, and he thinks, for real, this princess is so annoying, and a total handful. While the 2 girls in the back are laughing at him, he just snaps that it's not for sale. She just tells him he doesn't have to shout. Later that night, our boy is in his lab thinking the Guardian Golem project was a total success. And Megatron, the prototype, is the result of the region's steady development. And even if it becomes a magnet for endless greed, the day it's finally complete isn't that far off. The real problem now is its combat formations. He was lucky it was strong enough to go toe-to-toe with Princess Elena, but he can't just let this brute loose on the world. It's a bit of a problem. Just then, Elena appears right in front of him, saying, "So this is where you were." Our boy wonders why she's suddenly acting all friendly again. She just takes a seat and declares that she's decided they're going to be friends. He's like, "About that whole becoming friends thing. This might sound rude, but do I really have to agree?" She just asks if there's any reason to refuse. And he admits that no, there isn't. But he thinks that he's seen a lot of her personality lately. And even though the princess has a rough approach, he appreciates her genuine intentions. Meanwhile, she adds that she thinks Caldelis wants to be friends with him too. But Davy cuts to the chase, asking what brings her here so late. She claims she just came to talk, but Perserk calls her out, saying she's lying and can't even hide how nervous she is. He starts reading her status window and sees her current feelings are confusion and worry, and then he sees it. She's a member of the Last Breath. He says it out loud, "Last Breath?" Perserk asks what he means, but he's just getting super hyped about it. Elena then says it looks like he was in the middle of developing the golem. He's like, "Yeah, I was thinking of using ancient magic." Elena says he tried so hard, and yet she still couldn't beat his golem. And Davy just admits that the thing's a monster. The princess isn't weak, after all. He thinks to himself that honestly, if all the magic golems were gathered in one place, they'd be more efficient than a master-level fighter or higher. And even though Megatron is good enough for that, the fact it held its own against Ilena, who isn't even master-level yet, isn't a bad thing. Though it doesn't seem to be the case with Princess Alina. It's not just about Megatron. He tells her that experience is what really matters. And right now isn't the time to stay cooped up inside. They should get moving, since the weather is perfect for a walk. And he just invites her to head outside for a stroll. Now, outside, they're both holding swords. He asks her again, "Didn't I say I wouldn't teach you swordsmanship?" He clarifies that he's just going to take a look, to change the mood a bit, and asks if she's not into it. But she's all for it, saying of course she wants to. She wants this so bad. Berserk chimes in that he has a friendly side, but he just says he's giving her a little morale boost. He feels like he's in her debt a little, so there's that too. And so, Elena takes a deep breath and readies her attack. He thinks, a wooden sword versus a divine sword. This is a totally unfair setup. But really, it just highlights the massive gap in their skills. She can't afford to be arrogant, so he tells her to start this time. She says, "All right, I won't hold back," and immediately lunges at him with her divine sword. She asks him to please show her his techniques. The two begin to fight, with our boy just deflecting her divine sword with a simple wooden one. Elena goes all out, and Davy thinks, damn, her attacks and movements are fast. On top of that, the insane weight of the divine sword. He's getting dizzy just looking at it. Then he makes a single, crooked-looking swing with his wooden sword, blocking her blade and shocking her completely. She's thrown back, taking a bit of damage from the impact. As she wonders how he pulled that off, our boy says, "For a divine sword, it's actually pretty light." She then realizes none of her attacks have even touched him. How the hell did he do that? He's way too fast, and she's certain he's dodging all her attacks with ease. But she doesn't care. She's just gonna keep on attacking. And as she keeps lunging at him, he keeps deflecting her blows. He continues to block her, but the ground beneath them starts to crack. He thinks to himself, these are some serious attacks. If they were at this level, even Megatron wouldn't have stood a chance. He's sure now that Elena is way stronger when she's using the divine sword. Megatron only won because she was using a normal sword. If the situation had been different, it would have been torn to pieces. And so, he activates the first heavy sword, Rock Crush, blocking her attack as he asks if she wants to give up. But she just screams that if she was going to give up that easily, she never would have bothered him in the first place. He keeps blocking her as she gets more frantic, yelling, "Damn it, nothing can hit him." She gets more and more pissed off by this. He thinks her anxiety is obvious, and just as he expects, she goes all out. She activates the first heavy sword, which totally surprises Davy, and attacks with the skill Great Mountain Destroyer, ripping up a huge chunk of the lawn. But Davy managed to dodge the attack, saying, "You're seriously strong." And Berserk says that's the same technique she used on that vampire named Sherry. He just says she's insanely talented, that this is just nuts. It took him 10 years just to imitate that move. And in the center of the blast, the princess is totally wiped. Our boy walks back to her and says, "All right, let's stop here." He thinks they've made enough of a mess, but she gets furious, screaming, "What do you mean?" She shouts that she's not done yet. He just pokes her in the ribs, and she cries out in pain. Collapsed on the ground, she starts to cry, saying she doesn't want to. She worked so hard for this chance and doesn't want it to end like this, having done nothing. And then she just breaks down in tears, completely surprising our boy. After she starts crying, Berserk starts chewing Davy out, saying he made the girl cry. But he denies it, asking if she's saying it's his fault. She's like, "Of course it's your fault. Why couldn't you have been a little nicer about it?" But he just sighs, not wanting to hear her complain. So he walks over to her, tells her it's okay, and a huge light appears right in front of him. He tells her to pay close attention and begins to demonstrate a sword movement, followed by the heavy sword skill, Great Decapitation. It causes massive damage to the ground, leaving the princess completely stunned. Our boy then asks what she learned from that. Davy starts to explain that swordsmanship is like a current of water. You can't just defend from the same spot every time. And then she asks him if,